Uh, Good morning, Dipanda. I think all of our
Yeah.
guests arrived.
Okay.
Uh,
Srija is the host is yet to join. Means is yet to start. She is preparing for
okay,
the study. Yeah.
but I
No
think
problem.
principal sir, you have to check.
So should I start?
Yeah. Yeah, Srija. Please.
A very good morning to our esteemed delegates, faculty members, and participants. My name is Shrika Chatterjee, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the third installment of Chemspark, organized by the Department of Chemical Engineering of Heritage Institute of Technology in association with the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. Chemspark aims to bring out the crude ideas from young minds and mold them into the technology for tomorrow, following the footsteps of Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose, who has rightly said, the true laboratory is the mind where behind illusions we uncover the laws of truth. Since its inception in 2018, Chemspark has been a celebrated success, captivating participants from all fields of science and technology. Over the years, it has become a melting pot of a plethora of events like Innovate, Inquisition, Tech and Type, which is the highlight of this year, workshops, and many more. Unfortunately, owing to the unfavorable circumstances of the pandemic situation, we were unable to host this event on campus. Nevertheless, aspiring to keep the flame of science burning bright, we proudly present to you, for the very first time ever, ChemSpark Online with just as much enthusiasm and excitement. I would like to thank one and all present in our session for allowing me this time of day to introduce you to ChemSpark. It's now my utmost pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Pranay Chaudhary, Principal, Heritage Institute of Technology.
Um, Sir is probably he will join later. So Srija, can you please introduce our chairperson, Professor Shulagna Chatterjee, and just ask her to just deliver his her speech.
Yes, sir. To share with us the details of the objective of the program, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sulagna Chatterjee, Head of the Department, Chemical Engineering, Heritage Institute of Technology. Due to technical difficulties, HOD ma'am has not been able to join us yet. Instead, we will be addressed by Professor Dr. Abudai Malik, faculty convener.
Good morning to all the respected guests who have arrived at Chemspark 2021. So Chemspark is an idea that was proposed first in 2019 as as a part of activities to be organized by the department, which would involve students from all departments in the institute, as well as from other colleges which have chemical engineering as their a part of their discipline. So this has been organized for the last 2 years jointly by the Department of Chemical Engineering, Heritage Institute of Technology, as well as by the Calcutta Regional Center of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, who have helped us with their organizational infrastructure. And for the last 2 years, this program has been quite successful. This has included workshops or technical lectures from eminent people in the industry as well as from the academics, and also a host of events in which students have participated. And these events, such as demonstration of a live model, an idea, and engineering idea presented in form of a live model, quizzes which encompass technical topics as well as some topics related to chemical engineering and also engineering and science in general. Also, a host of other very interesting events have been organized in the last 2 years. For example, the drawing competition. We know that engineering drawing is a very important part of engineering. So this competition has also been featured in the last 2 editions. And in the last edition, in the last year, we also had a conference on nanomaterials and nanotechnology, which was jointly organized by the Department of Chemistry as well as Department of Chemical Engineering in the Heritage Institute of Technology. So the main idea of Chemspark is to provide the students, the undergraduate as well as the postgraduate students, with exposure to, first of all, the ideas that are shared by the eminent personages who come and deliver lectures here, as well as to enable them to highlight their leadership skills, because this is a program for students which is organized by the students. So the students here take the organizational role, and this helps them in shaping their leadership skills, their teamwork skills, etc., which are very important in the future. And They organize all the events, they provide the infrastructure for all the events, and this also creates a harmony between the students of each year as well as the interdiscipline discipline students. That means students from all the other disciplines in the institute, as well as the students from the other institutes as well. This year, due to the pandemic situation, we had to think of it as an online event, and we had to modify some events which were taking place in the other two editions. But this year we had to cut off such events, some events, due to problems in organizing it online. So but this year also we have a lot of interesting events, like we have the workshop session. Following this, we have lectures from three eminent persons: Professor Narendra M. Dixit, Professor of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore; Mr. Shumit Dey of IDE Technologies will be speaking on desalination of seawater, as well as we have a lecture by a Heritage Institute of Technology alumnus, Mr. Shubhradeep Ghosh, who is now presently in ISRO as a scientist. He will be delivering a talk on the role of ISRO in the development of the space science project in India. So I hope that Chemspark 2021 will be a great success, and I request all the guests to attend these events, especially the workshops, as well as the student events that will follow. So with this, I end my deliberation, and I request all the attendees to please stay in tune for the inaugural session as well as for the sessions coming after. Thank you.
Thank you, AM sir, for addressing us. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Praveen Saxena, Vice President, Student Chapter Affairs, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and CEO, Blast Cargo Blocks Private Limited.
Hello, Uh, hello everybody. I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Uh, I am available on the screen also.
No, sir. Your camera has to on.
No, I made my camera on. Dhawan
But you are
Saxena
not.
Praveen, once you switch up and again switch on, then it will start.
It's a Dhawan Saxena DS.
Yes, but sir, you just switch off your camera again and switch on. Then it would be maybe visible. Initially, you are visible, but now it is not visible.
It comes.
Or you can rejoin if it is so.
Okay, I should resign. Okay.
Madam, your mic, you can unmute yourself, so noise is coming. Sangeeta madam, your mic is.
अच्छा, okay. अच्छा.
Yes, Praveen, now it is visible. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be again a part of Spark, Chemspark. Okay. And the word itself is so powerful. Anything to start, you need a spark. Okay. And okay, I think that it's introductory, or I will have another chance to speak something with the students. Hello.
No, this is the session you will be, you have to talk. Okay.
Okay, so I will, okay, what 2 minutes just I want to speak with the students. So
Yes.
welcome that you have created a spark, and I think that a Heritage Institute uh, is a famous for giving the spark to start a new process. It's like a catalyst and everything. Okay, the chemical engineering. For the students, being in charge of student affairs from the Institute of Chemical Engineers as a vice president of ISCHE. But all about this, my passion is to be with his students. Okay. And if I can motivate the coming energy to the chemical engineering fraternity, I feel myself very much lucky. Okay. और जैसे spark है, is to take its energy is very small. It's a very high energy. This can start the process. And don't feel that whatever you are working, whatever you are doing is a very small work. Should I come with that to the public, to the institute, to the research lab and all that? Friends, all the previous works, I don't deny, and I'm not giving the value of whatever the earlier people, earlier researchers, innovators, even the applicators done. I'm not at all reducing their efforts, but what I say that you just look back, very small things done by the people created a magical change in the globe. So don't consider yourself that this is a very small work, very not a to have a significant value in your eyes, or when you compare it, if people did those much things and those things, my work will not be given proper value. No, it is not, my dear friends. Whatever you are doing is very valuable, precious for the chemical engineering, the society, to the country. Just take this, our the present corona that vaccination. Can anybody thought that India can catch up the speed of launching the vaccine? US, Europe, or anything, the global countries? We are at par. Just as a modesty, I'm saying that we are at par. We are ahead of all of those things. So don't consider that whatever the Indians, whatever the people, what is our institute or you are doing is a very small thing, and we are हम लोग बहुत पीछे हैं. ये हमारे साइकोलॉजी के अंदर डाल दिया है कि इंडियन सिस्टम, Indian education, Indian students, our setup, the education system is far, far behind. No, I never accept this logic. Okay, we are doing a very good thing, and I think that the Atmanirbhar Bharat or Vocal for Local, our Prime Minister has given these slogans, and we are becoming a Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, students, whatever in the field you are doing, you are performing, or using those concepts, using those process, do it with the confidence. Maybe it is smaller. जैसे एक स्वामी जी will agree with me, or Shelja, or Abhijit, that in a darkness, what is the existence of diya, deepak? बहुत छोटा सा दीपक होता है, बहुत छोटी सी एक लौ होती है, पर जब जैसे ही वो दिया जलता है, घोर अंधेरा, एकदम उसका अस्तित्व नहीं रहता. So don't consider your contribution, your work is smaller. Certainly, this can wipe off the darkness and will be remembered for years. So with this message, please come forward. Your institute, the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, giving you the proper platform to showcase whatever is in your mind with the help of your fraternity, faculty, and the fraternity. Everybody is there to support you, and please come forward and do it. And you people are so fortunate, specifically because it's a Heritage Institute program, the student chapters, that you are chairman, you are trustee, Chaudhary Sahab too, your CEO, the Pradeep Agrawal ji, and all the faculty member, I think that HR department, everybody is so devoted and dedicated. I think that it's very difficult to have a comparison. I think that the Swamiji and all, we know that, those who are attached with the heritage. And I think that as a person, personally, I attached around 15 years plus with Heritage Institute. So wish you all the best. I wish the grand success of Spark this third edition, and certainly it will give a new direction to the student, and they will achieve their target, whatever they have thought in their life. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us. Now, due to certain technical glitches, SC ma'am's address was not available to us. Hence, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sulagna Chatterjee, Department, Chemical Engineering and Program Chair, to address us.
Madam, it is not audible. I think you are muted.
No, she is not muted.
Oh, then maybe in audio jack having some problem. Madam,
Madam, not,
can you join?
Madam, not
Can you,
audible.
can you join through phone? You can click on the phone. I'm sending the link to in WhatsApp. You can join through phone.
Our president sir is there. Vijit, when is
Yes.
there?
President sir is there. President is the after president is the chief guest, so president lecture would be at the end. I think Srija, you can invite our another guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Mitra. Then Madam can speak if Madam audio can rectify. And as
All
when
right.
Madam you will be able to speak, you can speak, and then we can start your address. Okay, Srija, you please invite our guest of honors, Mr. Abhijit Mitra.
Yes, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Abhijit Mitra.
Hello, good morning to all of you. This is the third year that I'm attending this program on behalf of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Calcutta chapter. And fortunately, we are in touch with the HIT for all our programs in Calcutta. And also they have helped us in a large way in organizing seminars and also some of our technical lectures, which we normally hold in our auditorium in Jalapur University campus. And I need to tell all of you, all the students, your seniors who have passed out and also who are in the maybe the final year now, they have really participated and made our life much easier and also enjoyable in conducting the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering programs, particularly even in the cultural program, they have participated very well. It is an all-around support that we have received from you, and I hope all the student members will join us in our future programs. Maybe at this moment we are saddled with a COVID problem and we don't meet each other in person. Nevertheless, we have to adopt the new way of life, and maybe the things will ease out in a couple of months' time. And I was in discussion with Abhijit Ghosh. He is the secretary, All India Secretary of our institute, and I was discussing about last week that how we can get some eminent program personalities and help students. See, primary focus should be to build a future. We have, and our seniors, professors, they have done a lot for the institute, which we are enjoying. We are trying to do something for the future generation, and you will be taking over from us as the time passes. You'll be going to the industry, bring your knowledge, bring your expertise for the betterment of your future students. So I will hope that all of you will be joining Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers and take the baton from the present seniors and then take it forward, make India shine. And as you know, we are going for a total economic development, and we are going for a trillion country, one of the richest country in the world in future. That richness is not coming just because of money, but because of our innovative approach. Like my earlier speakers said, that don't take it low. We can do wonders. We have done it. We have shown to the world that we can fight the coronavirus equally well with the advanced technology which the advanced countries they are holding, and we can still come out on the top of the world in handling the coronavirus. And as I see as the day is progressing, we are more and more confident in coming back to the normal way of business in a very short time. And I hope Chemspark will energize the students and prepare them for the future and build a character in them so that they can shine in future. I wish all the best to all of you, and let's see, we will have a very absorbing sessions ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. M.K. Jha, President, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers and Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, NIT, Jalandhar.
Sir, kindly unmute.
Sir, please unmute, sir. President, sir, please unmute.
Sorry. So, Chairman Kalyan Bharti Trust, Sri Hari Krishna Chaudhary ji, Vikram India Limited, Chief Executive Officer Kalyan Bharti Trust, Sri Pradeep Kumar Agarwal ji, with whom we got an opportunity to interact during recently concluded ChemCon 2020 at Osmania University, Hyderabad, during one of the panel discussion. Vice President and in charge student chapter activities, Sri Parveen Saxena ji, guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Mitra ji, Principal, Heritage Institute of Technology, Professor Pranay Chaudhary, Swami ji, our very old friend, Honorary Secretary IICHE, Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, Chairperson Chemspark, Dr. Sugana Chatterjee, Faculty Coordinators Chemspark, Dr. Abhyuday Malik and Dr. Darpan Singh. It gives me immense pleasure to be associated with Chemspark 2021, being organized by Department of Chemical Engineering and Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, student chapter of Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata. This institute has emerged as a front-ranking academic institute in the eastern region of India within 2 decades since its inception, offering quality education in the field of engineering and technology. Indeed, the students of the Chemical Engineering Department coming out of the portals of this prestigious institute will be well resourced to face the challenges of the world. The alumni of this institute is holding very high prestigious positions around the world, which I have seen with the help of your website and all these things. Now I want
This conference will now be recorded.
Now I feel proud to reveal my special relationship with this institute. First time when I became National Executive Council member in my life in the year 2008 to 2010, I attended first council meeting at Heritage Institute of Technology during ChemCon 2007, that 60th annual session of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers and National Seminar on Emergence of Indian Chemical Industry as a Global Giant Vision 2020. Many sweet memories of that ChemCon 2007 I am carrying still. And again, I feel proud to share that as a president of ISCHE, I am attending the first official function at same Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata. So this is my special relationship with Heritage Institute. The organizers have selected very relevant theme during this program, how chemical engineering principles help the mankind in treatment of infectious disease, apart from to handle the problem of drinking water in this country. Although many speakers before me, like Praveen Saxena ji or our guest of honor, have very elaborately discussed, so I don't want to repeat all those things. I am confident that participants will learn a lot during invited expert lecture and will participate in various events such as essay competition, technical model, quiz competition, etc. The objective of our IICHE student chapter is to make, or you can say convert, a student into master student by enhancing a lot of personality development and technical development, you can say, so that to enhance their capacity building by organizing such type of events. Further, I would also like to have a close relationship with the management of this great institution for various academic and R&D activities with our chemical engineering department and Center for Energy and Environment. With this, I conclude my interaction and congratulate all of you for organizing Chemspark 2021 and convey my sincere thanks to management of this institution for inviting me to be a part of Chemspark 2021. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing us. Now, to share with us the details of the objective of the program, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sulagna Chatterjee, Head of the Department, Chemical Engineering and Program Chair. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Am I audible now? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
You have logged in by system. You have to log out from all system.
There's a lot of echo, and I cannot even hear myself. Hello. Ma'am, you are not audible now. Am I audible now? There's a lot of echo, and I cannot.
I think that she has some another device which is on.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, just log in from a single device because from the other device you are getting the feedback. Just log in from a single device.
Disconnect earlier one. Huh?
Hello. Hello. Yes, ma'am. Now,
Hello.
hello.
Yes,
Hello. Can you
now
hear
you are
me?
audible. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, it's better now. I'm sorry about all this, but I just could not log on to the meeting from my laptop and could not get unmuted, which is the reason all these problems came up. But I heard everyone before me, and I'm thankful that everyone is able to join and proceeds. All that program proceeded smoothly. So for my turn, which I should have been addressing all this in my time, I'm sorry I could not join or could not get myself unmuted. I'd like to repeat the same message that I had repeated before. I'd like to welcome everyone who have joined this virtual program. Its chief guest, Professor M.K. Jha, President IICHE, guests of honor, Mr. Praveen Saxena, who Vice President, Students Chapter Affairs, IICHE. He was there with us last year, and I'm happy to see you again this year. Guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Mitra, you were with us last year also. He's also honorary regional secretary, IICHE CRC. Our management executive director, KBT, Mr. Praveer Roy, chief executive officer, KBT, Mr. PK Agarwal, principal HIT, Professor Dr. Pranay Chaudhary, heads of department and faculty members of HIT, and above all, my dear students and all participants to this program. It's really my honor to host Chemspark 2021. This is the annual intercollegiate technical event of the Chemical Engineering Department at HIT for the third year in a row now. COVID 2020 pandemic did not stop us this time. It compelled us to explore the virtual option. And as a result, we are all here on screen today. I must admit that our CEO sir and principal sir showed such remarkable enthusiasm and support in extending their support to this program on this cold Sunday morning like today. I also take this moment to appreciate and thank the constant support provided to the department by top management throughout the crisis situation prevailing from last year. This year for Chemspark, we have about 80 participants from 6 colleges across the state. There are 2 workshops addressed by eminent scientists in their respective field, including our department alumnus, Mr. Subhadeep Ghosh, currently at ISRO. In line with previous Chemsparks, we have an essay competition, technical model competition, and a quiz competition. Uh, the chemical engineering faculty coordinators, Professor Obuday Mollik and Professor Glebayan Shen, did a remarkable job of putting it all together, all on in the virtual mode. It was not an easy task. And obviously, this was all done with the help of the biggest support we have from the departmental students who went out and extended a big hand in all of this. It's not easy duplicating a face-to-face event that we had been having for 3 years, and to get everything online, we tried to incorporate it. A lot of the events, some did get cancelled because of the situation as of this year. I hope this one-day program carried on in several parallel sessions will be a learning and enjoyable experience for all the participants, students who have really worked hard to make it a big success. I will not take too much of your time now. I thank everyone to be present today and extending their support to this program. And with this, I end my a few things that I have to say. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing us. It was a pleasure for us. Finally, to present us with a vote of thanks, I would like to welcome Devargo Mukherjee, Secretary, Chemspark 2021.
Thank you, Srija. Good morning to one and all present. I deem it a great honor to deliver the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our principal, Dr. Pranay Chaudhuri, the head of the Department of Chemical Engineering and chairperson for this event, Dr. Sulokna Chatterjee, the guests of honor, Mr. Praveen Saxena, Vice President, Student Chapter Affairs, IICHE, and CEO of Blast Carboblocks Private Limited, Mr. Abhijit Mitra, Honorary Regional Secretary of IICHE, CRC, Professor N.K. Jha, President of IICHE, and Professor of Department of Chemical Engineering, NIT Jalandhar, for their invaluable guidance and support. My heartfelt thanks to all the faculty coordinators, Dr. Abhyuday Malik and Dr. Daipayan Sen, who have helped us at each and every step and catalyzed our efforts. I would also like to thank the teachers who looked after the events. For inauguration and closing ceremony, Dr. Abhijit Ghosh; for Innovate, Dr. Diptendu Datta and Dr. Aparna Roy Sarkar; for Inquisition, Dr. Daipayan Sen and Dr. Abhyuday Malik; for Take and Type, Dr. Pinaki Bhattacharya and Dr. Swami Vedajananda; and for workshops, Dr. Sangeeta Bhattacharya and Dr. Pramita Sen. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the entire student organizing team led by convener Ritik Banerjee and treasurer Samagga Mukherjee to make this event a great success. Thank you.
With this, we would like to conclude the inauguration ceremony. To all the non-participants,
All the non-participants, I would like you to join us for the rest of the events on YouTube Live, and all the participants
Can you have a screenshot for
will be
this?
given subsequent links of their
Abhijit,
events.
Yes, sir. I
Thank you so
taken.
much.
you take a just a last final shot so that we can disperse now.
Yes, I have taken, sir. Screenshot.
Okay, thank you. Forward me on WhatsApp.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Amita, hi. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
How
Good
are you?
morning, sir. Yeah, I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Good, very good.
So you are in the department now?
Yeah, I just came here. Yes.
Okay.
So I'll wait for you to give me instructions and then we can start.
No, it's okay, sir. Just they will introduce you to the audience and then you can start.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Ritik,
Pleasure. Yes, sir.
Ritik,
Yes, ma'am.
please record the lecture, right? You have the
Yes.
permission to record, no?
Yes.
So while sir delivers the lecture, please record it.
Okay, ma'am.
So is it okay if we record?
Yeah, please.
Okay. let's wait while all of them join. Then
Sure.
most of them have joined, I think. How many more, Ritik?
A few more.
Okay.
We can. While we wait, shall we try to see if the slides can be shared? Or you want to do that later?
Yes, you can try.
The slide getting shared, Pramita?
Yes. It's visible.
Okay, great. So I'll stop this. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
And we had
Should we start?
start করে দিও. A very warm and pleasant morning to all the dignitaries, professors, my college mates, and participants. With great pleasure, I present to you the first event of Chemspark 3.2, Workshop 1, on the topic Chemical Engineering Principles in the Treatment of Infectious Disease. Our speaker for Workshop 1 is Professor Narendra M. Dikshit, Professor of the Department of Chemical Engineering, IISc Bangalore, and Chair, Center for Biosystems Science and Engineering, IISc Bangalore. Professor Dikshit completed his BTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Bombay in 1998, following which he pursued MS and PhD in Chemical Engineering from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. After receiving his PhD degree in 2002, he joined Los Alamos National Laboratory for pursuing postdoctoral research. He completed his postdoctoral research in 2004 and joined IISc Bangalore as a faculty in the Department of Chemical Engineering. Among the several honors and accolades received by him are the Excellence in Teaching Award from the School of Chemical Sciences, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign in 2000, Associate, Indian Academy of Sciences in 2008, Young Scientist Medal, Indian National Science Academy in 2010, and Senior Fellow, Wellcome Trust, DBT India Alliance in 2014. His research interests include the engineering of treatments and establishment of principles of the design of novel drugs and vaccines that could lead to improved healthcare. Professor Dikshit's team developed mathematical models and simulations of dynamics of infections caused by pathogens that provide a fundamental understanding of disease progression and provide a framework for rational therapy optimization with available drugs and facilitate identification of guidelines for the design of new drugs and vaccines. He has several publications in reputed international journals like Nature Communications, PNAS, PLOS Computational Biology, etc. Several of his path-breaking work have featured in the media like Hindu, Indian Express, Bangalore Mirror. On behalf of all at Chemspark, I would like to extend my gratitude to you, sir, for being here today and for sharing your invaluable expertise and guidance with all the students and participants. I would now request you, sir, to proceed with the event. Thank you, sir.
Ritvik, thank you very much for those very kind words. Morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure, a privilege, and an honor for me to be a part of this event. Before I proceed, I just want to make sure I'm audible. People able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So first of all, thanks to Dr. Pramita and Dr. Sulagna Chatterjee for this very kind invitation. It's, as I said, a delight for me to be part of this event. I didn't realize that this event has been going on for the last 3 years, and it's tremendous that all of you have taken the trouble to organize it online this year, even as we suffer the onslaught of the pandemic. So what I thought I'd do today, as I was told that this is a workshop, is to give ourselves a glimpse of the opportunity that chemical engineering presents in terms of its reach going beyond the classical areas that we have all become used to learning. Our own group at IISc, as Ritvik very elegantly summarized, works on models and simulations of infectious diseases with the aim to see if we can improve the conditions of our populations in terms of how we combat these infections. So what I thought I'd do is take a couple of examples from our own work and illustrate the use of chemical engineering principles in achieving a goal like this. So I realized that we are running quite a bit late given the schedules that you had earlier planned. So I request the organizers to please give me a heads up whenever I'm supposed to stop. Do I know how much time I have? Everybody?
Ritik, do we have 1 hour? I guess it was 9:40 to 10:40. So right now I think it's
already 10, so I thought I'd
so
ask.
get till 11:05, I guess. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can stop me earlier if you feel I'm running. Yeah. So
Anyway, 1 hour for the. It was 9:40 to 10:40, so we are running almost 20 minutes late, I guess.
I'll try to see if I can keep it.
No, it's fine.
So let me share my slides now and get started. So my slides visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So now I've lost the ability to see all of you. So please feel free to interrupt me. I'm only able to see my own slides here on this desktop. So this, the backdrop, is our beautiful Indian Institute of Science main building. It's a charming campus. So when all of you have the opportunity to travel again, I invite you all to come and visit. So let me get started with my talk. I'm going to try and see if we could cover 3 things. I'm going to keep my talk restricted to one infectious disease, hepatitis C, just to save some time in trying to introduce the biology associated with the disease. But as you will see, the principles that we're going to try and learn are applicable to other infections like HIV and even to SARS-CoV-2. Then I will talk about 2 concepts which we are used to thinking about as chemical engineers: species balances, and I'll show how some of this is useful in understanding a treatment-induced side effect associated with treating hepatitis C and how that can then be used to optimize treatments. And the second issue I'm going to look at are reaction networks, which again, as chemical engineers, we must be used to thinking about. Talk about drug synergy a little bit and then treatment optimization. And here we'll look at bistability in these reaction networks, which is a concept that many of you might have heard in designing non-isothermal CSTRs. So let me get started. Just to give you a scale of the problem, this map shows the prevalence of hepatitis C all over the world. There are about 130, or maybe now it's a little bit smaller, or 1 million people infected globally. It's everywhere, including in India. And what happens when people get this infection? This is first a life cycle of the disease. This is the virus. It's a cartoon of the virus, of course. It's approximately, it's 100-ish nanometer particle, maybe slightly smaller, 50, 60 nanometers. By the way, are people able to see my pointer?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is a cartoon of a section of a liver cell called a hepatocyte, which this virus infects. So the way it works is it binds, the virus has some proteins on its surface. The proteins bind to certain other receptors on the cell surface. Following this, the virus is internalized. There it releases its genomic content. It's in the form of an RNA strand. This RNA strand gets made into many copies of itself and also is translated into proteins. Now, there are several proteins that this virus genome codes for, about 10 of them. Some of them are involved in forming the structure of the virus, and others are involved in preventing the defense mechanisms of the cell from destroying the virus. So together, many new viral particles are produced. These genomic copies are encased in proteins that form coats of the virus, and then these viruses then bud out of the cell. In this way, each cell can make many hundreds to thousands of copies of these viruses. These viruses can then go and infect other cells. Now, what happens to these cells which get infected by the viruses? This, remember, as I said, is the hepatocyte. It's supposed to perform functions of the liver. Now, its resources get diverted, and it's therefore no longer able to perform its normal functions as a liver cell. So the liver gets compromised. These cells also die now much faster than otherwise. And as more and more of these cells get infected by the virus, the performance of the liver gets severely compromised and one suffers a serious disease. So this is the progression of the disease. This is a normal healthy liver. When you get an infection, in about 20% of the cases, the infection is naturally gotten rid of by the body. The body has some defense mechanisms that can fight it off. But in 80% of the cases, the disease turns chronic, which means that you're now left with the disease, if left untreated, for many tens of years. Gradually though, as this disease progresses, the liver gets more and more damaged and reaches a condition called cirrhosis and eventually liver cancer. At this point, the liver has to be transplanted. And even after transplantation, it's not obvious that the functions of the liver are fully restored because the disease can often reoccur. And then, of course, it becomes very difficult to deal with the condition. So this is the normal course of disease. The way this is addressed is that people who are infected are subjected to treatments. There are many lines of treatments that are available. Today, the disease has become much more easy to deal with than even 10 years ago. And this is thanks to many new drugs that have been developed. What I will do today is talk about one line of treatment which is still prevalent in a large part of the world, and it works only partially. And this line of treatment is called interferon-based treatments. So interferon, I will describe in the later slides what it's supposed to do. But what happens is the following. When a person comes to the clinic with an infection, they can be subjected as one line of treatment to interferon-based therapy. Now, this interferon is given weekly along with another drug called ribavirin. So this is a combination treatment. And when one is administered this treatment, the following can happen. What is shown here on the left side is the concentration of the virus in the blood of an infected person subjected to this particular treatment. And on the x-axis is the weeks following the start of the treatment. So until you start treatment, the virus remains at a fairly high level. This is, remember, a log scale. Quite a bit of virus is present. Once you start treatment, the virus levels start coming down. And if you're lucky, the virus goes undetectable and then never recurs even after you stop treatment. So this treatment goes on for 48 weeks. So it's a very long treatment, 1 year. Of course, today, as I said, there are better treatments that have come up. But I'm sticking to this particular example because it's illustrative of many chemical engineering principles, as you will see going down. So then you have what is called a sustained virological response. But unfortunately, not everybody treated with this line of treatment succeeds in getting rid of the infection like this. Many people, after the treatment is stopped, can have a relapse of the infection and the virus goes right back to where it was before the treatment was started. In some other people, the treatment is only partially successful. So the virus level comes down but doesn't get eliminated, remains detectable, and when the treatment is stopped, can go right back. And in yet others, the treatment is almost not doing anything. So the virus levels don't drop at all or barely drop, and then the virus remains high, goes back to its pre-treatment state once the treatment is stopped. So this, when you now look at all the people who suffer these kinds of outcomes, one finds that this treatment is able to cure around 40 to 50% of the people. New drugs, as I said, have been invented. One of the first new drugs that came up was something called teloprevir. And what's interesting is the following. When this drug was used, nobody responded by itself. Right? So as a single drug, it did not do much. But when it was combined with interferon and ribavirin, when 3 drugs were used, suddenly this response went up to 70 to 80%. So this was very hopeful, and therefore the thought at that time, I'm talking now of about 8 years ago, the thought at that time was to see if this number could be raised up to 100%. So several questions come up when you look at this particular slide. The questions that one can ask are the following. How can these response rates to therapy be improved? Even more fundamentally, what underlies the failure of interferon-based therapy? Why does it work in only 40%? And then, how does this new drug, which by itself does not do anything, help in improving these response rates? This concept is called synergy, where the sum is or the whole is more than the sum of the parts. Right? So, how does this synergy come about? So these are the questions that I will try and see if I can answer in the next 40-45 minutes or so. So let me look at trying to improve response rates in the first place. So this is now one way to do this. So if you remember, if you go to the clinic and you have a disease, maybe a bacterial infection, etc., the doctor gives you a certain dose. And if it doesn't help you within the next 2-3 days, what the doctor does, one of the first things the doctors do is they increase the dose. So that was tried here. And what happened was, if you increase the interferon dosage, nothing really mattered. It didn't change very much. But luckily, if you increase the ribavirin dosage, which is the other drug that is used in combination with interferon, then you found a significant improvement in the response. So whereas 40% people were responding to 800 milligrams per day, when this was increased to 1000 to 1200 milligrams per day, that number went up to 52%. So many more people began responding. So the obvious question to ask is, can this number be increased? Can I go to 2000 mg per day and hope that everybody gets cured of this infection? Unfortunately, that's not possible because this drug, this ribavirin, causes anemia. It has a serious side effect. So what is shown here is hemoglobin, which is what is indicative of your red blood cell concentrations and therefore is also indicative of the energy levels that one has. Right? So what happens when you do that? When you administer ribavirin, is that gradually the hemoglobin levels start coming down. This is normal hemoglobin. They keep coming down, and within 4 weeks or so, they come down to a point where the person becomes so weak that they cannot take the treatment anymore. And this condition is actually pretty nasty. And in fact, it's often so bad that people have actually made cartoons about it. So here's a cartoon associated with side effects. So this says, listen, when the side effects of this medication kick in, you'll forget what was wrong in the first place. Right? So it's not obvious that one can improve the conditions of people here by simply increasing dosages. So the question that we were after was, how does this side effect come about? What's the maximum side effect that is tolerable? And how one can decide what drugs to use so that that side effect remains tolerable and yet the disease is best addressed. The outcomes of the treatment are maximized. So for that, we looked at the current understanding of the effect of ribavirin on red blood cell dynamics and tried to explain the loss of hemoglobin that was seen as a result of the side effect of this treatment. When you see this slide, you'll realize that we are now beginning to think of this whole problem as something that happens in a reactor, right? So I'm going to think about blood. Inside the blood are red blood cells, and this whole assembly for me is a reactor. The red blood cell concentration in the blood is maintained by the production of these red blood cells from our bone marrows and the death of these red blood cells, which now are in balance. Any deviation from this steady state is rectified by a feedback mechanism which the blood has going back to the bone marrow. So if this number decreases, the bone marrow increases the production, and if this number increases, the bone marrow suppresses the production of these red blood cells so that the overall red blood cell concentration in the blood is maintained. This is what happens in a healthy individual or a person who is not subjected to ribavirin therapy. What happens when you now subject this person to ribavirin therapy? So this blood now has ribavirin in it because it's being continuously administered. So there is a steady concentration of ribavirin in the blood. This ribavirin can actually, it turns out, get inside red blood cells. Inside the red blood cells, this ribavirin, there are transporter molecules which do that. They can quickly equilibrate the concentrations of ribavirin inside and outside the red blood cells. Inside the red blood cells, this ribavirin gets phosphorylated. into its monophosphorylated analog, diphosphorylated, and triphosphorylated analog. It turns out red blood cells do not have enzymes that can rapidly dephosphorylate these phosphorylated analogs. So these phosphorylated analogs build up inside these red blood cells. And when a sufficient concentration of these phosphorylated analogs builds up inside the red blood cells, these red blood cells die. So what you therefore have is an increased death of these red blood cells. Now this triggers a feedback mechanism and the production of these red blood cells increases. So now you have a new state where you have heightened production, heightened death, and a feedback that increases the production in response to this heightened death. A new steady state might be reached, and that defines the extent of the side effect as a result of this ribavirin administration. So how do we quantify this? Remember that this is now a more complicated problem because red blood cells are continuously coming into the bloodstream. There is a dynamics associated with this phosphorylation process. So when a new red blood cell comes in, there is ribavirin in the blood that is present at a certain concentration. This ribavirin gets inside the cells and gradually increases the phosphorylated analogs and therefore increases the death rate of these cells. Now different cells that have been around in the bloodstream for different amounts of time will therefore have different extents of these phosphorylated analogs and therefore will die at different rates. So this makes this whole problem one of understanding populations and therefore balances between populations as they traffic through this bloodstream or this reactor, accumulating more and more of these phosphorylated analogs. So how do you think about this problem? This was the problem that we were looking at. So we said, let's look at the fate of one cell, one red blood cell, going from time t to time t plus delta t. So you'll realize this has very close parallels to shell balances that we might do in our undergraduate transport and reaction courses. So how do I think about a cell? It's exposed, of course, to some extracellular ribavirin. This is in equilibrium with intracellular ribavirin, and this ribavirin now is also phosphorylated into its phosphorylated analogs. So if I write Cp, Cc, and Cc as the concentrations of these species, extracellular, intracellular ribavirin, and the phosphorylated analogs all put together, if I wait, now if I look at what happens to this cell as I go from time t to time t plus delta t, it could suffer two fates. One is that the cell could just die. The other is that inside here, the phosphorylated analogs could increase in concentration because of this continued phosphorylation, and I end up with a new concentration C prime. So when one writes balances looking at populations of cells containing different concentrations of these phosphorylated analogs, then one can show that you get an equation like this. So I'm defining here n of C comma T into delta. So there's the number of cells at time t in the blood carrying ribavirin phosphorylated analogs at concentrations lying in the window C and C plus delta C. So you write these mass balances, species balances, and you can show that this number density will change as a function of time as a result of what would be a drift or a convection term, which takes you from this state to this state, and a reaction term or a death term which eliminates this species. So this is classical reaction convection type equations. So you can now write boundary and initial conditions for this reaction and try and see if one can solve this. So very quickly I'll close the equation formalisms. This is the transition term which involves phosphorylation and dephosphorylation of these ribavirin phosphorylated analogs. One has to also look at the intracellular concentration of the drug, which is in equilibrium with the extracellular concentration of the drug because the transporter molecules are very quick, and this then increases in an exponential manner based on dosing. T equal to 0 is the start of treatment, right? So the concentration in the blood increases exponentially and saturates. There's a death rate that is associated with accumulating intracellular concentrations, and these have been measured in independent experiments, and a form like this has been identified. This is the feedback mechanism that I talked about. This is a feedback based on the total concentration of red blood cells in the blood. So as this is the total concentration, integrating over all concentrations that are possible of the ribavirin phosphorylated analogs. So as this number density increases, the production rate drops. As this number density decreases, the production rate increases. This is the maximum production rate that the bone marrow can afford, and theta here is the number density of these red blood cells at which this production is half maximal. Now these are the initial and boundary conditions. At the start of treatment, No cells have any ribavirin in them, so you have a delta function at C equal to 0. And at all times later, newly produced cells have 0 concentrations of ribavirin. So these are standard conditions. Once you have these things now, the set of equations is closed. You can solve this. The solution techniques are involved, but one can go through them. Here's what you find when you solve these equations. What is shown here is a change in hemoglobin level. Now, hemoglobin is directly proportional to the red blood cell numbers. That's hemoglobin. And on the right y-axis here is the average concentration of ribavirin inside cells in the blood at any given point in time. And x-axis is the time under therapy. In the inset are shown the production and death rates of ribavirin, which incorporates the accumulation of ribavirin and the feedback, etc. So what happens? Initially, the hemoglobin, there's no change. The hemoglobin is at steady state. So this is the change in hemoglobin. It's at 0. There's no ribavirin in the system. You've just begun treatment. That number is 0. With time, ribavirin accumulates. When this accumulation, of course, the production and death rates of these cells are also in balance. So you have a steady concentration of hemoglobin in the blood. So when ribavirin begins to accumulate, that increases the death rate of cells. When this happens, the hemoglobin levels drop. This triggers a feedback mechanism and the production rates increase. Now, gradually, the production and death rates reach a balance. A new steady state is reached. Hemoglobin reaches a new steady state, which is much lower than what it was at the start of treatment. And then the concentration of the ribavirin inside cells also reaches a steady state. This is the average concentration, of course. And so now what you have is the drop in hemoglobin level that one has suffered as a consequence of a certain dose of ribavirin that has been used to bring about this change or to effect some treatment effects. So this now is the description of what happens as a consequence of this treatment. Is this even consistent with what happens with data? So here is data in people. The symbols are measurements across many individuals averaged out for a given dose of this ribavirin. And the green symbols here, again plotted on the right y-axis, are concentrations of this drug in the plasma, in the blood. So what you can see is that this model is actually able to capture these observations quite accurately. So it's giving us a robust description of what happens as a result of this ribavirin administration in terms of reducing hemoglobin levels. So now we can go and ask how much of an increase in ribavirin dosage can be tolerated. So people know independently how much hemoglobin decrease is tolerated by people. And so we can now predict that. So here is the final hemoglobin level as a function of the ribavirin concentration, right, in the blood. And what you find is, of course, as you would expect, as the ribavirin concentration increases, the final hemoglobin level drops. And what clinicians will tell us is that this is the amount of hemoglobin, 10 grams per deciliter, that is the lowest that people can survive with. Anything below that would require one to stop treatment, because that then makes people feel so weak that they cannot tolerate the treatment anymore. Now, what we found is that at this concentration, for this hemoglobin level, this is the concentration of the drug that was tolerable. Now, it turns out that this was much higher than the drug levels that were previously used. Remember, I showed you something around 7.5. So what this calculation told us is that one could actually increase the treatment intensity with ribavirin and hope that one could maximize the outcome of this treatment of combining interferon and ribavirin. Of course, what we also learned was that the gain was not going to be dramatic, in the sense that if 40-50% people were responding to the current dosages of interferon and ribavirin, increasing ribavirin to these levels would give us slightly more, maybe 50-60% people responding, but it was not something that was taking us to 100%. So then something had to be done with a more fundamental ingredient in this response, which is interferon. So in the next part of the talk, I'll try and see if I can look at what interferons do. This is a cartoon of what interferons do. This is again a section of a liver cell that's infected by this virus, hepatitis C. What happens when the cell is infected, as I said, is its genome gets released, and many copies are getting made now of this genome inside the cell. One of the intermediates in this replication process is what is called as a double-stranded RNA. So this hepatitis C RNA gets complexed with its negative strand, and you form this double-stranded RNA. So inside these double-stranded RNAs, it turns out, are usually made by foreign entities which enter cells. So our cells have defense mechanisms. There are sentinel molecules that can sense these double-stranded RNA molecules, and those molecules that trigger the production of interferon. So this is a molecule that's actually produced by our body. This molecule is secreted out after it is produced, and this secreted molecule, it turns out, can bind to a molecule, a protein or a receptor that is expressed on the same cell and also other neighboring cells. Now, when this binding happens, this is an interferon receptor. When this binding happens, a series of chemical reactions get triggered. These are called signaling reactions, and that culminates in the expression of a large number of proteins. This expression is, or this whole signaling cascade has been referred to commonly as the JAK-STAT pathway. So this pathway now triggers the expression of several hundred interferon stimulated genes or interferon stimulated proteins, and these proteins have this interesting role that they collectively stop this virus replication. They transform the cell into what is called as an antiviral state. This replication cannot be sustained anymore, and many times these cells thus get healed. This is therefore a natural defense mechanism of the body. Unfortunately, this is obviously not working because the virus infection turns chronic. So people have thought about why that happens. It turns out in many cases these sentinel molecules don't work. There are some other mechanisms with which the virus hijacks this interferon system, and I'll talk about that in the next few slides. And as a result, interferon is actually not secreted as much as you would like. So to compensate for this lack of secretion of interferon, or lack of production of interferon in the body, interferon is added as part of treatment. So when you do that, you bypass this particular step. This reaction pathway is still triggered. The JAK-STAT pathway gets turned on when you add treatment, and then you're supposed to express a lot of these proteins and get rid of this virus. So this, as I said, works in about 50% of the people. And so the big puzzle is what happens with the remaining 50%. So that, luckily for us, has been studied in terms of its biology quite well. So let me describe how that works. So it turns out the virus has an interesting mechanism with which it can prevent this effect of interferon. So as I said, interferons are triggered, the JAK-STAT pathway comes on and produces interferon stimulated genes which block this replication process of the virus. One of these interferon stimulated genes is something called protein kinase R. In short, PKR. Now, this virus has a way of hijacking this whole effect of the interferon stimulated genes through PKR, and it's an interesting mechanism which I'll now describe very briefly. Translation of these proteins, which is what is required for expressing these genes, is triggered or it requires a molecule called eif2 alpha GTP. So I'm going to use a few names here. They're not important. Just remember that there's this protein. Every time these ISGs are translated, this protein is hydrolyzed. So the GTP gets hydrolyzed to GDP. Now this GDP form of this protein is incapable of sustaining this particular translational process. So the body has a mechanism of recycling this GDP to GTP. And that is catalyzed by an enzyme called EIF2B, yet another name. Right? So there's this protein that gets hydrolyzed every time this protein is produced, and this hydrolyzed version is recycled back by this enzyme EIF2B. Now this sustains this translation. So you can go on producing these ISGs and they will then control virus replication. So what does the virus do? In the presence of this double-stranded RNA of the virus, it turns out this PKR can actually get dimerized. It doesn't do that if this RNA is not there. And when this is dimerized, it can also get phosphorylated. Now, this phosphorylated dimerized PKR, it turns out, can phosphorylate this EIF2 alpha GDP, the hydrolyzed version. And when this entity is phosphorylated, it can no longer be recycled back to GTP. Right? Instead, what it does is it binds to this EIF2B and sequesters it. So two things are going on. This hydrolyzed version is no longer capable of being recycled, and therefore the concentration of this entity starts coming down. Further, the enzyme that is capable of recycling these unhydrolyzed forms is now being removed or sequestered by this phosphorylated entity. So even the remaining ones are now no longer recycled back. So this triggers a huge drop of the concentration of these EIF2 alpha GTP proteins. This prevents the translation of these ISGs. So the ISG concentrations decrease. They can therefore no longer suppress the virus, and the virus then thrives. So this is this beautiful mechanism with which the virus has managed to hijack the interferon system and continue to replicate inside these cells. So this is a beautiful explanation that was given by biologists, and they painstakingly identified each of the steps here. What is interesting is this tells us why interferon treatment should fail. Right? But what's even more interesting, or to me at least, what's even more interesting is why does this interferon system even succeed when this mechanism of subverting the interferon system has been well established and is supposed to work? So we started thinking about why interferon even works in the first place. And we thought that the answer must come from an understanding of this network that goes beyond this descriptive understanding of the biology. We thought a little harder and we recognized that what was going on here was a systems level property that was deciding what would happen with interferon treatment. So if you looked at that network a little more carefully, you will realize that there is at play what we would call a double negative feedback loop. So how does this thing work? The interferon system is supposed to suppress virus replication. But the virus now, through the PKR mechanism, is actually suppressing the production of these interferon proteins. So A blocks B and B blocks A. This is a classical double negative feedback system. And this system, you will appreciate, will have two states that are equally likely. There are two stable steady states that the system admits. In one system, in one steady state, the interferon system should overpower the virus. Right? So this system dominates, this level comes down, and this arm of the feedback is weak. So this is the case where the system effects a cure, the interferon system effects a cure. The other steady state is where the interferon system is hijacked by the virus. This arm dominates, this arm gets weakened, and you therefore have the virus thriving. Both these states are actually outcomes of the same system. So the question then is, which one is realized when and why? So when the first outcome is realized, you get cure, and the second outcome is realized, you actually get or failure of treatment, right? So this is now therefore underlying fundamentally the success or failure of this treatment. Of course, what I've said now is in words. Does this really play out when we set all the equations down, when we look at all the reactions, look at the rates, and then start predicting the outcomes of the system? Do we actually see these two states playing out? So we did that next, and I'm going to, in the next few minutes, try and go through very briefly the modeling framework that we set up to test whether this biostability is at play. So we'll build the system one by one. The first system to look at, the first subsystem to look at is the virus replication system. These are the positive strand RNAs as they're called, and they replicate and form negative strand RNAs, which then complex with the positive strand RNAs and form these double-stranded RNAs. Right? So one can write down expressions for the proliferation or the replication of these positive strand, negative strand RNAs, and therefore these are concentration terms. The positive strand RNAs are produced by the copying of the negative strand RNAs. The negative ones are produced by the copying of the positive strand RNAs. These are the copying terms. And this is a term that limits the total populations of these RNAs based on resource constraints. And then, of course, there are degradation terms of these molecules. What happens in the presence of these ISG proteins? So I'm now building this network backwards. ISG proteins suppress this replication. Right? So one can imagine that if you have a certain concentration of these ISGs, then this replication term is going to be reduced in this manner. Some Michaelis-Menten type form or Hill function type form. Some of the ISGs, of course, also can directly destroy these proteins. So those effects are also known. How are these ISGs produced now? This number has to be defined, right? And so then one has to go back to the interferon signaling pathway, the production of these mRNAs, and these then translating into proteins. So one can go backwards like this and keep constructing descriptions of each of these steps in simple mathematical forms, which are accepted as the ways in which these events must be described. So you will find here the EIF2 alpha showing up. This then has to be described in terms of its phosphorylation, the EIF2B proteins, etc. So one can set down all of these equations. When you finish all of them, it turns out you get around 30-35 equations, and there are several parameters involved. We can solve those equations. We identified those parameters Of course, there was a painstaking process through the study of a lot of the literature. And finally, we have a model that we can now actually solve. And we therefore asked whether we can elucidate or identify the existence of these two steady states that I hypothesized in the earlier slides. So how do we test that? So we test that in the following way. To check whether there's bistability, what we did was we solved those equations by first eliminating one of the feedback arms. So in this particular case, suppose we assume that the feedback arm of the virus suppressing the interferon genes is no longer there, right? And then ask for different levels of interferon, what's the level of the virus that one finds? Right? So that's what is predicted here on this left side as the red curve. So this is the amount of the virus that will be there as a function of these IST proteins. These are directly proportional to the interferon levels. So as the IST proteins rise, of course, you'll find that they suppress this virus more and more. So the virus levels come down. These are steady state calculations. And eventually, you can't sustain the virus anymore. So the virus gets completely eliminated. So that's what happens with this arm. You can perform the opposite calculation where you prevent this feedback arm, which is that you're now no longer allowing the IST proteins to suppress the virus. And instead, you ask now for different levels of the virus, how much of these IST proteins are likely to be there. So that's shown here in the blue curve. So as your virus levels increase, you would expect the IST levels to decrease, and that's indeed what you see here. So this is now a negative slope here. So as the virus levels increase, these numbers come down. So what happens when both the arms are active? Right? This is the real system. So when both the arms are active, this system can exist at states where the effects of the two arms are balanced. That happens when these two curves intersect, right? And when you look at the intersections, you find that there are 3 points of intersection. There's an intersection here, an intersection here, and an intersection here. So these are the 3 states, steady states, that this system can admit. So we looked at what these steady states are. It turns out so I'm marking these steady states as Q1, Q2, and Q3. This intermediate steady state is actually an unstable steady state, and the states Q1 and Q3 are stable steady states. So how you arrive at the conclusion is something that I'm not going to go into in today's talk. Let's look at what these steady states are. Q1. This is the state where the IST proteins are very low and the virus levels are very high. So this is the steady state where the interferon system has been subverted by the virus. Q3 is the opposite, the other steady state, where the virus levels are no longer there, they're eliminated, and the interferon levels the IST protein levels are very high. So here the interferon system has managed to eliminate this particular virus. This intermediate state describes, this is an unstable state, sorry. This describes which of these two steady states will be achieved based on initial conditions. So if you're roughly on this side of this unstable state, you would jump into this steady state. On the other hand, if you're on this side of the initial, unstable state, you would culminate in this particular steady state, right? So now that should be the initial condition that defines which of these states you achieve. So what this is telling us, at least in principle, that this is called bistability, the existence of two stable steady states, and you will see this, as I said, in non-isothermal CSTRs. This exists now. This virus has actually introduced this bistability. This state this state was otherwise not there, right? So now the question is, when do you realize which state? And of course, whether first of all these states are realized in experiments. This is now still a calculation. So how do you test whether these states are there in experiments? So that, as I said, is determined by initial conditions. So if you start out your system with high interferon levels, then you would clear the virus. If you start out with high virus levels and then subject the system to interferon treatments, the virus cannot be cleared by the interferon system. So that's the prediction of this bistability. And so this can be tested in experiments. So our collaborators actually tested this. So what you do now is take the same system where you can expose cells to these viruses. But what you do is add interferon to the system at different times post exposure of the virus. And what you find is very interesting. So when your exposure to what is shown here is viruses at the end of 16 hours after the exposure to interferon. And if you add interferon late, then you can't get rid of the virus. The virus levels are very high. And this is now showing you the level of interferon stimulated proteins. So when you add interferon early, these proteins are high, and when you add them late, they're not expressed, even though there is high amounts of interferon there. So the protein expression has been hijacked now by the virus. So this was proof that the system actually exhibited this biostability, and you can test it even further by actually completely physically eliminating this feedback arm. So you can introduce molecules that will block this feedback, and then you can show, because the virus is no longer able to hijack the interferon system, that the virus levels are low even when you add interferon late, right? So this is basically telling us that these two states exist and that they can be manipulated, or the realization of those states can be manipulated by changing when interferon is administered versus when the virus infects the cell. And we could actually now come, so this is just showing you that our model does well in predicting the outcomes of these experiments. So the orange symbols are our model predictions and the green are those experiments. So we have some control over what the interferon system does. So what happens now when you look at treatments? This was at the single cell level. When you look at treatments, of course, what happens? There are populations. Now, because of these two stable states, you find that the populations behave in 3 different ways. That's interesting why the 3 different ways come up. Different cells have subtly different expression levels, let's say, of various entities that are involved in the interferon regulatory system. So cells may have slightly higher levels of the interferon receptors, slightly higher levels of the sentinel molecules, slightly higher levels of ISG protein expression levels, etc., or slightly lower ones of all of those. So collectively, therefore, one can imagine that interferon effectiveness, if I were to use that word, has a spectrum, has a variability across cells in any given individual. And what you can find by applying this very model is the following. If your interferon effectiveness is very low, right, then the interferon system cannot eliminate the virus. The only steady state that such cells admit are the ones where the virus thrives, interferon doesn't work. So these cells are called interferon refractory cells. There are other cells where the interferon effectiveness is very high. In these cells, the steady state where the virus thrives gets eliminated. It's no longer admissible. And these cells will always recover from the infection, no matter when they're exposed to interferon. And somewhere in between, you have bistable cells. These cells admit both states. The effect of interferon here is comparable to the effect of the virus. And therefore, the state that you realize will depend on the initial conditions. If your initial conditions are below this unstable boundary, then you come here. If they're above, you go here. Right? So these are now the 3 kinds of cells that you will have in the liver of an infected individual. And now we ask what happens to these cells when they're subjected to the virus infection and to interferon treatment. So this is a cartoon that shows the dynamics of this infection in the body of an infected individual. These are the 3 types of cells. Target cells, which are uninfected, of type 1, which are refractory to interferon. They will get infected. They of course proliferate. They're produced. They die. They see the virus and they get infected. These infected cells also proliferate. They die and they produce viruses. And these viruses can continue to infect these cells and they can also be cleared from circulation. This is the basic dynamics. This is what happens with the second category of cells, the biostable cells, which are called T2. They're produced, they die, they proliferate, they see the virus. Now, they cannot get infected if they are subjected to interferon treatment before they see the virus, because that's now the way in which the initial condition has been tilted. You have interferon exposed, maybe cells are exposed to interferon before they see the virus. So no new infections are possible after the interferon treatment is started. But if the cells were already infected, they would continue to produce the virus because they are now then seeing interferon much later than the virus, and the interferon is therefore unlikely to effect any cure of these cells. Third kind of cells, the ones that only admit the interferon success state. The virus doesn't thrive in these cells. So these cells don't get infected, and if there are infected cells at the time of treatment, they get healed, they stop producing the virus. So these are the 3 kinds of cells. So now what one can do is write again, similarly, population dynamics equations for the populations of each of these cells and look at their dynamics and predict how the virus levels will change as a function of interferon treatment. So here are typical changes or concentrations of the virus as a function of time under treatment. And these different color symbols represent different infected individuals. And our model predictions or fits of our model to these data sets are shown in these lines, similarly colored lines. So what's different between these individuals? These are characteristic of the differences that I mentioned in my early slides, describing the different outcomes that you see with interferon treatment. These are people who achieve SVRs or sustained virological responses. They completely get rid of the infection. These are people who show partial responses, and these are people who show almost no responses. Hardly any change in the virus happens. And what we can show is that these three different outcomes can be recapitulated by simply in our model altering the fractions of the cells that belong to these different subpopulations. In fact, the higher the fraction that belongs to this population, the worse the response is to interferon treatment. So here, as you go from cure to almost no effect of interferon treatment, you find that the fraction of cells that belong to that refractory category continuously increase. And if you, of course, have all cells refractory, interferon has no effect. This is, of course, a hypothetical scenario. Right. So what this is telling us is the way to improve the outcomes of these treatments is to change the fractions of these populations. If you can reduce this population, then you can actually effect a cure. So the next question we ask is whether that's what happens when you have these other drugs, teriparatide, which were not doing much by themselves. Right. So this is just telling you that you can also show using some dynamical systems analysis that when this fraction comes below a critical threshold, then you get cure. Otherwise, there's always persistence. So let's look at what happens with this drug called teriparatide, or these are in general called direct-acting antivirals, because they influence viral proteins directly as opposed to interferon, which and ribavirin, which are supposed to upregulate our body's immune mechanisms. So this teriparatide drug, as I mentioned, doesn't do much by itself. What does it do? It actually, it's designed to block some viral protein that is responsible for this replication process. So if it doesn't do much by itself, it means that this is not adequate for these cells to become completely healed from this infection. So the virus continues to replicate. Maybe there is a little bit of a reduction in the replication process because of this virus, but it's not good enough. Right? So that's the problem. Now, what happens when this system is subjected to interferon? Right? So here's what happens. So what happens if you now look at somebody who doesn't respond to interferon treatment? You have this double negative feedback loop, as I mentioned. Interferon systems are supposed to suppress this replication, and this virus, of course, hijacking the interferon system. So this system doesn't really work sometimes, right? But now you think of both these drugs present in combination. So the direct-acting antivirals reduce virus replication a little bit. Right? What happens then? When this reduction happens, the ability of the virus to suppress the interferon system comes down because you have less of these hijacking the interferon system. When that happens, interferon gains an upper hand. It can then overcome the effect of the virus suppressing the interferon system and drive the system from this steady state to this steady state. In effect, if you now repeat these calculations of, you remember these curves, right? If you repeat these calculations in the presence of this drug, you'll find that these curves split apart. So for any given interferon level, you now have much less of the virus and therefore much less of the suppression of interferon because of these viruses. So these curves can actually separate out. And when that happens, this refractory state no longer is admissible. And suddenly the only state that the system can go to is the cure state. So you now, because of the interactions of these drugs, because of the synergy between them, make this state the only state that the system can access and therefore effect a cure. This could not have happened with one of these, either of these drugs by themselves, but when they are used in combination, this happens. And this is how we believe this cure rate is improved. Right? So this, as I said, also this explains what happens. It's altering the network properties of the system and therefore affecting the cure. Of course, one would have liked this whole mechanism to be exploited even further. Remember, I showed you that this brought about an increase of treatment going from, or an increase of treatment response going from about 40 to 50% to 70%. Of course, the goal would be to take this all the way to 100%. We want everybody to respond. So unfortunately, again, one could think about increasing the dosage of this teriparatide. We cannot increase the dosages of these two drugs as I showed you already, but suppose you increase the dosage of teriparatide, what happens? So that unfortunately also only works to a limited extent. I don't have the time to go through this problem, but this is a problem that Dr. Pramita Sen addressed in our group while she was here as a postdoc. And what she and another student, Ananya Saha, showed is that you can, as you increase the drugs, of course, the efficacy of the combination goes up. So this is now drug 1, drug 2. This could be interferon, this could be telaprevir. As you increase the dosages, the efficacy goes up, but then their ability to synergize gets compromised. So this is the level of synergy that you would get, which is the effect that you predict would happen over and above the individual effects of these two drugs. So that's the extent of synergy. So what you find is that the synergy, interestingly, so this heat map basically tells you this low efficacy, high efficacy, low synergy, high synergy. So you find the maximum amount of synergy available to you at intermediate levels of the drugs. If you keep on increasing the drug dosages, then your ability to harness the synergy comes down. So then this basically implies that you're subject again to large side effects, and therefore increasing these concentrations arbitrarily was not possible. So now they're after further incorporating the side effects of telaprevir and then asking whether it's possible to come up with more optimized treatment protocols. So those are the things that I wanted to talk about. Let me see if I can summarize what I have said. So here's an outlook based on all the things that I talked about. We're looking at treatment response. And as I said, it of course depends on interferon effectiveness. The larger the interferon effectiveness, the better your treatment response is. This will have some profile like this, and our goal is to improve or maximize this treatment response. So how do you do that? This is a simplistic view. Many factors are involved, as I said. Interferon effectiveness, as I said, depends on DA effectiveness. If I want to now optimize combinations of interferon, telaprevir, and ribavirin. Telaprevir is this DA, and as I said, that happens because of the synergies. And interferon effectiveness independently has large interpatient variabilities, and that would depend on PKR expression because that's how the virus hijacks interferon, and the ability of cells to express interferon-stimulated genes. DAs directly also have an effect on the virus, so the treatment response now becomes a multidimensional problem. DAs not only influence interferon effectiveness, but they have direct consequences. And in fact, today, the next generation DAs are actually quite potent, and they're almost getting rid of interferon as a treatment modality. So pure DA treatments are becoming highly effective. DA effectiveness, because of the synergy, will in turn depend on interferon effectiveness. And it turns out DA effectiveness, I did not talk about this phenomena, is also subject to viral evolution because these DAs target viral proteins. The virus, because of its ability to mutate, can alter the structures of these proteins, retain their functionality, but then make them less susceptible to the drugs. So that then again has to be incorporated. And superimposed on all of this is ribavirin, which, as I said, has its own dynamics with respect to side effects and so on. So this, therefore, is the scope of the problem. Of course, it looks horribly complicated. We have made some headway into trying to unravel some pieces of this puzzle. The grand goal, of course, would be to construct a framework that incorporates all of these things. And of course, the immune response, which has other aspects in addition to interferon, which are not part of this description. Yes, it looks complex, but then for people who love challenges, we have as a champion the great French philosopher André Gide, who said, tyranny is the absence of complexity. So with that, I'll stop. I'll acknowledge people who did all of the work. These are students and postdocs who did much of the work. This is a collaborator who did that experiment. Of course, Dr. Pramita Sen and Ananya, whose work I described in the last slide. And these are sources of funding. Thank you very much once again. And I'm now open to questions.
Ritik,
Yes, ma'am.
anyone has any questions? Please proceed. Any questions, students?
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
regarding the models that you discuss, they are based on population analysis. We are analyzing the population of a specific drug and the population of that virus, and hence we are making that equation and solving them and coming at a possible solution at a stage where the drug can be effectively applied. So regarding this structure, I have a question regarding one of the modern applications of drug delivery, that is by using nanoparticles, suppose made of foreign materials like iron oxide, which are being rejected by the body's immune system and thus are not proving effective. So scientists are trying to uh, work out on a method to actually see if these new methods can work. Does this population analysis of immunosuppressants with drug infused nanoparticles be a solution to this problem?
So thank you for that question. Yes, I understand where you're coming from. There are mechanisms which prevent drugs from exhibiting their full potency. And it's not just the mechanisms that you described. There are also other mechanisms which are more easily realized in bacterial infections. For example, many bacteria have what are called drug efflux pumps. So when a drug is administered, even without the immune system coming into play, and the bacteria overexpress some proteins on their surfaces which pump out the drugs, and therefore they don't have as much of an effect as one would like. And these are bacteria that people will call resistant to drugs, right? And so people think about how to describe populations of these bacteria. Similarly, there are viruses which have other mechanisms of developing resistance through mutations and so on. So it's important, like you said, to have drugs available in sufficient amounts for their activity to be maximized. Now, if you have populations of bacteria or viruses that are more or less resistant to given drugs, then the effect of drugs will have to be thought about using models similar to the ones that I described, where you will think of viruses and bacteria as assuming different subpopulations with different degrees of resistance to drugs. And depending on how much of these populations are present in different individuals, delivery mechanisms will have to be tuned so that the requisite amount of the drugs are available for their activity to be realized.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Any more questions, students? Yes, Ritik, you go. I don't think.
That's fine.
And I think there are no more questions.
Yes, you go on. Thank the speaker.
Yes. On behalf of all here at Chemspark, sir, I would like to thank you once again for giving us this presentation and for sharing with us your expertise and guidance.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure, and I wish all of you a wonderful Chemspark. And hopefully, there'll be occasions for us to come face to face when the pandemic subsides. I look forward to visiting your college and meeting all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye. Ritik, you can distribute the on.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, now for all the participants, I would like to say that via the WhatsApp group, you have already received your um, link for the form where you will be answering the questions. And many of you have already answered. If you haven't, then please do it quickly, because in the next few minutes, 2 to 5 minutes, we will be starting with our next event. That is the workshop 2. Thank you. The link for workshop 2 will be the same. Okay, so now we start with our next event, that is workshop 2. With great pleasure, I present to you the next event of Chemspark 3.2, workshop 2, on the topic desalination of seawater. This session will be conducted by our respected guest speaker, Mr. Sumit De. Mr. De is an environment engineer by profession. He has done his engineering from Vishveshvaraya Technological University, Belgaum, and had been the university topper of his batch. He has more than 16 years of experience in working in water, wastewater, sewage, and effluent treatment field in reputed organizations like Suez, headquartered in France, Jamshedpur Utility Services Company Limited, a subsidiary of Tata Steel, BA Tech Babag, India. Presently, he is leading marketing efforts for the municipal segment in India for IDE, Israel Desalination Engineering Technologies Limited. IDE Technologies is a global leader in desalination technology and has built some of the largest desalination plants across the globe, which are unique in their own ways. Mr. De has worked for domestic as well as international projects with partners like Orascom in Egypt, Sumitomo in Japan, Saudi Services for Electromechanics, Saudi Arabia, and Oman Water Company and Petroleum Development in Oman. Apart from that, Mr. De is a freelance consultant, imparting his expertise in the water management field for different companies in Korea and Japan. On behalf of all at Chemspark, I would like to extend my gratitude to you, sir, for being here today and for sharing your guidance and invaluable expertise with all the students and participants. I would now request you, sir, to proceed with the event. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Ritik. Hope I am audible. That is the prime question.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. And I would like to thank Dr. Sulagna Chatterjee, Dr. Sangeeta Bhattacharya for inviting me for this event. This is the second time I am presenting in Chemspark. Previously also, I had that opportunity to meet you in person. This time, yes, obviously due to the conditions, we are here online, accepting the new world in a new way. So that's it. And thanks to Dr. Dikshit for an elaborate presentation. And we came to know a lot about the subject. Thanks, Professor M.K. Jha and Dr. Pranay Chaudhary and all others who have put in their efforts to bring this Chemspark to life in this platform. And last but not the least, thanks to all the students who are taking their time out on a Sunday morning to join this event. Thanks a lot. I have also lived your life maybe 16 years back. So let's start with the presentation. I will try to share the screen. Okay. If it is happening correctly, just let me know. Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. See, I will not be able to see you all. So if there is any glitch, just stop me and let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Great. So let's start on this note. I will be covering the topic of seawater desalination to produce the drinking water mainly. And I will only keep my presentation relevant to Indian water market, because global view, it will be too large to cover in this small time. Okay. So today I will be covering some of the conventional source, the present scenario in India about the water market, why seawater desalination is important, then some of the common desalination process and upcoming projects in India. Here I would like to mention, when I started my career, there were not even a single desalination plant for drinking water in India. So it is important to note that we are traveling the time and we are having the technologies now. Also, the why desalination is not that common still now in world. And there will be a QA session. But why it is coming like that is because I welcome you to bounce the question as and when you feel required. You can stop me and ask questions. So let's start with the preamble. Okay, very known fact. Earth has enough water, right? But 97% of the water is saline water. So that is the sea. Only 3% of it is fresh. But of that 3%, 2.7% is found in the ice caps, glaciers, which we cannot drink. Only a small percent, that is about 0.3%, is usable by human being. So it's a very small part, although we know from our childhood that 3 part of the earth is made of water and only 1 part is land. But when you want to drink the water, it's a very, very small percent. But we know India is a land of river and water bodies. No doubt about that. And that is why the ancient civilization has grown on the bank of this river. The major cities have been developed here. Industries have grown up. All this was made possible because there were so much of water in this land. But what happened then? What is the weak link? The weak link is that we have never managed our water resource well. We had enough water, but we have not utilized it properly. Let's see at the conventional sources of drinking water, right? From where we get the water to drink. One is the rainwater, that is the precipitation. It can be rain, hail, snow. Others are the surface water, like river, lake, stream, we get the water. Or also we have exploited the groundwater well, right? These were available handy to us and we have used them all for our benefits, for our growth, for growth of industries, everything we have used. But then we should see where we stand now. We have to understand that when we had a when we started accumulating that data about this availability, per capita availability means per person, how much water is available to per person. So if you see in 2001 it was 1816, in 2011 it came down to 1500, around that figure. In 2015 it has come down to 1400, and obviously the latest data will come out in 2021 and we will see that it has gone down further. It is to be remembered here is that a country will be said as water stressed when when the per capita water availability is 1700 cubic meter, and we have achieved that level. We are already water stressed in India. And when it is said water scarce is that when this availability goes down below 1000 meter cube per capita. So we are heading toward that. Does it ring a bell to us? Means, do we see where we are standing? Okay, if this graph doesn't give much of a bell to us, a warning signal to us, so let's see at a graphical representation of India where we stand. You can see almost more than 50% of India is now in a red region where the water scarcity is high. Some of the portion is extremely high. If you see, almost 54% of India now faces high to extremely high water stress. So there where we are, means with the water rich country, so here we stand today. So now the sources of drinking water which we have already exploited, that are gone. So we have to see for the new one, and this new technology that we have to see is that seawater desalination. It is not a choice, it is not about the technology, but it is the need of the hour that we have to go to. Now, why desalination? Why seawater desalination? Means what are the reasons that we should look for this seawater desalination? We have to say that India enjoy a very long coastline. It has got almost 7,500 kilometers of the coastline, which has never been explored to set up these desalination plants, but it can be now. When these resources are depleting, then we can see to this if we can produce drinking water from this seawater. Secondly, we have to see that seawater is in abundance. Even in the time of drought or when there is scanty rainfall, we can still make this fresh water from this desalination procedure. Other solution, like we said, that river water, groundwater, or the rainfall, all depends on the other factors. But seawater, it is means on itself means you can produce as much you want from the sea. It's not going to be exhausting. This produced water, this desalination water, can be processed to fit into the industrial use. It can be used as irrigation other than drinking also. Means it's not that if we put up a desalination plant, it will only produce the water for drinking purpose, but it can be used for other purposes as well. And if we have the desalination plant, then we reduce the pressure on our conventional water sources. Like we can then stop extracting water from underground, which is causing a huge problem. As you know, we are now facing arsenic problem, we are facing heavy metals problem by extracting too much of groundwater. And if you see in last 10 years, when groundwater, if you see in Calcutta, it was easily achievable. Means if you dig maybe 1 meter or 2 meter, there were level of groundwater. But today, if you dig for even 10 meters also, you are not getting that resource. So that means the groundwater level is depleting. So if we have desalination plant, at least we can reduce some pressure on this depleting water resources that we have. So coming into desalination, what are the procedure that is followed? There are two types which are commonly followed for desalination purpose on a large scale basis. These are thermal desalination. There are membrane based desalination. There can be also solar desalination as well, but that cannot be used on a large scale. It cannot be used for a city. It cannot be used for a complete industry. So let's talk about the first process, this thermal desalination process. Now, what is this process? Thermal desalination process is something, it's not a rocket science. It's like you have to distill the water. That is what means. You have to heat the water, it will become vapor. You condense that vapor, you get a practically clear water. It is nothing of a rocket science. It is very simple physical mechanism. But then where the tricks comes in, if we have to do the thermal desalination only for 1 glass of water, it's very easy. We boil it at our home, we get it. But imagine for a city where there will be requirement for maybe 100 million liters of water per day, then the technology comes into use. Now these three processes are followed for this thermal desalination process. These are multi-stage flash distillation, multi-effect distillation, and vapor compression distillation. If you notice here, all these stages follow the distillation process, right? Among these three, the multi-effect distillation is the most commonly used because of various reasons. But for now, just keep in mind that it is because of the energy consumption. Maybe the least energy consumption is required for this multi-effect distillation process, MEDs. Let us understand how this MED works. First of all, we have to see that for working or functioning of a MED, it needs huge quantity of steam. Now, where can this steam be found? This steam can be found from a industry which are already functioning, like a steel industry, where already the boilers are working and the steam are produced in abundance, like in refineries. So our industry has to be there where there is enough quantity of steam available for doing this process. So what happens is this: if the desalination is not there, then the steam is sent out, it is just wasted, it is of no use. But if there is a desalination MED process is there, then we can take this steam inside and flow it through the pipes. You can see it's a very it's a representative diagram. I won't say that this is exactly the process, but at least you will be able to understand what's happening here. So steam are flown into these pipes, and the seawater is fed over these pipes, which makes this seawater to vaporize, leaving the salt quantity behind, which is left in this below the effects. These are multiple effectors. As the name suggests, is multiple effectors. So what happens is this: the steam produced here is again taken to the next effect, and so on. And the seawater is kept putting on the pipe so that it gets vaporized till the temperature of the steam becomes so low that no more vapor can be obtained. So from this each and every effects, the salt content is taken out or extracted from below, and the vapor is passed on to the condenser where it is cooled down to get the product water. Whereas the salt, you can say that the water that is left behind with the concentrated salt solution in all these effects are taken out and are blown out as a brine solution. Okay, so the product water is taken from the vapor, and that vapor is condensed and taken as a product water. So this is how the thermal process generally works. Now, just to give an idea how vast this thermal process can be, I'll just give you some of the pictures of this MED plants which are operational in India. As I had said that these are mainly for the industrial purpose, and you can see this. This is a picture of this MED facility in Esa Steel plant in Gujarat. Okay, and also you can see the vastness of it. This is one of this facility in Reliance in Gujarat. These are multi-effect distillation process which has been used and are operational in India, right? But this thermal desalination process has the disadvantage that it cannot be used in a common way. When there is no steam, you cannot produce steam and then boil the water. That will be a wastage of energy itself. So how to produce this when there is no industry? Then how to produce this? So the thing came up. So this membrane distillation process came into being. It is much newer technology than this thermal desalination process, and now with the advent of this technology, it has almost taken up 50% of the market use of the total desalination plants which are in operation all over the globe. So if we say this, what is this membrane desalination process? It is nothing but again here what is happened is that a membrane is used here which separates the water from the salts. This is a in a very colloquial language, this is what happens. Now we know that what is osmosis. In a osmosis, the water flows through the semi-permeable membrane from a dilute solution to a more concentrated solution so that their concentration is equalized. Once these two are equalized, the solution stops flowing. But in reverse osmosis, what happens is that we put the pressure of typically 55 to 82 bar on the seawater and cause this osmosis process to reverse, and that way we get the fresh water on the other side, and the concentrated solution start getting more concentrated. This is the whole process of this membrane desalination process. Now coming to how this work, you can see it's a typical flow diagram of a membrane based desalination process. What happens is this: from the seawater we take through the pumps, we take in the seawater, and then we had to do certain pre-treatment because water is not free from the impurities. So what is done is that we do sedimentation to get to avoid the settleable solids, okay, in the seawater, and then it is passed through the filters to get more clarity of this water. We have to understand that these are done because the membranes are very, you can say, are affected by the these impurities in the water. If we let these impurities flow directly into the membrane will be fouled in no time. So that's why these pre-treatments are necessary for any of the seawater that comes in. Once this pre-treatment is done, it is passed through this cartridge filter and pumped into this RO membrane. Now these pumps you can see here are used to create this high pressure which is required for this RO process to take place, this reverse osmosis to take place. So actually you see in the whole plant, this is actually the heart of the process where the reverse osmosis is taking place. If in one pass we are not achieving the quality, then we have to provide the second pass as well. Once this this fresh water is achieved, then the post treatment has to be done, because this RO water what we get are free of all minerals, which is also not good for our health. The water also should contain some minerals inside it, otherwise it will be it can corrode us also. Means if we take completely mineral free water, then it will not be good for our health. That's why again the minerals are added to it, and then it is pumped to the distribution system and it comes to your house for drinking. So you can see this is what this membrane based is. Now to make it much more clear, I will like to play a short video here. I don't know if it will come. I'll just stop the presentation and again go for the video. So just a moment.
Earth's population continues to grow and develop. Our limited freshwater resources become increasingly scarce. We are fortunate that the Earth's oceans offer an alternative and can provide a sustainable supply of potable water. Seawater can be economically and reliably converted to potable water through a process known as seawater reverse osmosis. The process starts by extracting water from the ocean using wells located on the shoreline or by using an intake structure located in the open ocean. Osmosis is a naturally occurring process where a solvent, such as water.
Is the audio available for this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Water passes through a semi-permeable barrier. The semi-permeable barrier, or membrane, allows some things to pass through it, but not others. In nature, the direction of flow through the membrane is from a less concentrated solution, such as fresh water, to a more concentrated solution, such as seawater, until equilibrium is reached. Reverse osmosis is when the opposite occurs. By pressurizing the concentrated solution, the seawater, we are able to force water molecules to pass from the salty seawater solution through the membrane to the fresh water. To protect the reverse osmosis membranes from becoming clogged by solid particles that can be suspended in the seawater is filtered before passing through the membranes. This is accomplished by using multimedia filters, which are tanks or vessels containing a series of layered granular materials. These materials can be anthracite, garnet, sand, pebbles, and/or gravel, which are assembled in layers. The filters remove sand, twigs, seaweed, and other particles from the seawater. In some cases, other types of membranes, known as ultrafiltration and microfiltration membranes, are used instead of multimedia filters to pre-treat the seawater. Next, the filtered seawater travels to the cartridge filters, which act as a second stage of filtration. Cartridge filters used for seawater reverse osmosis are typically made from a yarn-like synthetic material that is wound into cartridges. These remove even smaller solid particles from the seawater, such as fine sand and clay, before the seawater proceeds to the reverse osmosis membranes. High-pressure pumps increase the pressure of the seawater up to 1,000 psi. The pressure needs to be sufficiently high to overcome the naturally occurring osmotic pressure and force water from the saltwater side through the reverse osmosis membranes to the freshwater side. The salt particles in the seawater are ejected from passing through the membrane to the freshwater side and remain behind on the concentrated saltwater side. The reverse osmosis membrane can be thought of as a number of sealed envelopes connected at their open ends to a tube. There are spacers between each envelope which allow water to flow across the membranes. The membrane envelopes and spacers are then wound around the tube like a roll of paper towels. The reverse osmosis membranes are then enclosed in a fiberglass shell. The membranes are connected end to end, usually 6 to 7 membranes together, and housed in vessels that are built to withstand pressures up to 1,200 psi. As the pressurized seawater enters the pressure vessel and flows across the membrane surface, the water molecules are forced into and through the membrane envelopes, leaving the salt molecules behind. The desalted water passes through the membrane and emerges at low pressure, where it is collected in a tube and directed to one end of the pressure vessel. The concentrated salt stream that is rejected from flowing through the membrane continues to pass across the membrane surface, where it is collected separately. The concentrated salt stream retains about 55% of the total energy of the seawater stream that was originally fed to the membranes. To reduce the energy that is required to operate the reverse osmosis plant, the pressurized concentrated stream is piped into an energy recovery device. Here, up to 98% of the energy of the concentrated salt stream is transferred to an equal volume of the incoming seawater in an isobaric energy recovery device. The energy recovery device significantly reduces the plant's operating costs by recovering the concentrated salt stream energy and using it to pressurize 60% of the seawater that is fed to the membranes. The concentrated salt stream will have about a 60% higher salinity than the incoming seawater. The concentrated salt stream is sent back to the ocean through a brine disposal well, or a device known as a brine outfall. The brine outfall is situated in an area of significant ocean flow so that the salt levels are quickly returned to equilibrium with the ocean. The location for the outfall should contain no sensitive marine ecosystems. In a properly designed brine outfall, no noticeable increase in salinity can be detected at a distance of a few meters from the discharge. The pressurized seawater leaving the energy recovery device has its pressure boosted by a small booster pump so that it is at the same pressure as the seawater leaving the high pressure pump. The boost is necessary as some pressure has been lost as the stream travels through the reverse osmosis system. Approximately 40% of the seawater that enters the system is converted to potable water during the reverse osmosis process. The potable water is further treated by adding calcium carbonate to improve the taste and bring the pH to the neutral range. Chlorine is also injected to provide disinfection properties as the water travels from the reverse osmosis plant through the distribution pipes to homes and businesses. When proper conservation of
Okay, so we'll go back to this presentation again. Just a minute. Yeah, can you see the presentation?
Yes, so we can.
Okay. So that video only gave you an idea, means how this membrane desalination plant work, right? Okay. So now to give you that background, means where we are now. When I started the career, I told you that there were hardly any desalination plant in India. But let us see the scenario where we are standing. So this is a picture of this desalination plant in Reliance Industries Jamnagar. Previously, I had sent you also the pictures of the MED plant in the same plant, and these are the desalination plant of Reliance Jamnagar. It was commissioned in 2016. Okay. This is not for the drinking water purpose, but this is for the industrial use mainly. Just a minute, I'm having problem in changing the slides. Yeah. Now coming into the municipal desalination plant. Municipal desalination plants are the plants which has been set up by government, and these are for the drinking water purpose for the city. Now this is the first desalination plant in India which was set up in Minjur in Chennai. As you know, Chennai suffers a lot for non-availability of the water, and that's when the government decided to set up their first desalination plant. It was commissioned in 2010, and it has the capacity to produce 100 million liters per day. So you can imagine what is the quantity. 100 million liters per day it can produce, and it is still working from 2010. It has completed 10 years of operation in India. This is the first desalination plant for the drinking water use in India. The second desalination plant, again, it was put up in Tamil Nadu. It was in Nemeli. The capacity was again 100 million liters per day, and it was commissioned in 2013. So these are some of the pictures of Nemeli desalination plant. Okay. Now with this, the upcoming means where we are heading to. So Government of India is now setting up desalination plants one after another. Already the orders for construction of 4 desalination plant in Gujarat has been given out. So you can see the capacity is 100 MLD, 70 MLD, 2 times, means into 2. So 4 plants has already been ordered. Tamil Nadu again has ordered another 150 MLD in Nemeli, the same area. It is called the Nemeli 2 plant. And another one is in the proposition for a 400 MLD plant. So when this 400 MLD plant will come into being in 2023, it will be the largest capacity desalination plant in India when it comes up in 2023. Government of Maharashtra is taking initiative to set up 200 MLD desalination plant in Bombay. Although it receives quite a huge rainfall, actually there are floods because of the rainfall, but still because of the unsurety of this rainfall and to meet the always bargaining demand of the water, drinking water, Government of Maharashtra is taking initiative to set up this 200 MLD desalination plant in Maharashtra, in Bombay, near about Bombay. Andhra Pradesh is also exploring the idea of setting up 4 numbers 100 MLD desalination plant. So you can see from 2010 and today standing at 2021, the idea of setting up desalination plant only in India has taken quite a long way, right? But why? Means with almost 7,500 kilometer of coastline, why these desalination plants are not that common? First, we have to understand this that this desalination technology is quite expensive. It is not that, like if you compare with a simple water treatment plant, without using this RO or without using the thermal desalination plant, then if you compare the cost of that plant and a desalination plant, the cost will be almost 6 times to 7 times of the cost of a normal water treatment plant. So it's very costly. Second is that as you have seen in the video, that the brine water that is left out has to be this concentrated brine has to be given out in the sea, where there is no major marine population, or where it will not impact the marine environment. So it needs expertise design and expertise engineering to set up this outfall structure, that is to dispose of the brine, as well as to design the intake structure. I have not covered that in a presentation because that intake and outfall designing system is a subject in itself. Means to do a bathymetric study, to do marine study, and then setting up this location, and then getting the approval from this our coastal regulatory authorities in India. These are a huge process, and if not designed correctly, then it can impact our marine life. So we have to be very cautious while designing this desalination plant. And third thing is that, as you can see, the vastness of this project, it needs huge energy. If you see thermal desalination plant, you cannot use it by producing steam. If there is any waste steam, only we can use that. And if it is a membrane one, then it needs huge pressure to create that reverse osmosis. And just imagine, for a 400 million liter of water, how much energy will be consumed each day to run this kind of a plant. So it needs huge consumption of the energy. So from this means you can say the downside of a desalination plant, we can only take means from this presentation, what my main objective is that we should take away from this presentation is that we should use our water resources well, so that it should not happen that we are completely dependent on the desalination process. We have enough water. We actually used to have enough water, be it surface or be it groundwater, but we have only exploited it, and now we are looking for a desalination. But if we go on without managing this, maybe someday down the line, maybe the desalination process will also not be sufficient to meet the drinking water requirement in coming days. So we have to be much more responsible, and we have to see that we manage water, we recycle and reuse water, and we save water, so that these kind of technologies don't go as a dependency for us, right? So with this, I leave it to the question and answer session for you. If you have any question, you can obviously ask me.
Students, if you have any question, you ask, Mr. Day.
Sir, I have a question that you have said that this thermal desalination processes are generally requirement of steam. Requirement of steam is required. So in that case, mainly geothermal areas are chosen for what is
Not geothermal. It is mainly the industrial will be chosen, which industries are requiring heat energy, like in steel industry. When you are melting the steam, anyway you are generating heat, and from that heat you can produce the steam.
Okay.
Okay, but without that, means just to produce steam, it is not never used. It has to be associated with any of the industries which produce the steam.
No, I am asking that too. You are saying the man-made source, but if for the natural source like geothermal energy, which is available in India.
Problem is that natural source will not, means then you have to go in a bit of detail with the thermal process again. The thermal process depends on the difference of temperature between the actual ambient seawater temperature and how much the temperature of the steam that is produced. Without that temperature difference, you cannot have that multi effect which I showed you in the presentation. You cannot have that multi effect to turn the seawater into steam. Now this geotechnical will not give you that much of temperature difference between the two. And then when these effects will go down, maybe you will only be able to do only one effect. Now if you are only doing one effect and not using it for the second or third effect, then your actually economy of setting up that desalination plant will be high. So you have to, means when you are commercializing this plant, you have to also see what is the cost of the plant coming to and if it is usable or not.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Most welcome. Okay, so if there is no other questions, we can complete this presentation and conclude here. Any other questions? If you feel anytime, you are free to contact me whenever you require to. Okay, thanks a lot for your time and your patience to be in the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Chemspark, I would like to thank you once again for being here today and for the information and the beautiful video explanation. The session on desalination would be invaluable to all the students and participants. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Most welcome.
So now we come to the end of workshop 2, and I would now like to invite Shaumukha Mukherjee, the treasurer of Chemspark, for the introduction of the third speaker for workshop 3. Shaumukha.
Yes, thank you, Ritik. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Now we proceed with workshop 3, the topic of which is ISRO's liftoff for India, which will be conducted by Mr. Shubhadeep Ghosh. It is my proud privilege to present to you one of the alumni of our very own college and department, Mr. Shubhadeep Ghosh. He is a scientist at Indian Space Research Organization. He completed his BTech from the Chemical Engineering Department in the year 2016 and pursued MTech from IIT Guwahati. He has been a part of the prestigious Chandrayaan-2 launch by ISRO in the capacity of liquid propulsion engineer. He was also part of the team entrusted with the job of launching PSLV C-50. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today and sharing your invaluable knowledge with us. So I would now request you to proceed with your lecture.
Good afternoon, all. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So very good afternoon to all. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure to come back to my college, although in a virtual way. So first of all, I want to thank Shulogna ma'am, Abhuda sir, and Durban sir, and all the familiar faces. They are all my teachers and professors. So it's been a great pleasure to be here. So actually, when our beloved juniors approached me for this workshop, I was thinking of to present like that. So since regarding ISRO, so I thought why not to present something in a broad way and then go deep into the workshop. So shall I start my presentation? So I will proceed with my presentation.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the topic workshop going to present is called From Carrying Payloads in Bicycle to Sending Humans in Space, ISRO's Liftoff for India. I think the slides are not coming now. Yeah, it's coming, it came now. Huh? Yeah, so okay. So to start with the presentation, I would like to tell a brief history of formation of ISRO. It's that the ISRO was not formed in its first place. The government of India has thought of setting up something regarding space, so they formed Chemspark in 1962 under the leadership of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. And subsequently, through different launch stations and all that, Indian Space Research Organization came into picture in 1969, replacing the erstwhile organization. The photo you are seeing in the background is a satellite photo which we assemble in our rocket. So it is this big actually. The satellites are this big. So that's why our rockets are so much gigantic in size. So in the inside you can see two persons in a conversation. The right person is none other than Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, our beloved ex-chairman, and the person exactly in the middle is none other than our ex-president and our ISRO ex-chairman, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So they were discussing about the Indian space program in the early stages of the space issue. Now the next slide, actually, the left picture, I think most of you are familiar with. It's that this is a person, is not a normal person. He is a scientist at ISRO. He's carrying a rocket part in a bicycle. So that was actually the kind of infrastructure we were having back in the 1960s and 70s. So compared to today, this was the drastic change of infrastructure at that time. And in the right side, you can see one satellite being carried in one bullock cart. Nowadays, we are carrying satellites in huge containers. We are preserving in clean rooms. But at that days, we used to carry our satellites in bullock carts. So that was the very minimal infrastructure with which ISRO was started, and with a great vision of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So now, before going into the workshop, before going into the very technical details, I would like to explain the quantum of work that ISRO is doing. So ISRO is basically doing with launching satellites and payloads in different orbits of space that helps us in communication, navigation, teleeducation, telemedicine, even the workshop we are conducting today. That is also is happening because of some satellite images and satellite communication coming from various cities of ISRO and the Department of Telecommunication of Government of India. So these are all the very day-to-day basic activities which ISRO is involved with daily human life. So the type of orbits in which ISRO is launching satellites are low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and geosynchronous orbit. So based on our needs, for example, in low Earth orbit, we mainly release some of the communication and some of the navigation satellites. In medium and geosynchronous orbit, we release most of the communication satellites. So the frequency bandwidth of the different satellites enables or forces us to really or to eject the satellite in that particular orbit. As I was speaking, these communication satellites of which we are taking help every day in our lives 24 hours, it is because of mainly 3 satellites launched by ISRO in 36,000 kilometer orbit. It is called geosynchronous orbit. The very USP or special point in this orbit is that the speed of revolution of the satellite in this orbit is exactly same as the speed of rotation of the Earth. So if one satellite is placed in this orbit, it will project its image into the Earth throughout the day of the same time. Means it means 3 communication satellites will project the entire map of the Earth for infinite time. So only 3 satellites are required for our communication purposes, which are launched by our organization. And these are various other Indian spacecraft which we launch for different purposes. As I told, communication satellites are there, Earth observation satellites are there. It is called cartography or water resource or ocean science or remote sensing. There are various scientific spacecraft also, various experimental satellites like Mars orbital mission, which we achieved in 2014, Chandrayaan-1, which we had achieved in 2008, and also Chandrayaan-2, which we failed to achieve due to some very minor purposes. And there are some small satellites also and student satellites. So what ISRO does, it actually encourages various academic institutions and organizations to build their own satellites, and ISRO launches them at their own cost. So we also, instead of making our own satellites, we also encourage other people so that they can make their own payloads and send to us. So for launching these satellites, what we need rockets. So for we are launching rockets. Thinking of designing rockets, and we are launching it at the very next day. So for launching rockets, we need to study the atmosphere. So for studying atmosphere, ISRO came up with these sounding rockets. These are very small rockets. You can see, I have listed in my presentation. You can see I am pointing the pointer. The altitude is only 85 kilometer or 100 kilometer or 150 kilometer above the atmosphere. So these rockets will only go up to this these altitudes in our atmosphere, within our atmosphere only, and they will send us various data regarding the geography of the region, regarding the various temperature, pressure parameters of the region, and various other parameters which are required for launching subsequent rockets at a later stage. And in the inside, you can see one small church photo. It is no normal church. It is the church which was given to Vikram Sarabhai, our first chairman of ISRO, to carry out his research publications and carry out his research experiments. The bishop of the church was kind enough to hand over this church to ISRO's chairman, because at that time we did not have any infrastructure or any laboratory to work upon. So this was the basic rocket which we launched before launching our actual big size rockets. So coming to the actual rockets, after sounding rocket was successfully developed, we came into picture with this SLV, which is nothing but satellite launch vehicle. You can see I am listing its specifications. It is an all solid propulsion rocket, means the propellant of the rocket is all totally solid, and the payload mass is 40 kg only, and the orbit is low Earth orbit. So this is a very minor kind of rocket which was developed after sounding rocket. So after SLV was failed and it was success with subsequent 3-4 launches, then we proceeded to ASLV. It is nothing but augmented satellite launch vehicle. in ISRO, every satellite or every rocket name is attached to its mission. Like that, SLV is satellite launch vehicle, ASLV is augmented satellite launch vehicle. So by the name, you can understand this augmented means it is slightly bigger and slightly more powerful than SLV rocket. After ASLV, we proceeded to our most famous and most reliable rocket, which is PSLV. It is called Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. Its lift-off weight is 320 ton, and it has propulsion of solid and liquid both. So both solid propellant and liquid propellant are used for this rocket. And the payload mass is 1800 kg, and it can launch satellites to 475 km in sun synchronous polar orbit, and also 1300 kg means kind of high amount of mass of satellite in geosynchronous transfer orbit. So this is our most reliable rocket till now. So after PSLV, we launched one more rocket. It is GSLV. It is called geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle, and one new propulsion we brought into picture in this rocket. Because earlier we had only solid and liquid propellants. So this time we had solid, liquid, and cryogenic propellant also. So cryogenic stage was also developed by India indigenously, totally indigenously, so that we can use in this rocket. And the rocket was developed only to augment our very high mass satellites into the atmosphere. So after GSLV came the our most powerful rocket, which is nothing but GSLV Mark III. This GSLV Mark III has the most maximum thrust and maximum efficiency of sending around 4,000 kg of mass, payload mass in our orbits. So these are actually the very deep idea of the different rockets that we are using in our space system. So if we now divide our rockets into various parts, so let us know that what actually remains in one rocket. Is it a single stage, or is it a possibly a multiple stage? Like that we can understand. So what we'll go one by one. So PSLV, the first rocket we are seeing is PSLV. So the PSLV, there are actually 4 stages. The first stage, which you can see that I will point here, it is the solid motor propellant. It is S139. Yes, solid 139 ton propellant is there, which have maximum thrust of 4800 kilonewton. The second stage is a liquid stage. It is called Vikas engine. This is also developed indigenously in India only. So here we use liquid propellant. So liquid propellant means for combustion we need 2 types of propellant. One is fuel, one is oxidizer. So the fuel which are using, it is nothing but UDMH. It's unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine. And oxidizer we are using is nitrogen dioxide. Is N2O. And the third stage is again a solid stage of same propellant HTPP, but with different purpose. This stage has a very limited thrust, only to thrust the vehicle in a very high atmosphere. Because this first stage and second stage will be in lower atmosphere, and in third stage it is in higher atmosphere, almost when the rocket is leaving our Earth atmosphere out of space. And in the fourth stage, it is again liquid. So this fourth stage is entirely in the outer atmosphere, where there is no effect of Earth's atmosphere present. So here we are using also liquid engine. Why solid engine? Because it is not controllable. Solid engine is not controllable. Liquid engine is controlled. So in the outer atmosphere, we need to control our engine so that we can release this satellite to our desired orbit. So we are using a liquid engine. And the final part of this PSLV rocket is PLF and satellite. What is PLF? Payload fairing. Payload fairing is nothing but the outer cover of the rocket, which will protect the satellite before going to orbit. This PLF and satellite will be launched in our desired orbit, which will be guided by our onboard computer. So this is all about PSLV rocket. And the GSLV rocket, like the same thing, but only this is having one cryogenic stage. See, the first stage is again having some solid fuel. It is solid strap-on, solid 139 ton fuel, and the maximum thrust is 4700 kilonewton. The second stage is nothing but same Vikas engine, but this thrust is different. It is 800 kilonewton thrust, and we are using the same fuel, UDMH and oxidizer N2O4. And the third stage which we are using is cryogenic composting. This cryogenic composting has been designed entirely in ISO after some technology transfer and also some indigenous design manufacturing. So this third stage we are using in the third stage we are using as cryogenic stage in this GSW document. And also we can see, I am telling you about this only main stages. There are also some strap-ons attached to it. Like you can see ISRO, India, ISRO written. These are strap-ons. These are very small rockets attached to the first stage of the in each rocket. These are actually liquid engines. These are only to augment or or increase the thrust during lift off, because during lift off, getting this very large vehicle to outer space is very much difficult. Very much difficult because very high thrust is required. So to augment the thrust of the main engine, these strap-on motors are in use. So this is all about a brief idea about GSLV Mark II rocket. Now the GSLV Mark III rocket is our till date our most powerful rocket. It is having two solid motors. Earlier rockets used to have one solid motor. They are having two solid motors. It is called S200. S200 means 200 ton solid motor. Solid motor is solid propellant motor. The solid propellant motor, the fuel is exactly the same, HTPV. HTPV stands for hydroxy terminated polybutadiene, and the second stage is nothing but the same because it is gas, but it is of higher thrust and higher weight. It is L110 liquid stage engine. Okay, and the third stage is again one cryogenic upper stage. This is India's largest cryogenic stage. And the earlier rocket which I showed, it had India's first stage, and it is the India's largest cryogenic stage. This cryogenic rocket, in this cryogenic stage, you know the cryogenic fuels we need to use. These cryogenic fuels are nothing but LH2, and oxidation is lost, liquid oxygen. So liquid hydrogen we are using as fuel, and liquid oxygen we are using as oxidation. So, and again, the fourth stage and final stage is nothing but payload fairing satellite, which this is the main part. So, for injecting or releasing this main part into orbit, we need to charge all these parts of the rocket atmosphere, so that this part of this payload and satellite part can reach the atmosphere and exactly same orbit as desired. And so these are all existing rockets. So any organization cannot proceed until it has some visionary effects. So we also have some visionary effects. Our visionary projects are one visionary project which I can share with you. It is RLVTD. The RLVTD stands for Reusable Launch Vehicle Technology Demonstration. The reusable launch vehicle is that if you are a space enthusiast, you can know that our medical counterpart, not NASA, but Tesla, they're having reusable rocket. Means the rocket, once they're injecting satellites into orbits, they can be reused again. So, of the rockets I have shown you now in my previous slides, they are all non-reusable rockets. Means once they are gone, they will plunge into the Bay of Bengal, and they are not permanent. But as a visionary project, we are looking after reusable launch vehicle. This reusable launch vehicle, you can see, I am pointing out with my pointer. This has some rocket kind of looking structure, and one aircraft looking structure and rocket looking structure. Means this rocket looking structure will launch from the base and will eject this aircraft looking structure. This aircraft looking structure, what will it do? It will eject the orbit into the atmosphere, into low atmosphere only, because RLFT is only for low atmosphere. It is not for heavier, fancy, and long-term projects like Chandrayaan 2 or Mars orbital mission line. These are only for low orbit missions, but effective missions. So this rocket part, it will eject its satellite into the orbit, and it will go into the Bay of Bengal, but it will not throw off itself into the sea. It will be launched through parachute, and we can collect the vehicle again from the sea, and we can reuse it. So this reusable launch vehicle is nothing but a very good competitor to our American counterpart, which we are developing, and it will contain only solid motor. And we are almost in the process of that, and we are almost in the line of launching it. So there are some very specific objectives of this reusable launch vehicle. They are hypersonic thermodynamic characterization, evaluation of autonomous navigation guidance control. Since navigation, guidance, control, these three words will come in every electronic by ISO. This navigation, guidance, control is nothing but our onboard computer, which will guide our rocket to its specific location. And also some other objectives are integrated flight management, obviously, and also thermal protection system evaluation. Because in this lower atmosphere, this thermal protection system we have to be very careful. Otherwise, if not fully thermally protected or like that, we can lose our satellite because our satellite can be damaged, and which is our actual main purpose to keep our satellite safe and to eject into orbit. And one more visionary project we are having is scramjet engine technology demonstration. See, the scramjet engine has been in practice in DRDO and also in ISRO for a long time. But also to reuse it and also to incorporate our ISRO objectives in scramjet engine is a bit difficult process. So it is nothing but an air-breathing propulsion system. I will not go into the details of this system. Only the I will tell the achievement which are still there. It is there are very critical technologies such as ignition of air-breathing engine at supersonic speed, holding the flame at supersonic speed, air intake mechanism, and fuel injection system. And this scramjet engine actually uses hydrogen as fuel and oxygen from the atmosphere. See, there is a very marked difference between the GSLV rocket and this engine. In GSLV rocket, we are giving liquid oxygen inside our rocket as oxidizer. But this scramjet engine will use while in flight, while after launch, it will use oxygen from the atmosphere and it will combust and it will propel. So this is a very challenging project in which we are progressing very fast. So this is our main. So after this, I have presented you some various rockets and various future rockets which will be coming into picture and developed by ISRO. And so now the main thing of this workshop is that to make you understand from a very layman perspective, because I am also a very layman in this field. I am only joined 1.5 years in this field. So the basic rocket science I will explain to in a very general way, so that we all know this Newton's second law and third law of motion. We have studied in our 5th or 6th standard. The same thing, the same principle is used in rocket science, nothing more. But only thing, this second law and third law, they are only used in rocket science when the rocket is in atmosphere only. When the rocket is going out of atmosphere, there is no action or reaction force coming to picture. So this Newton's third law will not be accepted there. So you can remember in this way that in a general mechanism, the only principle that is coming into picture in rocket science is conservation of linear momentum, which is basically Newton's second law only. And this third law also comes into picture when it is inside atmosphere. So this, for example, in rocket propulsion, data mass of propellant is accelerated from initial velocity v0 to exit velocity ve. So how will velocity by time? So if you put this expression in our force, it will come like this: F equal to m dot into changing velocity, mass into changing velocity, nothing but momentum thrust. So this momentum thrust, okay. Before going to proceed further, I will explain this diagram. See, in rocket engine, we need to propel this rocket engine in upward direction. For this mechanism, we need to propel or combust some gases to in opposite direction. So to propel the hot gases out, we need combustion. So sorry, for this combustion mechanism, we need some liquid to be transferred into gas, and it can propel out of the nozzle, convergent divergent nozzle. For this, we need fuel and oxygen. For this fuel will have some particular fluid. This oxygen will also have some particular fluid. Inside they will go. They will have some combustion chamber in which it will combust, and it will flow out. For this flow out, we will receive some opposite reaction, and by this reaction we propel our vehicle or rocket up into the atmosphere. So theoretically, we have proceeded up to this part. This force equal to mass into change in velocity. So substituting the weight flow rate, we can convert this mass flow into weight flow also, and we can assume that the actual VO, that is initial velocity, is 0, because initial velocity is 0 means the rocket is in base. It has not lifted. So the initial velocity is 0. So we can put V0 equal to 0. So this is one force. Another force is coming into picture is the pressure thrust. Why pressure thrust? Because due to combustion, we will have some pressure in external pressure difference in the system. Inside rocket it will have some pressure, and outside it will have some ambient pressure. So there will be pressure difference. So for this pressure difference, we will have some pressure force or pressure thrust difference. That is P minus P into A, means difference of pressure into acceleration. So this if the two forces we can combine into one picture, it will come like this. If we can m dot by g plus P minus P into A. This is the force of going into the atmosphere, and this is the thrust of pressure. And so here one new thing it will come in the picture. It is called impulse. Everything we design based on rocket, the only parameter we are looking after is impulse. So let us understand what is it. The impulse is nothing but the entire thrust we are getting over the entire duration of time. So for integrating it, after integrating it, we will get I equal to force into entire time. So F into T. So specifically, so now the every individual rocket which will have this individual propellant mass. So like PSLV will have very small mass, GSLV rocket will have very high mass. So to get a common parameter, we need specific impulse. The total impulse or weight of the propellant. It is coming like this: I is equal to F by M. The means whichever the rocket, whatever the rocket might be, if it is giving high impulse, then it will be preferred compared to the previous rocket. Means that, for example, solid rocket will give impulse about 260 seconds. Means the rocket, the solid motor, it will run for 260 seconds. Then it will go off. Then liquid engine will come into picture. Then what is the impulse of the liquid engine? It is around 350 or 340 seconds. This means liquid engine is far more efficient than solid engine. It's based on a general view, but actually it is not. Actually, they are both are differing in our atmosphere. So I'm just giving one example. And for cryogenic engine, it is around 340 seconds. So 340 seconds is the ISP for cryogenic engine. So what it means that cryogenic engine will burn for maximum time, so that it will give the thrust for maximum amount of time. So this is the only parameter which will keep in mind when designing any rocket. So substituting, I will not go into the details. Just you can see substituting everything into the force formula into ISP. We are getting one formula, and the exit velocity we are also substituting here. So finally, we are getting the ISP like this. The ISP is basically a primary function of two things. I have listed here. You can see the first part is a function of the combustion process, which is influenced by the propellants, and the mixture ratio. Mixture ratio means weight of the oxidizer by weight of the fuel. And the second part, which I am pointing here, it is nothing but the function of the expansion of the exhaust gases. I told you that exhaust gases need to be expanded through a nozzle. So it is a function of that, which is also influenced by the back pressure and EDR ratio. EDR ratio means the exit ratio of the nozzle by the exit ratio of the throat of the nozzle. And also one more thing we need to know is that I told you now mixture ratio. This mixture ratio is nothing but a weight of oxygen per weight of fluid. So the high the mixture ratio is, we will achieve high ISP, means high impulse, means high efficient rocket. So normally associated mixture ratio we want to execute rocket, but actually in this is theoretical. Actually in practice we have found that is mixture ratio is not always like that. If you use one stoichiometric ratio of mixture ratio, it will give you highest velocity or highest ISP. Many times it has happened that mixture ratio we need to balance or trade off based on certain parameters so that it becomes less than stoichiometric ratio. Why I will show you in my next slide. See, this is the graph of ISP, means the number of seconds the engine will burn, and the x-axis is a graph of mixture ratio. So this, if you use the stoichiometric mixture of fuel and oxygen, then it will come like this. Means the ISP will come in around 450 seconds, like that it will come. But actually, of our experiments, we can see that this J2X and SSME are two different types of rocket engines. So in this rocket engines, we have used mixture ratio much less than stoichiometric ratio. Earlier stoichiometric ratio was 8. Now stoichiometric ratio is 6 and 5. But we are getting impulse very high. We are getting impulse about 476. So that's I was saying that the stoichiometry ratio of mixture ratio is not always the perfect. We need to do some experiments, and based on that, we will know at what mixture ratio we will get our maximum ISC, means maximum specific impulse. So now, I've told you there are some solid propellants, there are some liquid propellants in our rockets. So how do we choose our liquid propellants or other propellants? Since pardon me, because I will bias somewhat towards liquid propellant because I am from liquid propulsion area. So I will be mostly dealing with liquid propellants here. I will also cover solid, but okay, this slide is actually based on liquid propellant. So this liquid propellant we will choose based on certain parameters, which are ISP. I have told you density. Higher density is better. Higher density, why better? Because higher density of propellant means it will take low volume. Low volume means to hold a particular propellant, the tank we has to be the tank volume has to be low. Otherwise, density low means the tank has to be very high volume, which is actually not cost efficient. And also storability. Storability also, and ground temperature. Is it hazardous or not? Like the various parameters are there for the liquid propellants. Here you can see some liquid propellants I have listed here. LO2, LH2 means liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, methane and liquid oxygen, and also RP1. It is nothing but a high grade variation of kerosene or aviation turbine fuel and liquid oxygen. Their mixture ratio is different, their ISP is different. So blindly we should not see that high ISP means high efficient engine. There are also some parameters. Okay. For example, you can see here, this is the graph of total propellant mass and various propellants. See, for LO2, LH2 means liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen engine, we are having a very low propellant mass. So based on only this graph, we can conclude that okay, this is having very low mass, so we will use this in our rocket, so that it will take it will be more cost effective. But to remind that this system has very low density. Very low density means very high volume. Very high volume means like that. In the second graph, you can see total propellant volume and propellant. See, the volume intake is very high. Means to hold this propellant inside the tank volume has to be very high. So which ultimately it is not cost efficient. So like this, we have to before every design we have to trade off between the mass of propellant and the volume of propellant. Whatever mass is less and also volume is somewhat kind of less, or vice versa. We have to take that system only. Another parameter we have to keep in mind is the area ratio for nozzle. See, every rocket has a nozzle at its bottom, and it is convergent and divergent in structure because in convergent area the throat is having super subsonic to sonic velocity. So the Mach number is becoming greater than 1. So so continue the flow so that it doesn't flow, we have to make this divergent engine. So this engine is a Dynamo engine, figured by scientist Dynamo. It is nothing but a convergent divergent engine. So this area ratio we have to keep in mind. This area ratio is nothing but the ratio of the exit area to the ratio of the throat area. This exit area and throat area, it is the ratio is called mixture area ratio. So the higher the area ratio, higher will be our ISC. But also here you have to keep other factors also in mind. You don't conclude blindly that higher epsilon means higher area ratio means higher efficiency. Because in some cases, if P is greater than PA, means P means exit pressure is greater than PA means ambient pressure, the nozzle is identified as underexpanded and will not give optimal performance. And also in the opposite case also, if P is very less than PA, then the nozzle is called overexpanded also. So what we conclude from here that we have to trade off again, we have to find a balance between the exit pressure and the ambient pressure, so that we can maintain a particular area ratio and we can get a particular ISP which will be most efficient for our engine. So the thing theoretical I have said in my previous slide has been presented here. This is underexpanded engine. The exit pressure is greater than ambient pressure. This is the ambient. This is entirely ambient. This is overexpanded engine, and this is the grossly overexpanded engine. So the second thing only is what we will take, and we some other factors also to optimize area ratio. Okay, so this is what about the basics of the rocket. engine and how rocket engine works. And so we will come to some liquid propellants. Type of propellants. What kind of propellants are used in rockets? So here they are very storable. See, you can see the word storable, you can see the word space storable, you can see the word cryogenic. This storable means these propellants can be stored at normal ambient conditions in our Earth. This space storable means these propellants can be stored not in our Earth environment but in space environment. So this for the space environment, these propellants will come into picture. And this cryogenic means this will have a boiling point very less than 100 kilograms. So like 30 Kelvin, 40 Kelvin, like that, it will have boiling point. So this cryogenic propellant will require a very proper and very thorough storage process so that we can store cryogenic propellants for our later use. So for our ISL purposes, we use this for liquid engine, we use this storable propellant, and this UDMH I have told you before, unsymmetrical diameter hydrazine. This is our UDMH propellant, and also for cryogenic engine we use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellant. And one thing I forgot to tell you that for storable propellant, this UDMH is a fuel, and I told you some oxidizer also required. So this N2O is the oxidizer. So this fuel and this oxidizer are used in ISL or liquid engines, and this LH to liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are used in cryogenic liquid engine. Okay, so these propellants, let us deal a bit with these propellants. These are materials we know that are combusted by engine to produce thrust. So there are bipropellants and monopropellant engines. I have told you that one fuel and oxygen is required for combustion, but there are also some propellants which does not require fuel. Which does not require oxidation. It can combust on its own when heated or catalyzed. They are called monopropellants. So these are bipropellants, and there are some monopropellants also. So this storable propellants what we are using in ISL is that the advantage is that it can be stored at sea level conditions, and but one disadvantage is that they are very toxic, reactive, corrosive. So I particularly deal in this type of propellants. So when we are handling this type of propellants, we have to be very cautious because it is very reactive and corrosive and very toxic. So we have to take very high precautions before handling this. Handling this also is a very tedious job. And also this, I have told monopropellants are also there. It does not require oxygen for combustion. These monopropellants are also having some considerable amount of ISP, but in ISL we use only biopropellant system only. Okay, and there are some propellants I told they are space storable. They are storable in the temperature of the space. They have a net boiling point greater than 230 degrees. So these cryogenic propellants are in space. They are depending on the storage tank design, thermal environment, and temperature. Because space storable propellants are not like Earth storable ambient storable propellants. They have a special type of care. We are not going to details and just giving a brief idea. And cryogenic propellants are also there. Liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. They have a very low density, so they have very high volume of tank is required to store them. So these are all propellant types. So next we will come into, so we have after this we have learned the type of rockets, the type of orbits, why we are sending these rockets into orbits to release satellites. So after that we have learned a brief idea of the rocket equation, how does rocket propel upwards. Next we have understood, I think I'm making you understand that what are the liquid propellants are there in these engines. And next, I think it is a good time to learn that how it works actually, how solid propellant, how liquid propellant works. Is there any difference in working principle, or is it same? Yes, there are very stark differences in the working of these engines. So the solid propellant rocket on the left side, see the middle empty area, it is nothing but propellant. So these are fins. In the bottom part, it is fins. This is the combustion chamber. This is the propellant I told you in the middle area. This is the core. This is the casing. The casing is the productive part of the propellant, and this is the igniter. See, you have to give the igniter. Like in Diwali also, when we light firecrackers, it doesn't start to burn instantaneously. We have to give. It means in that case, the matchstick is the igniter. So here also the same principle is applied. Here also we use some igniter, but it is electrical igniter. Based on this electrical igniter, we ignite the propellant and it starts burning. And obviously, at the top, it will be pure means it will have some satellite which will be injected into the organ. See, this is solid propellant. So this is the liquid propellant. Here also there are some fins. There is a combustion chamber. There are injectors. For liquid propellant, you have to inject into the combustion chamber in the atomized form, and there are also pumps. Because the solid propellant, I will tell you later. The solid propellant, the liquid propellant have some oxidizer and propellant also. So they have to be pumped into the combustion chamber. Not necessarily they are just the engine is open and it will go into the combustion chamber. They have to be pumped and at a certain flow rate. Not in any fluid, they have to be certain fluid. They have to be given a certain fluid into the combustion chamber, so that it starts to burn. And this is the fuel tank. This is the oxidizer tank. Sometimes the oxidizer tank is going in between the fuel tank, but you have to be very cautious because most of these liquid propellants are hypertonic in nature. Why hypertonic? Hypertonic means if they come into contact, they will start to burn automatically. They doesn't instead of the igniter in solid propellant, they doesn't need any igniter. They will burn. They will burn instantaneously. So we have to be very cautious that not even a milliliter of any small quantity of propellant is going into fuel oxidation tank. All oxidation propellant is going into fuel tank. Otherwise, they will burn instantaneously. So these are the very stark differences and parts of a rocket engine. Of a solid and liquid engine. So I think I will show, instead of showing you theoretically, I will explain you everything, the working principle by video. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the liquid propellant rocket engine. I can tell you as the video progresses. This is the very first rocket engine which was developed by the Americans. Some say the Germans, some say the Chinese. So let us don't go into a debate. So we will only learn the rocket engine. This is the inside of a rocket engine, of a liquid rocket engine. So this is the oxidizer, this is the fuel tank. Okay. Then okay. So this is the inside of the oxidizer tank, and this is the inside of the fuel tank. So here in this video, we'll see oxidizer and fuel are using different tanks. In ISR, we are using same tanks also, but different with a different boundary. So what we are seeing this now is a turbo pumps to pump the propellant, as I said, to pump the propellant into the combustion chamber. We have to pump the doesn't come automatically and at a particular flow rate. So this is now what you are seeing is the combustion chamber, where liquid propellant comes and burns and throws up gas in the opposite direction and pull off. See, this is a fuel injector. I told you we have to convert the liquid propellant into small droplets so that they burn more easily because they are getting high surface area. So these two tanks are there. The propellant turbo pump is there. The injector is there, and the combustion chamber is there. So everything is coming to the combustion chamber, and sometimes there are igniter is there. It is very exceptional in this liquid engine, but there are some igniter is there. But in ISO, we are not having such type of igniter because we are using some propellant which are hypertonic, so they will burn automatically. And this is the nozzle I was talking about. You can see it is convergent and divergent structure. Whatever the heat energy is there, it is getting converted into the kinetic energy based on Barnum efficiency. So this is the rocket liquid engine what we are using here. So this is the working principle. What we will see now. See, oxidizer and pump both are having fuel. They are coming into the turbo pump. The turbo pump is forcing them into the combustion chamber. It is coming in the combustion chamber. Sometimes in this video they are showing igniter. Okay. But without igniter also it will burn automatically if you use that kind of propellant. So after igniter, they will start to burn. So it has started burning, and by throwing out hot gases in opposite direction, the engine will move upward. So this is the basic and very simple expression of working principle of liquid. So what are the advantages? The advantage of liquid is that the combustion process is controllable. You can control how much propellant to be inserted into the combustion chamber, and also speed regulation is possible. You can control how much speed to go, and also more economical, because for long range it is more economical than cryogenic, and also you can stop the engine at every stage. Now the disadvantage is also there, because it is more complicated construction. The computers for it is very complicated. And also manufacturing cost is very high because they have to have propellant turbo pumps and injectors and all that. And size and weight of the engine is more compared to solid propellant. So next we will go to the video of solid propellant. How solid propellant works? Solid propellant engine works. Solid motor. This is a solid motor. We will bifurcate it and we will see what is inside. This is the construction process. See, this is a casing layer. This is a shear layer to protect the propellant from outside. There is an insulation layer. This is for thermal protection. This is a longitudinal view we are seeing. We will now see this is the propellant blade. This is the nozzle actually. Conversion diameter, same as the liquid engine. So this is the propellant blade. The solid propellant is in the is inserted inside after casting, and it will be up inside this thermal insulated blade. Here it will be. Here the solid propellant will be inside, and it will be casted. So these are basically the parts of this solid engine, and this is the ignitor also. For solid, we definitely require an ignitor, otherwise we will not burn, unlike liquid engine. And this is the propellant. I have already explained the form of solid. So these are working principle will I'll explain. Most oxidizers are nitric, phosphorus, and liquid oxygen, and fuel is HPPV, or you can say any resin material or plastic material. Okay, so how do we make this solid propellant? This oxidizing and fuel is in the form of this thick structure. It is casted in around 58 degrees centigrade. So this both oxidation and fuel, they are mixed and formed into this grainy structure. They will come like this. This grainy structure will come, and it will be, and they will be inserted in our solid engine. So now we will look after this working principle. How does solid propellant work? Is very simple compared to liquid. This doesn't have any turbo pump or injector or nothing like that. Only you have to ignite and the propellant will burn. That's all. But they will burn until they are empty. You cannot control it. So it will burn until the propellant is empty. And by this reaction mechanism, they will propel the rocket upward into the atmosphere. So this is basically the working principle of a solid engine, how solid engine works. So there are also some advantages and disadvantages, like the liquid engine. Advantage is it is simple in design and construction. I have shown you this very simple in design and construction. Pardon me for this very but they don't have any field system and also less direction because they are very less part. 2-3 parts are there in this document, but there are some marked disadvantages because in case of emergency, for example, we have to stop the rocket, but we cannot stop it if it is solid engine, because the solid engine will never stop until it is empty. There is no control mechanism in this rocket, so that will be stopped. So here liquid propellant means over solid propellant. And also we cannot stop also, we cannot decrease the speed also. Means continuing the speed also not possible. And also like once ignited, it will be empty and then it will be burnt out. Okay, these applications are military for launch missiles and also strap-on booster. I have told you some strap-on boosters are there in every round. They will be used in that area. Now a very short one cryogenic engine also I will show you. We have seen liquid, we have seen solid, and we now see cryogenic. Cryogenic engine is also very complex. This is a very complex mechanism. I will not go into details. I'll just show what are there inside and what are the properties inside. See, this cryogenic engine is having a very insulating purpose, because these are having very low boiling points. So our main cost goes into protecting the propellant. The propellant is liquid hydrogen and the oxygen is liquid oxygen. So one oil and one oxidation. And this is 12.5 ton engine. We call it LOX and it is LH2. See, the boiling point is minus 183 degree, and it is for hydrogen it is minus 223 degrees. And the engine actually looks kind of this. The cryogenic engine, because it was earlier developed by Russia, but now it is entirely developed by India. These are the combustion chamber and gas generator and turboprop also. It's a very complex engine, and this is control system for all these things. So it is a very complicated engine. I just briefly told you about what is there, and now our main progress or main target in the coming years, which is suddenly delayed due to this our pandemic situation. It is Gaganyaan program. Gaganyaan program is nothing but sending our astronauts into space. See, up to now only USA and Russia have sent our astronauts into space. Indian astronauts into space. So the same thing we are to do it indigenous. For this, we have some different plans, and we have also projected ourselves in issues, and also we have achieved many things. Only this pandemic has thwarted us a little bit, but we will fulfill this very soon. What is the plan is that this Gaganyaan will launch, and it will have two modules. One module it will have the astronauts, and one module it will have normal rocket engine. So what will happen after going in space? It will remove the astronauts. It will remove the service module, and it will take only the astronauts, and it will orbit into space. 4 or 5 days later, it will again come back to the near the atmosphere, and it will do re-entry. This is a very critical process. We all know the tragedy of our beloved Kalpana Chawla, who expired during this re-entry phase. This re-entry phase is very difficult because it is coming from outer atmosphere to inside. So there will be very high temperature outside. If your system cannot withstand that temperature, your system will burn off immediately, and you will have no sign of any humans there. So it is a very critical phase. We are all working for that, and the plan is to after re-entry, it will plunge into the sea with the help of pedestals, and from there we can collect or we can take our astronaut into our land. This is actually original video, but it was tested without any astronauts. Now only the module was there, and we achieved a very good success in that process. So next process is we are preparing our astronauts also in Russia. So once they are trained and once we are completely ready, we will launch this Gaganyaan flight plan very soon. And also one more video I will show you regarding Gaganyaan. What it will do actually. What rocket it will use actually. It will use this is a space simulation. It will use a three-stage D3 Mark III rocket, which we have explained before. It has our Prime Minister has given us a deadline of 75th year of independence, it is 2022. So we are working on that to fulfill this demand. So it will launch from our launch pad, and it will carry our astronauts into space. What will happen? The solid motors will be born, and they will be separated. After separation, the second the liquid engine will start igniting. Once it is separated, only the cryogenic engine will remain in space, and the astronaut module. See, this is a separation video of a cryogenic engine. The cryogenic engine, the liquid engine is going off, and the cryogenic engine, along with the astronauts, is going to space. So the astronauts will be in crew module, and the engine will be in service module. So also the service module also is getting outside. And this is a solar panel deployment so that our satellite receives solar power so that we do not need any propulsion system to work on that. This is a service module. And these are having life system for our Indian astronauts. And also we are having a future plan to develop our own space station. So it is a first step in regards to that. So it is before re-entry to reduce our mass. We are separating the service module from the crew module. And both of them are coming back into Earth atmosphere. The crew module here will land in the Indian Ocean using parachute. This is a very critical phase. This was the governance plan. So I think in this short span of time, I have told you something which I know in this limited amount of years that I am in service, and it's my great pleasure to be in this Chemspark program. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your expertise and guidance on behalf of the team of Chemspark. It is a pleasure to learn from you. Thanks again. So here we'll end the session of the workshop. I would request all the participants to fill in the answers in the links provided. And now we are going to take a short break of 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the participants of Tech and Type, please commence with the process of writing your essays. We'll end the submission process after 30 minutes. So please check the WhatsApp groups to find out the topic of the Thank you.
ঋত্বিক ইনোভেটের ওটা বলে দিলে না একবার দেড়টার সময়?
স্যার ইনোভেটটা আমরা গ্রুপে প্রোভাইড করে দিচ্ছি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে।
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. ম্যাম আমাদের এমনি এই প্যানেলে কয়জন থাকবেন?
স্যার আপনি আছেন, ডক্টর দেবজ্যোতি চক্রবর্তী, আমি আর স্যার।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ওরা এক এক মানে টোটাল তো 4টের মধ্যে শেষ করতে হবে। 19 জন পার্টিসিপেন্ট আছে।
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
ওরা প্রেজেন্টেশন দেবে কি 5 মিনিট করে?
হ্যাঁ, মানে সেটাই ঠিক হয়েছে, 5 মিনিটের মধ্যে প্রেজেন্টেশনটা কমপ্লিট করতে হবে।
আর 2 মিনিট মতো কোশ্চেন আনসার।
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
ওকে। আচ্ছা, দেবজ্যোতি চক্রবর্তী মানে আমাদের সেই আগে ফ্যাকাল্টি ছিলেন তিনি তো?
হ্যাঁ উনি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
আমি আসলে ওনাকে দেখিনি, কারণ আমি পরে জয়েন করেছি।
আচ্ছা। শীতেন্দু গুড আফটারনুন।
হ্যাঁ, গুড আফটারনুন সুকান্ত দা, ভালো আছেন তো?
হ্যাঁ ভালো আছি।
হ্যাঁ, ওকে।
আচ্ছা দেবজ্যোতি আসবে?
হ্যাঁ, দেবজ্যোতি আসবে।
তোমার ফোনগুলো কোথায় এখানে?
Ritika, can you start the program?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new to this event. Before we get started, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us make this event come together to become a success. We would like to thank the esteemed judges, Dr. Shukanta Sarkar and Dr. Devajyoti Chakraborty. Dr. Shukanta Sarkar is an associate professor and head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Heritage Institute of Technology. He has a teaching experience of 14 years and has 3 published textbooks along with 5 national and international paper publications. He has also been awarded the Best Young Faculty at Heritage Institute of Technology. Dr. Devajyoti Chakraborty, who is presently a lecturer in chemical engineering in Hooghly Institute of Technology under the Department of Technical Institution and Training, Government of West Bengal. Previously, he was an assistant professor in chemical engineering at Heritage Institute of Technology. He has 15 years of teaching and research experience. Published several research papers in international journals of repute and has also actively taken part in numerous national and international conferences. He is a life associate member of IICHE and a member of Alumni Association of Jadavpur University. We couldn't have done it without you, sir. Now we would like to reiterate the basic rules once again for Innovate. The time limit for each team is 8 minutes. Participants are requested to keep their video on while giving the presentation. Please be ready with your speech and all other related materials before the time allotted to you. In case of any technical problems, please contact us. So a very warm welcome once again to all of you. Let's begin. Team 1, Abhishek Ganguly, you are requested to turn on your video and your microphone, and the rest of you, please mute yourselves. Team 2, Aninder Shankar Kapat, Deeprojit Das, and Uttarayan Roy Chaudhary, please get ready, you're up next.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we are hearing.
Yes, sir, I am audible and visible.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So can I start, sir?
Okay, you can start.
Okay, so my name is Abhishek Ganguly, the third year chemical engineering student of Heritage Institute of Technology. And first of all, good afternoon to each and everyone, our respected judges and the participants. So my topic is development of low-cost ceramic candle for drinking water purification. Now to begin with, water filtration is one of the biggest issue that we are facing now. Groundwater consists of heavy metals like chromium and arsenic with undesirable percentage or concentration which are very harmful to us. Now talking about West Bengal, the groundwater of West Bengal consists of 39 micrograms per liter of chromium, out of which 30 micrograms per liter uh, of chromium is in the chromium plastics oxidation state, which is very harmful for us. And the arsenic content ranges between 0.01 to 3.20 milligrams per liter. But according to WHO recommendation, the range should be in total, which means chromium and arsenic, the range should be 0.00017 milligrams per liter. Okay, so in this project, we are trying to minimize this total content of heavy metals like arsenic and chromium by creating a ceramic candle or a membrane incorporated with nanoparticles in order to get a recommended filtrate of healthy drinking water. So, Ritika, can you zoom in? Hello.
Wait, which part?
Methods and materials. Excuse me.
Okay, you carry on. You carry on. You keep speaking.
Okay, sir. So the methods that we have used here are 1 molar solution of potassium chromate, ferric chloride, cadmium nitrate, and zinc acetate. Then deionized water, then concentrated hydrochloric acid, triethyl ethanol amine, EVA solution in water, 4% concentration, and some surfactant solution. So the preparation of the sample solution, here we have taken 50 ml of potassium chromate solution, which is mixed with 5 ml of 35% 11 normal HCl. Here the observation that we have got that the orange color solution is heated and the color changes to green, indicating the conversion of chromium plus 6 iron to chromium plus 3 iron. Then HCl is continuously added to the solution and the final volume of the solution is 183 ml, which is 133 ml of hydrochloric acid and 50 ml of mother solution that we have taken. Then again excess HCl is added to avoid aerial oxidation of the solution. Then the second solution that we have prepared is 5 ml of potassium chromate solution mixed with 35% 11 normal HCl and 98% H2SO4. The sample is heated, but the solution does not changes into green color. Hence, there is no observation. So the method is abandoned. So then the third sample that we have taken is a small amount of potassium chromate and mixed with HCl and H2SO4 and oxalic acid. The solution turns a different shade of green after being heated. The fourth solution that we have taken is small amount of potassium chromate solution which is mixed with oxalic acid and H2SO4, and the solution does not change any color even after heating it for a long time. So we are abandoning the last three solutions and taking the first solution as the sample for the sample testing. So we have given a trial, a first trial, which comprises of 20 ml of the above prepared green solution with the chromium plus 3 ion. Then we have added 10 ml of FeCl3 solution, 50 ml of cadmium nitrate solution, 35 ml of zinc acetate solution with 50 ml of 1 normal HCl. Again 10 ml of 10% PVA solution is added, polyvinyl alcohol, which is, and the mixture is heated to 60 degrees centigrade. Initially the solution, the color of the solution, which is orange in color initially, it changes slowly and turns into greenish. The temperature is adjusted for 30 minutes and the solution is cooled then. Now let's suppose the solution is added to it with alganic acid and the precipitate is formed, and then we have filtered the precipitate. Then the filtrate is heated and continuously stirred with a magnetic stirrer. The solution turns into deep green. It is then cooled by keeping it in a cold water bath with the pH of the solution maintained at 0.33. Now polyvinyl alcohol is prepared by adding powdered polyvinyl alcohol to deionized water and heated to dissolve the powder or the filter that we have got. The warm PVA is poured into the test solution. The pH of the solution increases to 0.7. Then we are getting into the precipitation process. Now here we have added triethanol amine.
Your time is up.
Okay, can I just
conclude?
Sir?
Yes, conclude. You need not have to say so much method details. You just tell about the property of the final product that you
Okay,
have got?
I'm going to tell about the result. The result is the precipitate so obtained is the process in the process of alkylation with TEA. The precipitate was colloidal in nature partly, and some substantial amount of very sticky precipitate settled overnight. The solution obtained in the centrifugation process was almost very close to colorless, indication thereby the almost whole of the chromium plus 3 and Fe3 plus ions has been precipitated out from the mother solution, and the filter has to be checked for any remaining zinc plus 2 and cadmium plus 2 salts remaining in the solution. And the pH at the end of the experiment level is 8.5. So the conclusion is by giving these trials, we have the filtered water that we have got is 90% free of chromium and 70% lead free. Thank you. I would like to end.
Abhishek,
Yes, sir.
uh, in the market there are so many filters are available, and you have designed one good quality filter and low cost filter. Okay, so what is the average cost of this type of candle, and what is the life of this type of candle?
What is the
cost of this
Sir,
type of candle?
if we use these type of candles, these are less low cost because than the polymer membrane, and the absolute cost I don't know, but these are low cost
Estimated,
candles.
estimated.
Sir, sir, estimated cost I can't say, sir.
Say if you want to prepare at a time say 100 numbers candles, then what will be the approximate cost? Low cost means say it may be 1000 rupees, it may be 5000 rupees, it may be 50 rupees. So what is the low cost? What is the value of that one? That is important. And have you tried to calculate this value?
No, sir, I have not
Actually,
tried.
low cost no meaning if you don't say approximate value of that. Okay, and how it will be marketable?
Sorry, sir.
How it will be marketable? So if you want to prepare this one, then how you will sell in the market? Have you have any plan for that one?
No, sir, we are still working in it. Working
Okay.
on it. We have given only one trial.
Okay.
We are still working on it. We would give trials with other metal oxides, hydroxides. So still now we have not reached that point.
Okay. So my question is over. Dityendu.
Devujyoti, if you have any question, you can ask. Hello. Devujyoti আছে।
Hello. One thing that hello, hello. Actually, this process is too much lengthy. I think to separation of heavy metal. Therefore, Shukantuda already says that cost is comparatively very high, and this process is not easy. Okay, but presently,
Sir, hello, sir.
Say?
Sorry for the interruption, but if we use the polymer membrane, sir, but the effectiveness will reduce, sir. Here we are getting 90% chromium free and 70% lead free water, the filtered water. So, but if we use the polymer membrane, sir, the effectiveness will reduce. And sir, as Shukant sir was asking, the cost, if low cost, I think it would be a 60 around 60 or 65 rupees per pieces the candle would cost.
But actually, that's okay. But this process is too much lengthy, time-consuming process because and you need different types of chemicals like ferric chloride, potassium chromate, cadmium nitrate, zinc acetate. That is too much. Too much. This process is separation process is too much time-consuming. First of all, that is
And
the
also it must be
another. That
costly
is another problem.
because you require so much of chemicals.
So, but the effectiveness is good now.
Okay.
If we use the polymer membrane, the
So that
effectiveness will reduce,
so
sir.
it means resulting membrane will be somewhat costly because you have to procure those types of material for the industrial production, right?
No, but actually, obviously, but
You have to procure those chemicals when so the resulting product will be costly. So that's what I think you need to emphasize.
I think obviously, and another thing is that you can separate almost 98 to 99%. I agree, but the process is too much time consuming as well as the cost is very high. This is the main problem.
Cost will be high. Yes. Okay,
You
take
do
a
effort and you try to minimize that one. Okay, very good approach.
obviously, it's a common double effort. Okay.
Okay.
Ritika, call the next participant.
Thank you, sir.
Team 2, Malinda Shankar Kapat, Uttaran Roy Chaudhary, and Deeprajit Das. Please turn your video and microphone on. And Team 3, Saptarshi Sengupta, Adishri Kundu, Shreya Bosak. Please get ready, you're up next.
Good afternoon to respective judges and everybody present here. I am Uttaran Roy Chaudhary and I am starting from the abstract. CRISPR is the newest genome editing technology having a vast usage in the current time to cure diseases like HIV, cancer, muscular dystrophy, etc. This technology was first observed in a defense mechanism of a bacteria. The most important tool of this mechanism is the Cas9 protein, which is an advanced and powerful molecular scissor. Apart from the mentioned use, this technology is also used to make GM plants and animals and biofuels, etc. Down syndrome is a disorder caused by trisomy of 21st chromosome in human. But with the help of the CRISPR technology, the third chromosome can be inactivated to cure this disease completely.
Now, introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. We wanted to introduce the 21st century's most important discovery, the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing system. The importance of CRISPR-Cas9 was recognized with the awarding of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry to Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier in 2020. The repeated DNA sequences called were first observed in bacteria with special DNA sequences. In between the repeats that exactly match the viral sequences. It was subsequently discovered that the bacteria transcribed these DNA elements into RNA upon a viral infection. In 2012, researchers demonstrated that the RNAs could be constructed to guide Cas nuclease to any DNA sequence. The guide RNA can also be made in such a way that we can target only one specific sequence, improving the chances that the DNA will cut at that site and nowhere else in the genome. Further testing revealed that the system works quite well in all types of cells, including human cells. CRISPR-Cas9 has ignited a revolution. CRISPR has enabled a simple, affordable way to manipulate and edit DNA, completely changing the fate of genome engineering.
Now about the disease. Now I am going to brief everyone present here about Down syndrome. So what is Down syndrome? It's a genetic disorder caused due to trisomy of chromosome 21. Down syndrome may occur in different forms. Most common form is trisomy 21, in which 3 copies of 21st chromosome occur due to abnormal cell division during development of sperm or egg cell. Then comes mosaic Down syndrome, in which only few cells have 3 copies of chromosome 21 due to abnormal cell division after fertilization. And lastly comes the translocation Down syndrome, in which children usually have 2 copies of chromosome but also have additional genetic material from chromosome 21 attached to another chromosome due to translocation of portion of chromosome 21 before or at conception.
Now methods and materials. Materials used here are Cas9 protein and desired RNA templates. Method: to edit the gene with CRISPR technology, two parts of the target DNA is cut with Cas9 protein. Then the gap is filled by DNA nucleotides that is obtained from the taken RNA template. Thus, change in a chromosome can be made. Using this mechanism, Down syndrome can be treated. First, the disease has to be diagnosed in embryonic condition. Then, applying the mentioned mechanism, the change in nature of the 21st set of chromosome, third set of 21st chromosome is made in such a way that it will be functionless and it would not be copied in other cells during cell division. Thus, the extra chromosome will be inactivated in Down, and Down syndrome can be cured. In case of mosaic Down syndrome, the extra chromosome is not present in all the cells, so it can be treated in adult conditions also.
Now results. Finally, by this innovative technology, we can expect to successfully inactivate the extra 21st chromosome and hence this disorder can be cured.
Now discussion. The CRISPR has already shown promising results in treating several diseases and has also had a huge impact in editing plant genomes to create several beneficial agriculture applications. The CRISPR technology has a potential in other areas in developing disease model and edit crops. It can take months to design a single customized protein at a cost of more than $1,000, but with CRISPR, scientists can create a short RNA template in just a few days using free software and a DNA starter kit that only costs $65.
Now conclusion. Hereby I conclude that though this technology is in experimental stage, positive results are highly expected in the near future to eradicate this disease from the world. Thank you.
Sukantara.
Anindo, can you tell me one of the application of CRISPR is used in treatment of cancer? So can you explain the mechanism of this type of treatment?
Sir, can I say?
Okay.
In cancer, the cells lose the uh, lose the control of stopping, and thus it continues and the cancer produces. So to stop cancer, the defected cells can be isolated and can be edited by the genes can be edited by CRISPR technology, as we mentioned in the process, and thus it can be cured.
Okay, my next question is what is mosaic Down syndrome?
In this Down syndrome, translocation occurs. Means that all the cells doesn't have the third copy of chromosome 21, but in some there is translocation of some part of genetic material of chromosome 21 to other chromosomes.
Okay. Next, Devajyoti.
Is it possible to perform this in a normal laboratory, normal biochemistry laboratory? It is possible to generate?
Yes, sir, it is possible. With the you need a software to create the RNA template and a DNA starter kit type tools like which may cost around $65, sir. It is also in the experimental stage. We need to experiment more.
Have you done the experiment? Have you done it?
No, sir.
Have you,
It is
actually in India, I think there is no infrastructure to develop it, isn't it? In
Yes.
India, it
Yes.
is not possible to develop.
Yes.
no,
Yes.
still not. Still not. It is not possible now.
Still,
Okay.
okay, obviously, any other
Okay.
queries?
Okay. Okay. Next participant, please. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Team 3, Shoptoshi Sengupta, Adishri Kundu, and Shreya Bosak. Turn on your video and microphone. And Team 4, Arunika Kole, Sauni Ghosh, and Shantapon Shaha. Get ready.
Please display from your side.
Okay, okay.
Wait.
You start.
Actually, sir,
Please start.
she's supposed to start, like,
Okay.
introduce.
Of course.
Is my presentation visible?
Okay, visible.
Okay. Okay, so I'm starting. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Saptashi Sengupta, and today our group will be presenting this poster on the impacts of COVID-19 on bioprocess technology. I will be beginning with the introduction. Bioprocess technology deals with processes through which we can utilize cells or their components to create desired biological products. These processes can be broadly categorized into two parts, upstream and downstream processes. Focusing on vaccines, the crucial aspects determining the choice of vaccine are vaccine demand, vaccine type, the growth requirements for the virus, host cell characteristics. And now I will ask Shreya Bosak to continue with the methods.
Thank you, Shoptoshi. In methods, we are gonna focus on bioprocess advanced technologies in upstream bioprocessing to enhance the efficiency of vaccine development. Following are some methods during each step in upstream bioprocessing. Coming to parallel processing, it reduces setup time by simultaneous calibration of sensors of multiple systems. It generates the scalable results at small scale by true scale down glass and single use biodata system. Our single-use solution we find increased facility utilization, flexibility in the operation, low capital cost investment, and decreased risk. Scalable system single-use bireactor permits a versatile design that is not necessarily oriented towards classical geometric conditions and allow a wide variety of mixing principles for power of the data. A powerful software suite monitoring all the critical parameters, automatically adapting feeding speed, gassing conditions, and many more parameters is the heart of each process. Now I will ask Shoptoshi to continue with the results.
Yes, thank you, Shreya. In results, we have focused on the vaccines which have been used in India's COVID vaccination drive. Firstly, Covishield,
Hello,
which
Saptoshi. Hello,
yes,
Saptoshi. Where
yes.
is your presentation
I'm
slide?
sorry, it was presenting. I think can I just take 1 minute and present it again?
Okay.
Adishri, can you please present it? My laptop is freezing. I cannot help it. Is it showing?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, yes, please.
So I was in the results. Results, we have mentioned the vaccines used in India's coronavirus vaccination drive. Firstly, Covishield, which is colloquially known as the Oxford vaccine, is a modified adenovirus vaccine that was developed by the Jenner Institute of Oxford University and is being produced by AstraZeneca since its phase 2 and 3 clinical trials. In India, it is being manufactured locally by the Serum Institute of India. Secondly, Covaxin is an inactivated virus vaccine and is India's first indigenous COVID vaccine manufactured by Bharat Biotech in collaboration with the National Institute of Virology. In the table below, we have listed some other vaccines from around the world. The vaccines by the pharmaceutical companies Pfizer and Moderna are both mRNA-based vaccines. Sputnik 5 is a human adenovirus-based vaccine produced by the Gamaleya Research Institute in Russia. Now, I will ask Audishri to continue with the discussions.
Thank you, Saptarshi. The discussion focuses on the challenges and limitations of COVID-19 vaccine development. Among the many, first we need to test the level of protection and efficacy against the virus for vulnerable, priority, and other categorized groups. Despite the promises of data transparency, much of what we know is from media rather than through research papers, which pose as a limitation. Lastly, bulk production and distribution of the vaccine throughout the country is another daunting challenge. To conclude, researchers are investigating each possible choice for fighting coronavirus pandemic, and bioprocess technology represents a captivating road. Working with bioreactors enables the parallel control for several bioreactors, resulting in more efficient and reproducible optimization. Thus, COVID-19 pandemic has definitely cemented the essentiality of bioprocess technology and bioreactors. That's all about your poster. Thanks for the opportunity. We are done with the presentation.
Okay, Adisri,
Yes, sir.
can you tell me what is bioprocess technology?
Bioprocess.
Sir, can I?
Okay.
Sir, bioprocess technology is a very vital part of biotechnology that deals with the processes which are combining the complete living matter or its components with the nutrients to make specifically chemicals, reagents, and pharmaceutical products.
Saptarshi, what is the full form of COVID-19?
Yes, sir. It stands for Coronavirus Disease 2019.
Okay. Next, Diptendu or Debojyoti.
Suganta sir, I am not the judge.
Oh, okay.
Devajyoti, if you have any question.
Okay. Uh, the new frontiers of chemical engineering and science, bioprocess technology.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
To develop the COVID vaccine, you say, where is the application of chemical engineering? I do not find any application of chemical engineering here. Is there any application?
Sir, chemical engineering is involved because sir, for making that particular vaccine, we are including biotechnology, and in that we are combining the complete living matter and its component with the nutrients, specifically the chemical and the reagents.
But actually, reagent part is the chemistry part. Okay.
Sorry, sir, but you are not audible.
Your constant reaction. Actually, chemical engineer, you to develop the reactor where the biochemical reaction is taking place. Okay, but actually you should
So
concentrate.
have you done anything in this development? Have you done anything? Do you have any contribution in the manufacture of vaccine? Have you
Obviously,
done anything?
actually, chemical engineering what mainly should be the design of the reactor mainly. Because reaction is taking place, nothing but.
Yes, sir.
Have you any contribution of designing reactor or anything? Or temperature control, pressure control, suppose anything. Actually, chemical engineering part is this. how to design the reactor and
Okay.
controlling temperature and other
Okay,
parameters.
Devajyoti, I think it's okay.
Okay, okay, thank you.
They may not have done this. Okay.
So your approach is good. Okay.
Yes, your approach is very good. Okay, next
Thank you so
participant,
much.
please. Next
Thank you.
participant. Next participant.
Team 4, Arunika Kole, Shawnee Ghosh, and Shantapon Saha. Turn on your video and microphone. And Team 5, Roktin Ghosh, Rajnita Chaudhary, and Ananya Kundu. Get ready.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Yes.
A very good afternoon to my respected judges and all my fellow participants. My name is Shawnee Ghosh, and my fellow other team members are Urunika Kole and Shantapam Saha. We are from first year Biotechnology Department of Hedges Institute of Technology, and today our topic is food technology. Treat before you eat. We are planning to develop an alternative for the existing sanitization procedure by breaking conventional methods. We have paved a way of using a non-alcoholic solution to sanitize food utensils and vegetables. Alcoholic sanitizers have certain side effects on the human body, and regular use amplifies it. Thus, we have come up with an alternative in the form of hypochlorous acid. It is the most potent natural disinfectant. The preparation of the proposed disinfectant is quite hassle-free. It can easily be prepared by mixing bleaching powder and water in appropriate proportion. The disinfectant is then to be sprayed on utensils or raw vegetables and left undisturbed for 2 to 3 minutes. After that, the surface will be free of any microbes and ready to use. Perfect as it may seem, our product has a slight drawback. It cannot be exposed to direct sunlight. Direct exposure to an abundant presence of UVA and UVB can lead to formation of fluoride anion radicals. This can trigger the formation of a large number of free radicals, which is harmful to the human body. However, this does not take place under diffuse sunlight, so it is best recommended to be kept in any colored bottle as a precaution. Now, I would like Arunika Kole to continue with composition and the conclusion.
Thank you, Shani Ghosh. So, the chemical composition has bleaching powder, which is essentially calcium hypochlorite. On reaction with water, it produces calcium carbonate and chlorine. On further reaction, we get our chief disinfecting agent, hypochlorous acid. The residual calcium carbonate is filtered out and the disinfectant is ready for use. Coming to the conclusion, the materials used are easily available in the market and very cheap, so the product will be easily feasible and affordable to the common mass. We can also add natural ingredients of aloe vera, tulsi, etc. to enhance its marketability. It may pave a new vista to the agriculturists engaged in aloe vera farming, which will lead to economic development for them. We are done with our presentation.
Have you done? Have you done it?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
our presentation is complete and we are open to questions.
Okay.
Okay. Sukant sir.
Uh, what is the cost of the product? Have you calculated per liter? What will be the value of your product?
Sir, actually in the market, bleaching powder is available for rupees 18 to 30. 30 is the maximum. So per liter cost would be somewhere around, actually we have not exactly calculated that, but in comparison with isopropyl alcohol, that is around 180 to 200 rupees per liter. The cost is coming out to be quite low because the chlorine solution we are using is about 0.25%.
And what is the disadvantage of your product?
So the disadvantage is on direct exposure to sunlight. The the hypochlorous acid might break down into free chloride radicals, which on ingestion or in contact with the human body can cause various side effects. So it is
So
preferred
can
that
you
we keep
believe
it.
that if there is any side effect, then your product will be marketable? Can you believe?
Sir, actually, developing a product without any side effects would be a real breakthrough, but we could not come up with an alternative to this. So we have implemented a process that can actually resist this. So we are storing the solution in a colored bottle, so that will counter the side effects.
So have you just started to prepare this one by yourself,
Sir, actually,
or
we have
only
gone.
theoretical?
Sir, it's theoretical.
Oh, theoretical. Okay. Devajyoti.
Your idea is good and your proposal is very good, and there is a large application of chemical engineering here, I think, and you just propose this process. Okay, now further development may be to design and how to manufacture this. It will
Yes, sir.
be the very good thing, but you must remember about you must keep the cost of the there is the cost effective. The process should be the cost effective, because this manufacturing process must be for profitable. Okay,
Okay,
and
sir.
you should see about this. Should
Okay.
otherwise
Next
your
participant. Huh? Okay. So cost you need to remember. Cost is you have to keep in mind while you will design the process.
It
Okay.
is actually very
So
cost
Thank you, sir.
effective.
okay, thank you. Next participant, please.
Team Ram Ghosh, Rajnita Chaudhuri, and Ananya Kundu, turn your mic and video on. Next team, Jyotideep Hajra, Dia Mukherjee, and Prabortak Majumdar, get ready.
Very good afternoon to honorable judges and everyone present here. I am Ananya Kundu, and with my fellow mates Ropin Ghosh and Rajnita Chaudhuri from Second Year Chemical Engineering Heritage Institute of Technology, will be presenting a poster on metamorphic robots. Okay, I'll wait till the poster is presented. So, what has any robot to do with metamorphism? Something which literally means changing shapes. Well, these metamorphic robots are exactly what we need in tasks such as firefighting and search and rescue, where one may encounter unexpected situations and a spontaneous reaction is highly necessary, which is beyond the scope of conventional robots or setting aside human beings. Looking at the specifications, we understand that basically they construct themselves by a set of autonomous and connectable modules. That is, each module has the freedom to govern itself and form as many connections as the situation may demand, coordinating with other modules, which is an individual mutual response to every situation. A dynamic topology and decentralized configuration enables it to make or break, that is, reconfigure into complex from simple shapes and vice versa, for tasks ranging from being flexible to rigid together. Enough degree of freedom in the module ensures all of these desires. Unlike regular robots with freedom only at the joints, they have electromechanical or electromagnetic system for coordinated connection. For example, the picture given here is the common system overview of each module. Now, over to Rok.
Good afternoon, judges. After the outer part, let's see the mechanism. They consist of two basic types of elements, robotic cells and digital hormone. Now, what is digital hormones? It is a typed element that can be released from cells and captured by neighboring cells. In a hormone-based control system, hormones can wait at a site for occurrence of certain events before propagating. This is called hormone synchronization. Now, question arises that how hormone propagates. Hormone propagation is a way of communication between modules. Module receives hormone, then sent to all active links. As long as its lifetime has not reached, it remains active. From the diagram of the locomotion, we observe the thought of a single module in the cloud, where it imagines whether to roll over or more independently forming staircase from lattice structure. Now we come to the most important capability of metamorphic robot, that is its shape-changing property. In this picture, a robot with robotic cells changes from a quadruped to a snake. To do so, the robot first connects its tail to the foot of a leg and then disconnects it from body. Digital hormones which will be floating throughout the system will encourage tail robotic cell to start reconfiguration to assimilate the leg. After that, the process will be repeated until all legs are assimilated. So after all this, there must be a question, why should we use this? As it is modular and self-reconfigurable, it can repair itself. Using redundancy and global feedback, it can increase its robustness. Mainly, programming cost is often more than the hardware in modular reconfiguration. So reprogramming is used in existing versatile hardware, which decreases expenses. As we are going on destroying nature, it is quite obvious that nature will pay back at 22 years. Is a perfect example of that. So there are two ways. We have to stop polluting nature or be protected from natural calamity. Now we can say metamorphic robot gives at least some solution in those problems. Now over to Rajnita.
In the pie chart, we can see it represents the percentage of the different processes by which motion of modules is controlled. Now, coming to the applications, they are used for inspection in constrained environments such as nuclear reactors and in rescue operations. Also, for undersea mining, they form big hand-like structures that go deep inside oceans in search of crude oil and other fossils. For planetary explorations, they are used in planetary missions such as recovering satellites. Now, coming to discussion, robots out on the factory floor, they pretty much know what's coming because they are constrained both by programming as well as geometry. But for robots operating outdoors, both mission and geography are unpredictable. Herein comes the use of ultrasonic sensors. Ultrasonic sensors are implemented to make an obstacle avoidance system so that the robot can continually detect surroundings. Conclusion, thus metamorphic robots can change their shape and structure, affording extreme adaptability to new tasks. To increase the flexibility, a new concept based on the biological concept of hormones have been implemented. Moreover, these metamorphic robots could have been a boon in disguise to those lives that have been trapped when the Vivekananda Bridge and the Majirhat Bridge in Kolkata collapsed. Had these robots been used in the rescue operation, many precious lives could have been saved. Thank you. We are now open for questions.
Okay, can you tell me what is degree of freedom?
So in the picture on structure, where the structure of each module is shown, we can see that there are a yaw motor and a pitch motor. If you can please zoom the picture a bit, those two are the degrees of freedoms. Like it is an example of a Condor system overview. So here each module consists of 2 degrees of freedom, but does not mean that all the modules will consist of 2 degrees of freedom.
Okay, now what is the difference between yaw and pitch? Can you tell me, anyone? One of the degree of freedom yaw mode and another is the pitch mode. So, do you know what is the difference between yaw and pitch?
Actually, the yaw motor is used for changing the joint angles, whereas the pitch motor is used for disconnecting and connecting sides at appropriate times.
Okay, Devajyoti.
Okay, the term you have used, digital hormone. Actually, digital hormone, I think nothing but some software. Okay, the where is the application of biochemistry or biotechnology here?
Yes, so we are
Actually, digital hormone, I think software.
Communication for the purpose of communication between the modules.
Mainly electromagnetic or electromechanical connection. Please repeat. I cannot hear. Please repeat again. Digital hormone is nothing but a concept. What you say? Electromagnetic or electromechanical connection. Connection, but connection maybe hormone means which is stimulating event. But here it is the connection. According to you, it is the digital connection.
Yes, so it will help to communicate between the modules with the individual modules.
It has named hormone because it's some resembles between actual hormone and this connection we have.
Just as in our body we
Obviously, it
have
is.
sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, just as in our body we have the central nervous system, and those central nervous system consist of glands like the pituitary glands and many other glands, and they release hormones. They instruct other parts of the body to perform certain functions. As in resemblance to this concept there, we have those digital hormones instructing the modules to change their configuration according to the need.
Okay. Actually, it is the combined work of biochemist and software engineer as well as electronics engineer.
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
If I
your
may,
concept
sir,
is
I
good.
would.
Your idea is very good. I appreciate you. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
next
you, sir.
participant. Next
Thank
participant.
you.
Okay,
I
Next participant.
welcome.
Team Jyotideep Hajra, Dia Mukherjee, and Prabartak Majumdar turn on your microphone and video. And Team Tiasha Malik, Rohit Pal, and Agnita Dikshit, get ready.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Our topic is industrial safety and hazards. This project is done by Diya Mukherjee, Jyotideep Hajra, and Prabartak Majumdar. Now, I would like to begin by giving a brief introduction to the presentation. Hazard is a term.
Hello, which year student? Just
First year, chemical.
first year. Okay.
Hazard is a term that is associated with a substance that is likelihood to cause an injury in a given environment or situation. Industrial hazard may be defined as any condition produced by industries that may cause injury or death to a personal or loss of product or property. Industrial safety refers to the protection of workers from the danger of industrial accidents. The types of industrial hazards are physical hazards, chemical hazards, biological hazards, psychosocial hazards, and mechanical hazards. The physical hazards are caused by fire, temperature, humidity, dehydration, cold stress that is hypothermia, and heat stress that is hyperthermia. Chemical hazards are caused by flammable or explosive materials, fog, smog, sensitizing agents, etc. Biological hazards are caused by viruses, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, etc. The psychosocial hazards are caused by types of work, monotony, lack of recognition, long working hours. The mechanical hazards are caused by crushing and cutting friction, poor maintenance, and housekeeping. Now moving on to Jyotideep.
About some of the tips to help avoid injuries during industrial work. Use the right tools for the job. Isolate equipment from energy sources. Test every circuit and every work on electrical equipment and conductors under generalized, etc. Now I will move on to approval.
Please mute all person.
Now I will conclude by summarizing the whole thing. Uh, Industrial hazards are anything that jeopardizes employee welfare, and they must be addressed by safety measures. Identifying industrial hazards allows employers to protect their workers from accidents, injuries, and fatalities. Safety, in simple terms, means freedom from the occurrence of risk or injury or loss. Industrial safety refers to the protection of workers from the danger of industrial accidents. Now we are open for any questions.
Now, for
Okay.
safety purpose, what are the do's and don'ts considered for industry environment?
For safety purpose, we have to wear proper equipment and we have to take proper measures while performing activities with different types of materials or different types of machines, etc.
And any other?
And in a chemical industry, you have to take a proper care while handling the chemicals
Chemicals.
and etc. That's it. And we have to do every work under a proper supervision.
Is there any mental hazard in the industry?
Yes, we should be physically and mentally fit before performing any work, and we have to concentrate on that particular activity.
Okay. Devajyoti.
Suppose a chemical reaction is taking place in a batch reactor, and obviously the reaction is exothermic reaction. Suddenly the reaction rate is increasing abruptly and large amount of heat is releasing. How do you control the temperature of the reactor? Any suggestion? It's a practical problem. In any industry you see a reactor, suddenly rate of the reaction increasing and heat liberation increasing abruptly. How do you control the temperature of the reactor? Hello?
Okay, if you can't respond, then Devajit, if you have any more question, you can ask.
Okay. Do you know the term runaway reaction? Have you heard the term runaway reaction? No. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant, please.
Thank you, sir.
Team Tiasha Malik, Rohit Pal, and Agnita Dixit, turn on your microphone and video. Team Orko Banerjee, Orithro Dotto, and Anubhav Mondol, get ready.
Can I start?
Okay.
Is this poster okay?
Yes.
For Team 7.
It is clear.
Okay. And teammate, you will be presenting from your side. Your poster is not working.
Okay, no problem.
A very good afternoon to the respected judges, the coordinators of Chemspark 2021, and my dear co-participants. I'm really honored to be given this opportunity to represent my team here. My team members include Agnita Dikshit and Tyasha Malik. We are students of first year biotech department. So today we are going to give the presentation to bring forward one of the many ways on how we can reduce the dependence on conventional fossil fuel based products and shift to eco-friendlier alternatives. And one of them is using biopolymer to a larger extent, and that is the title of our presentation, biodegradable plastic from corn. So today we are largely dependent on petroleum based polymers, and dependence is increasing day by day, as we can see in the reports. The production of polymers in 2017 was 348 billion tons, and in 2018 the value raised to 359. But only a mere 10% of the total production is only recycled. The rest have no destined fate. They are either dumped into landfills or into the sea, which is adversely affecting the biosphere as well as the aquatic ecosystem. Now, talking about biodegradable plastic, they are decomposable as they are derived from compostable biomass, and with the help of microorganisms, this can be converted into fertilizers and can be used in plants. Now, moving on to methods and materials, the requirements are pretty simple. They just include a mixture of glycerol, cornstarch, vinegar, and food color. The cleaned corn from the field is put into large steeping tanks where the corn is soaked in hot water for 30 to 48 hours to begin the process of starch and protein bonds breaking. The gluten bonds within the corn begin to loosen and release the starch. The steeping is actually a controlled fermentation process. Now, after we obtain the starch from the corn, the starch molecules are broken down into simpler constituting molecules of glucose in the presence of amylotic enzymes and water, which is actually the process of hydrolysis. The next process of fermentation, where the glucose molecules are converted into lactic acid anaerobically in the presence of certain lactobacillus bacteria or rhizopus fungi can also work. Then a single molecule of lactic acid are polymerized into polylactic acid by continued condensation reaction. The flowchart of the processes is given in the presentation. As you all can see, I will ask Tyasha Malik to continue with the rest of the presentation.
So now, if I will talk about few of many advantages we have, then we can see that it has potentially a much lower carbon footprint. The manufacturing cost is very low. They do not use depleting crude oil. They reduce litter and improve compost ability. It is easily acceptable to many households even. But still, today we are facing few challenges with bioplastics, which we surely will overcome in near future with the advancement of science and technology. Some of the challenges are bioplastics are generally not cost competitive compared to their oil-based counterparts. Crop-based bioplastics require fertile land, water, fertilizers, and are reliant on weather conditions. This means that the supply of raw materials for bioplastics are at risk of natural phenomena such as drought. Many bioplastics must follow a specific disposal procedures. So now I am asking Rohit to continue this.
So we're now moving on to the future aspects. Presently, only 1.5% of the total plastics used in the world is contributed by bioplastics. The use of biopolymers could markedly increase as more durable versions are developed, and the cost to manufacture of these bioplastics endure to go a fall. Bioplastics can reinsert conventional plastics in plethora of fields of applications. The main objective has to be saving fossil fuels rather, and the resources, and substituting them step by step. Now, before concluding, the need of bioplastic is now even more as the rate of plastic usage and production and air pollution has increased at a rapid rate. Furthermore, plastics also cause many health risks as it is toxic to the nature. Among this COVID-19 scenario, where persons with respiratory troubles are often having fatal consequences, the risks are even more when the air pollution is increasing due to incineration of the conventional polymers. But with the biopolymers, the problems are already resolved as they are 100% decomposable. Therefore, bioplastics can be best suited as an alternative to improve healthy life and sustain pollution-free planet. Thank you. That's all from the presentation. We are now open to questioning.
Now, do you think is there any disadvantage of your project work?
Yes, sir, obviously, 100% with our project with no disadvantage is just not possible. So we are expecting that with the advancement of science and technology, these disadvantages will be removed, and we can put it into daily usage.
So,
And we
what
also
are the
mentioned
disadvantages? Just you think.
So
we,
yes,
actually, may I?
I'm continuing.
Okay, okay.
As we have already told in the presentation, the cost is pretty high. So with the advancement of technology, we are expecting the cost to reduce. And actually, the cost, apart from the cost, the bioplastics also require some disposal procedures, which will later be solved as we move into better advancement in the science and technology.
So, just can you compare with conventional, say one plastic bag is available in the market and you want to prepare one biodegradable just bag, then what will be
But
the cost difference?
if you
Just
compare the costings, then
uh,
if you compare the costings, conventional plastics that will cost around 1,500 USD per metric tons, whereas the biopolymers at this very point of time it is costing around 4,000 USD per metric tons. So we expect that when we are improving the technologies, the cost of the processes will also decrease.
okay. Thank you, and very good project. And next, Devajyoti.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, okay, your project is very good. Your topic is very interesting. I appreciate
Yes,
you,
sir.
but I have one question
Yes,
that
sir.
can you get any types of fuel, any types of biofuel as a byproduct during these projects?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
You understand?
Hello.
Can you get any biofuel as a byproduct in this system, in this process?
Actually, sir, during the process of fermentation, we are getting a acid, lactic acid, which can be used as a biofuel after from processes of refining. It can be used as a biofuel, but our main focus was not to get a biofuel, so we have not focused on that very point.
Obviously, actually, mainly your objective to generate the biodegradable plastic.
Sir, your voice is breaking. Can you repeat it?
So the voice is breaking.
Voice. Now it is clear. Now clear.
No, sir.
Now it is clear.
No, sir.
Okay. And some fuel may be obtained as byproduct, I think.
Sir, even
Okay.
eco is.
Some
Sir, now issue happens. Your voice is echoing.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, now.
okay, okay.
Okay, next participant, please.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Team Orko Banerjee, Oritru Dotto, Anubhav Mondol, turn your mic and video on. And Team Madhurima Datta and Gargi Mukherjee, get ready.
Is the presentation visible? Excuse me?
Yes, yes.
Visible.
Okay, so now I am going to talk about the collective report on squalene. So what is squalene? Squalene is a chemical compound which has the molecular formula of C30 and H50. This is the compound. Squalene is a linear triterpene which is composed of 3 terpene units. 1 terpene unit equal to 2 isoprene units. So as I am presenting from my side, I want to present another slide which is this slide visible? Another slide I want to present.
Yes, it's visible.
No, only one slide I think.
As I have, okay, fine. So now squalene can be represented in many forms. Number one form is a linear form in which we have a linear type of elongated structure, and then we can also form a cyclicized form in which we can see 3 semi-6-membered rings and then following a linear structure. And this structure of cyclicized form can be represented in the cyclohexane form. So we all know about the cyclohexane stereochemistry. That in cyclohexane, the axial position are occupied by the less bulky groups, and the equatorial position are occupied by the more bulky groups. So here in the squalene, the axial position are occupied by the methyl groups, less bulky, and the equatorial position are occupied by the more bulky elongated type of groups. Now I would like to name the scientist who discovered this compound. It was discovered by Tsutomu Mitsumaru. And now I will, from the abstract, I would like to go to the biosynthesis. In the biosynthesis, the squalene is synthesized in prokaryotes and eukaryotes into different types of pathways. In the eukaryotes, it is synthesized in the MPA pathway or the mevalonate pathway. How is the mevalonate pathway? In the mevalonate pathway, we first consider a molecule of acetyl-CoA. 2 molecules of acetyl-CoA now fuse together to form 1 molecule of acetyl-CoA. And then 1 molecule of acetyl-CoA reacts with another molecule of acetyl-CoA in the nucleophilic substitution reaction mechanism to form HMG-CoA. Now HMG-CoA is reduced to form mevalonate. Mevalonate is then decarboxylated to form isopentene diphosphate, and then 2 isopentene diphosphate are fused together to form GPP. And then 1 molecule of GPP again fuses with another molecule of IPP to form 1 molecule of FPP, which is a 15 carbon compound. And then the 15 carbon of FPP fuses together or get reduced to form 1 molecule of squalene. Squalene is synthesized in the prokaryotes in the MEP pathway, methyl atritol diphosphate pathway, in which another intermediate of DMAPP is formed. Now, I will also like to talk about the bioactive properties of squalene. The squalene is a very important intermediate in our day-to-day life. It is a compound which consists of 6 double bonds. So 6 double bonds is very susceptible or vulnerable to oxidization. So it is a very good antioxidizing agent, and it is also used in the cholesterol control and weight control. So how it is used in cholesterol and weight control? The cholesterol which is synthesized in our body gets first synthesized in our liver, and then it is applied to different other types of systems. So it can be deposited in the different arteries. But the squalene, which can ingest through oral administration, goes directly to the circulatory system, and therefore it can be incorporated directly to the circulatory system. I have previously talked about the antioxidant property. Antioxidant property, the squalene has 6 double bonds, so it is very susceptible to oxidation, and therefore it is oxidized readily and deoxidizes or antioxidizes or reduces the other compounds. It is available in olive oil. So olive oil is a very important antioxidant. Olive oil has a very important antioxidant properties. It is also used in emollients and moisturizer. Emollients and moisturizer. Squalene is a very good solvent, and it's used in the different type of skin creams and conditioners and different range of products, because it protects our skin from the ultraviolet rays and the different other type of rays, and like cigarette smoke and like ozone. So how does it protect? It protect us by oxidizing itself and reducing our and thereby protecting our skin. So it protects the UV rate protects us from the by using the radical system. Detoxifying it detoxifies it as it is non-polar in nature. So the drugs which are present in our body are readily uh, excreted, and it also has anti-cancer properties, in which we can assist administer 8% of the squalene in our diet to reduce mammary cancer, mammary cells cancer, and the colon cancer. I will now like to pass it to my friend Oritra Dotto.
Thank you, Orko. Now let's talk about of squalene. Germany, France, UK, China, and India, some of the countries with the highest demand of squalene. The main sources of squalene are animals, vegetables, and synthetic methods. The shark liver gives the high yield of squalene. However, for the protection of marine animals from extinction, the plant sources are becoming more popular. The important squalene are Olea europea, that is olive, glycine max, that is soybean, and Z maize, that is corn. Now I will like Anubhav Mondol to continue.
Now then, let's talk about the potential uses of squalene. First one is drug administration. From experimental studies, it was observed that squalene with other compounds can drastically improve effectiveness of drugs and immune response to antigens. Squalene, due to its lipid nature, which is an excellent carrier to permeate cell membrane, is efficient in preparation of emulsions and conjugates for release of drugs with prolonged effect on shelf life. Second one is skin protection. Squalene as a natural emollient is an essential compound for formulation of cosmetics and moisturizing agents for skin protection. It's a compound of efficient absorption on surface of skin, restoring it without leaving any oily residues. Reports have shown that squalene is used as a fixing for perfumes and in preparation of lipsticks because it can accelerate dispersion of dye and produce greater glow on skin. Now, sir, we are open to questions.
Uh, Now in the market, Qualin is the available. Okay, so our topic is innovate. So do you think there is some innovation with your topic and this?
Actually, sir, in the market, the squalene which is available previously was the squalene which was obtained from the shark livers. But we will like to discuss about the processes of industrial synthesis and the extraction from the plants. So the shark liver squalene are not now available due to the Marine Animal Protection Act, which was incorporated in I think 1972. So now the demand of the plant extracted squalene and the industrial squalene is very high. So we are again move to this
So
topic.
your discussions is only theoretical, or have you done any experiment or some result?
No, sir, it's theoretical.
Complete theoretical.
I discuss about the no, we have not done personally any experiments, but I would like to discuss the application of squalene in the production of different perfumes, like the perfumes and some acids which are available from the natural sources, like the orchid tree.
Give specific answer. What judge is asking, you give the specific answer only. If you have not done the experiment, then it's okay. Suganta sir, আর
Okay,
কিছু যদি question.
না আমি দেবজ্যোতি।
Devajyoti, if you have any question.
The main source of choline is shark liver. Okay. How do you process it? As shark liver oil. Okay, how do you process it for usable? I think the processing of quality is the main objective of chemical engineering. Right? Isn't it? I think the processing of quality is the main objective of as you are chemical engineer. Then how do you process? How do you remove the contaminants or impurities of etc.? Any suggestion?
Actually, sir, we not have done like that the process.
Nah. Okay. Any idea? How do you purify the quality obtained from circular oil or etc.? How do you
How
purify
do
it?
you isolate? How do you isolate squalene
Isolate from other contaminants. How do you isolate quality from other contaminants?
from your source, from whatever source you are interested?
Whatever
Actually,
your
sir,
source.
the squalene which is available from the plant sources are very means uh, it is the readily usable which is from the plant sources. I have not researched about the shark sources or any marine animal sources, but the plant sources it have different type of extra minerals and vitamins, other proteins which help in the oxidative properties of squalene, antioxidant.
Okay, okay. Okay,
Yeah, I think my question was specific that
give
actually
specific answer. Give specific answer.
how do you separate the another components, another constituents from the choline obtained from the shark liver or shark liver oil, etc.
Sir, I don't.
Actually, the process may be the separation process like distillation, extraction, or any other membrane separation, filtration, maybe.
Okay, they will
Specifically,
probably they
sir,
haven't
how do
done
you
that. They
purify?
haven't gone through it. Okay. We
Okay,
can
okay,
we go
thank
to
you.
the next participant?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Team Madhurima Datta and Gargi Mukherjee, turn your microphone and video on. Pranil Bhattacharya, get ready.
You can start.
Good afternoon, respectable judges and everyone. My name is Gargi Mukherjee from Chemical Engineering first year, and my fellow teammate is Madhurima Datta from the same department. Our topic for today is nanotechnology. Nanotechnology has influenced, has an immense influence in various areas of scientific research, and it deals with research basically in the nanoscale level from 1 millimeter to 100 nanometer range. And our main focus for today is nanosensors. Nanosensors contain a biologically sensitive layer which contains some biologically diagnostic elements, and its main application is that it can travel to areas which are difficult to reach uh, compared to other sensors. Coming to methods and materials, the first nanosensors which we like to discuss about is pebble nanosensors. They are based on matrices of cross-linked polyacrylamide, polydecyl methacrylamide, and solid silica. These are used to miniaturize various optical sensing devices. And glutamate is a predominant factor in detecting glutamate is a predominant excitatory factor in mammalian brains. In the mammal, so its removal is very necessary. For that, FRET sensors have been developed. It can detect those sensors can detect those glutamate if it's released. VP6 ferritin vaccine, ferritin nanoparticles can also be used, have been tested on mice, and it can induce some humoral and mucosal immunity in mice against rotavirus. Coming to discussions, one of the most important applications for is that their non-invasive delivery into the cell. And methods of delivery into the cell, they use methods like pico injection or liposomal delivery or etc. And one disadvantage for FRET sensors is that their emission wavelength gets overlapped with the normal autophotosis of chlorophyll, and so it's not fully understood. And VP6 particle VP6 has been tested, and it has been clarified, but again its application is not fully understood right now. coming to results, nanotechnology offers various multiple applications in, in drug delivery systems, treatment of various diseases, and RPP6 nanoparticles were already expressed in E. coli vaccines, and oral administration of them induced efficient humoral and mucosal immunogenicity. And nanosensors also used in food analysis employ a combination nanotechnology, biology, and chemistry. They can detect some microparticles over there and prevent food poisoning. We would like to conclude by that nanotechnology and nanosensors have been a huge achievement of human beings, and they can provide us a better way in which we utilize our current energy sources and make our lives better. Thank you. So, we're open to questions now.
Now, Gargi, what is nanosensors?
So nanosensors are basically they have a biologically sensitive layer, and one interaction between that sensitive layer and the receptors can be made, and though that interaction can be detected, for example, like an electrical signal or some kind of other signals or something. So like when it is sent inside some bloodstream or something, we can like it can sense that tumor, excess growth of cells or something.
So, can you tell me some applications of this nanotechnology?
Applications, there has been like Raman spectroscopy is there for cancer detection. They use gold and silver nanoparticles to detect cancer cells in that technology.
Any other application?
Raman's and right now I can't remember anything else.
Okay, Devajyoti.
What is the particle size range?
1 millimeter to 100 nanometer.
Nanotechnology, actually, the size range of
1 millimeter to 100 nanometer.
1 millimeter.
1 millimeter to 100 nanometer range.
Okay. Do you know any application of nanoparticles or nanotechnology in chemical engineering field? Any application in chemical engineering field?
Chemical.
Hello?
Yes.
Chemical engineering field. Please tell.
Okay, if you do not know, then
Those optical sensors have some industrial applications like in process control. There it can.
Nanocatalytic particles are used.
Yes.
Nano-sized catalyst particles are used. Okay.
Opticals. Yeah.
Actually, in membrane separation also, nano-sized membranes are used. Okay, and mainly the catalytic part in catalytic reactor, catalyst particles maybe when the size range is this range, then nanotechnology can be used, and nanofluidics is also widely used presently.
Nanofluidics. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Main application is catalyst. Most common application is nanocatalyst.
Yes.
Okay.
Pranil Bhattacharya, please turn on your video and speaker, and the rest of you, please mute yourselves. Tiyasha Malik, Rohit Pal, Agnita Dikshit, get ready. You're up next.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to respected judges present here. My topic is on nanostructures and their applications, a very innovative approach, not only in the field of chemical engineering, but in a lot of interdisciplinary fields also. So basically, from the introduction part, as we can see that nanostructures have been described conventionally as novel materials whose size of elemental structure has been engineered at the nanometer scale. Now, materials in the nanometer size range commonly exhibit fundamentally new behavior. Moreover, intervention in the properties of materials at the nanometer scale enables the creation of materials and devices with enhanced or completely new characteristics and functionalities. Understanding this science of nanomaterials is important, And this curiosity into this subject is driven not only because of the fascinating nature of the subject, which deals with particles at sizes of 1 billionth of a meter, but also for the overwhelming and novel applications of nanoscale systems in almost all branches of technology. Nanotechnology, in brief, can be understood as a technology of design, fabrication, and application of nanostructures and nanomaterials. The field of nanoscience and nanotechnology is interdisciplinary in nature and is being pursued mainly by physicists, chemists, material scientists, biologists, engineers, computer scientists, etc., and a lot more professionals. They may be classified on the basis of their dimensionality and modulation. Some special nanostructures, as discussed in my presentation, like nanotubes, nanoporous materials, aerogel, zeolites, core shell structures, have also been come up with their novel characteristics. A number of methods, as shown also, have been used for synthesis of nanostructures with various degrees of success, and many direct and indirect techniques are employed for their characterization. The fact which makes the nanostructures interesting is that the properties become size dependent in nanometer range because of mainly surface effect and quantum confinement effect. Now, by that I mean that the geometric structure, the chemical bonds, ionization potential, electronic properties, optical properties, mechanical strength, thermal properties, magnetic properties, etc., are all affected by particle sizes in nanometer range. Nanomaterials exhibit properties often superior to those of conventional coarse-grained materials. Now, these include increased strength or hardness, enhanced diffusivity, improved ductility or toughness, reduced density, reduced elastic modulus, higher electric resistivity, and increased specific heat, higher thermal expansion coefficient, lower thermal conductivity, increased oscillator strength, blue shifted absorption, increased luminescence and fluorescence, and superior soft magnetic properties in comparison to conventional bulk materials. All of these properties are being extensively investigated to explore possible innovative applications. As shown in my presentation, a list of applications that can be used using nanostructures, the fascinating field which has a wide range of applications. Use of nanostructures materials has produced transistors with record low speed and lasers with record low threshold current. These are being used in compact display system, low noise amplification in satellite receivers as sources for fiber optic communication. Constructive applications of nanomaterials also include self-cleaning glass, UV-resistant wood coating, etc. They are used in medical field also for diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of diseases, and in drug delivery system, magnetic resonance imaging, as I've included in a specific subsection, focusing on a case study, radioactive traces, etc. The importance of nanomaterials is growing day by day, and the growing acceptance of nanotechnology by the society is creating the demand for nano-inspired goods. This is also highlighting the necessity of understanding the potential effects of these products would be having on the environment, eco-balance, animals, and human beings. In the year 2019, the global market of nanomaterials was estimated to be 8.5 billion US dollars and is anticipated to grow within an annual rate of 13.1% from the year 2020 to year 2027. This rise in market share of nanotechnology is attributed to the rapid acceptance and adoption of nanostructures in aerospace application, medical and health sectors, food and packaging industry, agriculture and farming, sports, cosmetics, constructions, paintings and coatings, electronics, environmental remediation, power and energy sectors, etc. The key factor for this growing market of nanomaterials is the characteristics, physical, chemical, and biological properties of metal nanoparticles: copper, silver, platinum, gold, aluminium, palladium, zinc, tellurium, titanium, metals, and their oxide-based nanoparticles, along with carbon-based nanoparticles, are broadly being used in various consumer products. I'd like to end my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Pranil, first you tell me what is the relation between meter and nanometer?
The nano means anything that's raised to 10 raised to minus 9. So between one nanometer means 10 raised to minus 9 meter.
Okay. Now you mentioned for nanomaterials there are so many properties, say toughness, hardness, ductility, etc.
Yes.
So do you know what is the difference between toughness and hardness?
Hardness, basically, as per what I think, hardness is something that includes the uh, uh, hardness does not hardness is not correlated with brittleness. Hard material may be brittle also, but a tough material must can't be brittle because of its elastic modulus, high elastic modulus. It can't be brittle. So that's probably one difference between hardness and toughness.
So you mentioned a huge number of nanomaterials used in different field of applications. So uh, can you tell me one particular application where just you nanomaterials is applicable? Just one specific.
Shall I include a lab example?
Okay.
Okay, so if we can experimentally we have seen that carbon nanostructures can produce fluorescence on absorbing heat. That's experimentally proven. Now we can use this particular property in detecting food adulteration. If we can use it, suppose on a pure food substance and that absorbs heat and produces a particular fluorescence, and that fluorescence may vary with adulterated food materials. Thus from that we can detect food adulteration as well. Also the application of iron oxide based nanoparticles.
Okay. Just I need one. Devajyoti.
Okay, your presentation is good. That's okay. All right, but I will say one thing, that you should emphasize mainly on the application of nanotechnology in chemical engineering field, because all of us are chemical engineers. Therefore, we should emphasize on the application on chemical engineering or related fields. Okay. Otherwise,
Sir,
your delivery is very good. To say,
may I say
please
something?
tell.
Sir, I have included two main examples in chemical engineering. Firstly, is used in use of nanomaterials as catalysts in removing pollution from my application section. And secondly, I have also used in biomedical the usage of nanostructures in biomedical fields, which is also a huge field of interest of chemical engineers. I have included one specific example of iron-based nanostructures in chemical engineering. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I have understood.
Okay,
I
next
have understood
participant.
that,
Next
but
participant.
it is my suggestion. It is my suggestion. Is my
Yes,
comment.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you
Very
very
good.
much.
Okay. Okay, very good. Next participant, please.
Tiyasha Malik, Rohit Pal, Agnita Dikshit, please turn on your video and speaker, and the rest of you please mute yourselves. Manidipa Majumdar, Shaunika Pal, Neelparna Indu, get ready, you're up next.
A very good afternoon to the respected judges, the coordinators of the Chemspark 2021, and my dear co-participants. I am Agnita Dikshit, and I am really honored to be given this opportunity to represent my team here. My team members are Tiyasha Malik and Rohit Pal. We would like to present our project based on the topic Energy Engineering Sun Tracking Solar Tree. Due to decrease in the resources at the present times, the supply of energies is at stake. The renewable sources of energy are the only alternative to balance the sudden decrement. Among all the renewable energies, solar energy is the best option for us. This project determines to use the solar energy in the best way possible to increase the certainty of the scenario. A solar tree represents a real tree where its top branches will be replaced by solar panels. The simple solar panels are arranged in a phyllotaxal pattern will be more effective with the added help from the microcontroller, which plays a superior role in the sun tracking model to increase the efficiency of a normal solar tree by determining the path of the sun rays. Now, moving on to the components of the sun tracking solar tree. The components are photovoltaic cells, cables for connecting apparatus, inverter, batteries, rigid structure, charging points, LED, LDR, microcontroller, motor driver, stepper motor,
voltage regulator, rectifier, and transformer. Now we shall discuss the working of the sun tracking solar tree. The tracking of the sun and controlling the direction of the solar panels will be based on the output of the LDR, which is light dependent resistors, which will be used as the sensor. As we know, the resistance of the LDR decreases with the increase of the light intensity, and we get the maximum intensity when the light rays are perpendicular to the sensor. The change in voltage drop according to the change in the LDR will be measured, which will be directly proportional to the position of the sun. Thus, the maximum voltage drop will occur when the sun rays will be perpendicular to the LDR. Now, once the system will be turned on, the signal is that the voltage drop will be fed to the microcontroller, and the microcontroller will tally the value with the reference data. If the difference between the sensor value and the reference data is high, the microcontroller will rotate the stepper motor, CCW or CW, based on the position of the controlling system. This procedure will continue to execute in a loop until the correct position of the sun is tracked using the current sensor value, previous sensor value, and the reference value. Once the position of the sun is tracked, the stepper will continue to rotate by 1 degree in every 4 minutes, though the position value based on the sensor data will again be checked to get the most accurate position. Once the optimal position is tracked, the microcontroller will turn the faces of the solar panel towards the sun using the servos to get the maximum light intensity to ensure that the maximum efficiency is achieved. The advantages of our project are that the tracking system maximizes the energy output in any circumstances, and also the energy stored in battery will help us to overcome the challenges during rainy season or any other weather shift. At last, we say that it is renewable and pollution free. The challenges which are to be mastered is that being a more technology-based system, it requires well-trained professionals for maintenance. Moreover, initial setup cost as well as the maintenance cost is very high. Nowadays, whole civilization depends on the energy. With better design and increasing the advanced technologies, it is possible to implement this paper on a large scale in near future. We highly recommend this sun tracking system rather than the normal light sensing method system in order to get the maximum output without human intervention only except maintenance. It will solve the energy problem and will also give a landscaping view of the city. So we can conclude that this system would be the best solution of the issue regarding the sources of energy. Thank you. We are done and we are open to questioning.
Okay, very good presentation, Ognita. Now
you,
my
sir.
question is, if you see the throughout the world, then solar energy is not popular still today. Main cause is the solar panel you cannot recycle, and you told that this amount of this type of energy is complete pollution free. It is not pollution free because huge amount of solar panel you cannot destroy. So most of the country is not ready to increase this type of power generation. So that is one of the major cause of this one. Okay, because you can prepare huge amount of solar panel, but main problem is you cannot destruct this. So this is the major problem. Otherwise it is the absolute okay for environment or other cases. So at this moment throughout the world, if you see, then very less percentage of power production came from the solar system. Now your presentation is very good, and can you tell me now if you want to prepare this type of the power generation, even in our heritage campus, there are huge number of solar panel is available. So what is the approximate cost of per unit energy production cost?
Sir, actually, according to the recent development of a solar tree which has been done in Durgapur CME Rai, the cost was actually 3 lakh. So if we, but our project is based on sun tracking solar tree. So I think the the implementation of microcontroller and all the other devices, it will approximately cost around 6 to 8 lakhs. So that's one of the setbacks we actually mentioned, because it is very costly in nature.
And
But
one
sir,
point,
I
sir,
think,
we are
we can
obtaining
overcome these challenges.
Okay, okay.
yes,
If
since
we
we are
want,
just
we can
getting payment
overcome these
from
cost-effective
renewable source,
challenges.
Yes.
so the cost of getting the of generating the electricity is not there, but the cost of just installing it is there. But cost of generating will not
Yes,
be
actually.
a huge issue, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's just
The
the
cost of
initial setup
installing
value,
it.
and sir, we for the in who the for the person who are in poverty line, or who are economically backward, the NGO or any government government can help them. Like we can see that in previous the government will implement the project scheme that they will provide electricity in free to all the economically backward section. So here, in alternative of renewable sources, we can use this sun tracking solar system, and if the government will help them to help it to implement it, then I
Okay,
think we can overcome this challenge.
okay. Devajyoti,
What is the basic difference between normal solar panel and solar tree?
What's that?
Actually, in normal solar panels, yes, sir. Normal solar panels, the direction is constant, so it cannot move in accordance with the direction of the sunlight. But in solar tracking systems, we are just tracking the sun, and the light is falling directly perpendicular to the solar panels, as a result of which the maximum efficiency is obtained, and the generated electricity, generated power is far more than the generated in normal solar panels.
Actually, that means so in this case, solar panels are not fixed. Actually, it can be elevation can be changed.
Sir, your voice is breaking so much. If you
Okay. Uh, I want to say that the position of the panel in case of solar tree is not fixed. It can be changed time
Yes, sir.
to time.
In our
Okay.
innovation, the
Yeah.
direction of the panel, it will change in accordance with the direction of the sunlight. That is the main
okay,
innovation.
that will be automatically without any human intervention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Automatically, how automatically?
Sir,
Sir,
if we use LDR, here we use we have said here in our presentation that we use LDR here. So LDR will detect
Okay, I have
the
understood.
That microcontroller is there, Devutti. There is a microcontroller that does it.
Microcontroller. I have understood. I have understood. Okay. Thank you. Okay, your presentation is
your
good.
presentation is very good.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Manidepa Majumdar, Shaunika Pal, Nilparna Indu, please turn on your video and speaker, and the rest of you, please mute yourselves. Anujit Maiti, Anvesha Pandit, Ditsa Ganguly, get ready, you're up next.
May I start?
Yes. You can start.
Thank you. The world is shrinking. There's a deeper and relatively unexplored world beyond the human eye can see. The microscopic world is truly alien and truly fascinating, and now I'm plunging further than the microscopic, it's nanoscale. We are so obsessed about making things smaller and smaller, so what's the significance? Good afternoon to one and all present here. Let's find out together and delve into the world of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology means any technology on a nanoscale that has applications in the real world. Nanotech is the science of building small, really small, so that how small is nano? Even smaller than a bacterium. It's just half of the size of the DNA. Science has different rules in nanoscale. When we move to nanoscale, we can work with new domains and that don't really apply to other scales. Here's the catch.
The material's physical and chemical properties changes dramatically of this scale phenomena based on quantum physics effect. Quantum effect can begin to dominate the behavior of the matter at nanoscale, affecting the optical, electrical, and magnetic behavior. For example, the gold earring that I'm wearing is golden, right? But the gold nanoparticles aren't. They may be red, purple, or green. So we know that the properties of the materials are size dependent when working at the nanoscale. This means that the scientists can adjust and fine tune the material of the properties and the properties. It's possible to change the properties such as melting point, the fluorescence, electrical conductivity, and magnetic behavior, chemical reactivity, to just name a few. But where we see the results of this kind of work? Well, everywhere. There are numerous commercial products in the market that you and I daily use. For some examples they include the the nanoscale films on the glass and other services that make them water resistant or anti-reflective. Cars, trucks, boats, aeroplanes, and the spacecraft are the technical things of the science. Can be made out of the lightweight materials. We are shrinking the size of the computer chips, in turn helping to enlarge memory capacity. We are making our smartphone even smarter with the features like nano generators to charge our phones when we walk. Let's understand more. Nanotech has been the pivotal in advanced computing and electronics, leading to faster, smaller, smarter, and more portable systems and products. It's now considered completely normal for us to carry a computer in one hand, but 40 years ago, a computer was immensely slower and was the size of a room. It's only possible by miniaturization of the world of the microprocessor. It can also help us to clean some of the world's biggest and more pressing problems. It is anticipated that the nanotech can contribute significantly to the environmental and climate protection by saving raw materials, energy, water, and reducing greenhouse gases and hazardous waste. From increasing durability of the materials to creation of insulation materials that improves the efficiency of the paper towels, allowing to absorb water 20 times its own weight. The history of nanotech dates back to 1959, when Richard Feynman gave a concept about nanotech, followed by Norio Taniguchi, who coined the term nanotech in 1974. To the nanoparticles being used to enable the delivery and the release of the drug within the body, nanotech is already heavily in use in medical tools and therapies. Nanotech can also improve how vaccines are delivered and their success level. Over to you, Shaunika.
Thank you, Nilparna. So, nanoscience is not just one science, but it is a platform that includes biology, chemistry, physics, electronics, and as well as medicine. From promoting renewable energies, electronical advancement to innovations in the medical field, it has shown its potential to positively impact our lives. Nanotech has the potential to bring about a revolution in coming future. Thanks to all of you. From behalf of Nilparna Indu, Shaunika Pal, and Monidipa Mojumdar from Heritage Institute of Technology from first year Biotechnology Department. Thank you once again.
Shayonika,
Yes, sir.
your heading is New Frontier in Chemical Engineering and Science. So just can you explain this nanotechnology is related with chemical engineering? One example.
Sir, may I say, please?
Okay.
Sir, in chemical engineering, it has been seen that it has got a great application in catalyst, sensor coating, drug delivery, etc. Because when it comes down to the nanoscale, it's when the catalysts are in use. The efficiency increases.
Okay. Now, just entire project work is the theoretical. Have you done any practical?
So we are stuck at home, but we are trying to. We have tried to do as fast as possible and as practical as possible, because all we can do is get a synopsis and do the project. And because it has many, I am looking forward to do many practical works when I go to college once, because we are stuck at home. I'm so sorry, sir. We could not help in this matter.
You are which year?
I'm first year, so we are all first year.
Okay, good approach.
Thank you so much.
Good. Devajyoti.
Okay,
your idea is very good and appreciable. Thank you. I have no another question. Okay, thank you.
Next participant.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Next
Thank you, sir,
participant.
for your time. And thank you so much, sir, for giving us the opportunity. We being all the first year students. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, most welcome.
Anujit Maiti, Anvesha Pandit, Diksha Ganguly, turn on your microphone and video. Somrita Saha, you are up next.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anvesha Pandit. My team members are Anujit Maiti and Diksha Ganguly, and today we are going to present our project on recycling and rebonding of biofibers. So, we all are aware that one of the most used components is paper, and we can also observe the increasing use of papers that the graph provided. The industrialized paper production process has several negative impacts on the environment. So recycling is an excellent way to assist the nature and preserve its resources. But in India, the recycling rates are way below international benchmarks. So our aim in this project is to recycle paper in a very short period of time with effective costing by auto papyrus, a device which will make the whole process very compact and handy. Coming to the methods and materials, we are using steel and plastic fibers for making the different parts of the machine. Apart from this, several chemicals are added to the pulp for the better quality of paper. For dry strength and wet strength of paper, we are using cationic starch and polyacrylamide derivatives and epichlorohydrin respectively. Hydrogen peroxide is acting as the bleaching agent, and we are adding alkyl ketone dimer for the sizing purpose. And for maintaining the brightness, ATH and titanium oxide will be used. Now the process is also very simple yet compact. As we can see from the diagrams, the whole device is divided into three parts. In the first segment, waste paper vegetable peels enters through a funnel and it is chopped into a very small size. Now comes the second segment in which a quantity of water will enter through a pump and it will be mixed with the shredded pieces. At the top, we have a cartridge chamber from where the above mentioned chemicals will be added in required proportion to the pulp. An indicator bulb will notify the end of this mixing process. After that, with the help of the starter, the pulp will be strained and the excess water will leave through a pipe. This water can be reused after filtering. In the final segment, we will heat press and roll up the pulp as a sheet with the help of drying fan, heaters and rollers. Every single process will be controlled by manual instruction given to a PMC.
Importance and advantage of this process and the machine. Papers which are produced in the industry from mill are much more finer than the papers produced by this process. But this way of making fresh new papers are more eco-friendlier. The pulp formed during the process are with the waste materials, vegetable peels, etc., which directly leads to waste management. Also helps in reducing deforestation because normally in industries, pulp is formed from the wood extract. The graph below shows the increase in deforestation rate from 2001 to 2019. This way, we are protecting our nature too. Results. Though the paper quality may differ, but this process is more budget friendly. Using this process, we can make paper bags, etc., which can reduce our day-to-day plastic use. The time taken for making papers by this process is much less than those made in industries. So a huge amount of papers can be produced each single day. The machine used is also much cheaper. Conclusion, auto papyrus is such a machine which is helping us to save environment from deforestation and helps to control huge deposition of waste. Parallelly, it is too handy and can be set up in any place. The cost of running is minimal. Also, the simplicity of operation of this machine ensures that no too much technical skill is needed to operate it. Thank you. Now we are open for questions.
Now you mention you are capable to run the machine manually. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. We will done by some software called PMC software, and
Sir, in the paper industry, we sometimes need a particular amount of paper or a particular GSM, brightness, smoothness. So we can manually control this with the help of a Carty chamber present at the top of the middle part, and it will help us to form a better quality or a desirable quality of paper.
So have you seen anywhere the application of this type of paper?
Sir,
This
the paper would
recycling
not
process
be
is
as smooth as. So can you please repeat?
anywhere have you seen this type of paper production process? Just
Sir,
recycling process.
due to coronavirus or the lockdown, I can't visit the paper mill, but I have done a survey on JK Paper Company in Kolkata and note out the points that they used to do a paper recycling program and listed out all the chemicals required in this process. And our motto is to make this process compact and very handy, so that a large number of people can produce paper equally.
Okay. So your thinking is very good.
Okay, you have mentioned. Okay, okay, you have mentioned that enzymatic treatment has been used. Which type of enzyme is used here?
Sir, not the enzymes. We are adding some chemicals for the better quality of.
Which type of enzyme?
So we are adding some chemicals, such as using hydrogen peroxide, and for sizing we can use the alkyl ketone dimer. So we are using these chemicals. We can, for sizing, we can also use the gelatin, which will be more eco-friendly.
But sir, as we know, the cellulose fiber has some property of polysaccharides containing linear chain, so that will also help us during the formation or rebonding of paper.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Next participant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Somrita Saha, turn on your mic and video. Sushmit Ghosh, Shitama Pandit, Umesh Ghorai, you're up next.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Audible.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, respected judges and all present here. I, Somrita Saha of the first HITK, present before you my poster on the topic New Frontier in Chemical Engineering and Science. This poster deals with the advancement of nanotechnology in the field of biomedical science and surgery. I present before you the idea of creating a carbon nanotube implant with iPSCs or induced pluripotent stem cells that will regenerate nephrons in case of partial kidney damage, inflammation, etc. Nanotechnology deals with materials of very small size of dimensions in the nanometer scale length. This adds an advantage of reaching difficult locations inside human body where incisions or performing surgical applications can be really difficult. The abstract in the poster tells us briefly about the idea of treating damaged nephrons with induced pluripotent stem cells. The materials required are single-walled carbon nanotubes, skin cells of the diseased patient, a regeneration-stopping agent, pluripotent genes, endonuclease and ligase for gene extraction and addition, respectively. Pluripotent genes such as OCT4, SOX2, KLF4, and CMYC are to be introduced in the skin cells of the diseased by the process of genetic reprogramming. These iPSCs, properly engineered with single-walled carbon nanotube, will be used to make implants which, when introduced to the damaged kidney, will prevent kidney malfunction. The amount of engineered TNTs to be introduced differs from patient to patient
As the size of the kidney shrinks during nephritis, cell damage, CCK malfunction, etc. The most effective of all would be the introduction of 1/3 the volume of the damaged for proper results. Dialysis and electrodialysis are highly used technologies in treating kidney malfunctioning, which is true. These two widely used treatments fail to be a permanent solution to the damaged cells of the kidney. A regeneration stopping agent is to be administered in time for preventing kidney enlargement and tumor formation. On successful experiments, observations, and results, it can be concluded that these CNT implants will be less costly compared to frequent dialysis and kidney transplants. PCR can be used for producing regenerative genes on manufacturing scale. The CNTs are already available in the market in very affordable prices. I finally conclude by saying that if successful, these engineered CNTs will be a lifesaver from various aspects and will open a new dimension to biological surgery. Thank you. Sir, I'm open to questions.
Is it a complete theoretical approach? Am I right?
Sir,
Complete
Sir,
theoretical approach?
Yes, sir. Sir, in this moment, it is a theoretical approach because it's near to impossible for us to carry this out at this stage in a laboratory or in a biomedical laboratory. But I think this has a practical approach as well because I'm creating an implant.
So just
It's an application of nanotechnology.
can you tell me how kidney treatment done by
Yes, sir.
this nanotechnology?
Yes, sir, definitely. I will explain. Sir, in various diseases or like lung diseases, heart diseases,
No,
we
only
have,
kidney. Only
yes,
kidney.
sir. Sir, yes, sir.
You
We
mentioned
have
there.
been using nanotechnology, but in kidney disease, what we see is either an electrodialysis where again nanotechnology has been used, and we also see electrodialysis and dialysis. These two technologies are very much widely used, but these do not give a permanent solution. The person it gives them a lifetime, but not a complete permanent solution to their damaged kidney. And the only solution to that is a kidney transplant. What here I am proposing to do is create a carbon nanotube particle or implant in such a way with induced pluripotent stem cells that when implanted in a kidney in right amount, in case of partial kidney damage, not complete kidney damage, partial kidney damage, then the cells will regenerate and act like nephrons. Now, in various parts of the world, it has been seen that organs can be recreated using pluripotency and embryonic stem cells. And so that's the theory that I am using in this case, along with engineered nanotubes. I want to create new cells, new nephrons in the kidney so that the functionability is apt. I mean, the kidney doesn't stop functioning.
Okay. Devajyoti.
Hello, Devajyoti sir.
Okay, your topic is very good and your presentation is good, and you have discussed everything clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Next participant, please.
Kushmit Ghosh, Sritoma Pandit, and Umesh Gorai. Turn your microphone and video. Sohini Ghosh and Pawalisha Sen, get ready.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson. Today, my team members Sritama Umesh and I, Shushmin Ghosh, are going to present on the topic production of phase mass filters through electrospinning a homogenized polymer. Let us first understand our need and the current scenario of the mask available in our market. The pandemic has made it necessary for us to wear masks. Two types of masks are mainly present: melt-blown mask, example the surgical mask and the N95 mask, and the cloth mask. Existing masks are made by applying static electricity to the fiber through melt-blown processing. Electrostatic function disappears when they are exposed to moisture, thus drastically reducing the filtration efficiency and making these masks unusable when they get wet. Since these masks are good for single use only, they generate heaps of waste and pose a threat to our environment. Cloth masks are reusable but aren't as efficient as melt-blown masks. Efficiency of the mask comes at a compromise for reusability and biodegradability. Here I have tried to show the same thing. I have done an analysis of different types of masks, and here it's clearly evident that the efficiency of the mask comes at a compromise for reusability and vice versa. Thus, we have come up with a future-proof innovation which will not only help in our present coronavirus pandemic, but additionally has the aptitude to offer safety from future pandemics. It is both reusable and biodegradable. Thus, we will probably be higher geared up and will have the opportunity to stop any outbreaks in future from turning into a pandemic. So first, let's see what the numbers inform, which is essentially what we have achieved from the experiment. We have achieved an experiment, which I have achieved an experimental efficiency of 99% compared to the 95% given by N95 masks. It's 80% efficiency even after 4,000 bends, and is up to 20 times reusable without worrying about the filtration efficiency. It's 6 times more breathable, thus making it easier to wear for longer hours, and these nanofibers are highly modifiable, which have low basis weight and tighter cores. Basic knowledge required for experiment is electrospinning. It is a method that uses electric force to draw charged threads of polymer solutions into fibers that typically have diameter around 100 nanometers. The materials required for experiment is a needle, high voltage source, air pump, grounded collector, polymer solution, a holding tank. When a sufficiently high voltage is applied from the source, fine threads of the polymer solution from the needle is drawn out and collected, from which the fibers are produced. And the polymer solution we have used here is wheat gluten biopolymer. It is electrospun into nanofiber membranes and is carbonized at over 700 degrees Celsius to form a network structure, which can simultaneously act as a filter media and reinforcement for gluten-based masks. Additionally, we have added lanosoil to impart fire and microbe resistance in gluten plastics, and it is also used for bonding the fibers together. So the benefits of using this polymer solution is that it reduces the transmittance of infectious diseases, and it paves the way for environmentally benign sustainable products. Coming to the cost and maintenance, recent technology advancements have made production costs of electrospun nanofiber close to that of the conventional melt-blown processing. Setup costs are almost equal to that of the melt-blown mask. Here in the experiment also, we have tried to use the apparatus which is easily available and does not involve any high-order laboratory apparatus for doing this innovation. Results and conclusion, a mask is obtained which has an efficiency of 99% in trapping the virus. Is 6 times more breathable than the already N95 mask. Filters 80% of the 600 nanometer wide particles even after 4,000 bands. Is easily replaceable, and it is more importantly biodegradable. Here I have got a graph which shows the comparison of the mask on different parameters. This is an analysis of electrospun mask versus melt-blown mask. You can clearly see that the fibers are highly uniform in the electrospun mask, whereas it is not in the case of melt-blown mask, which gives you a brief idea of how efficient our masks are. The diameters are also in the range of nanometers, which traps almost every particle passing through it, and our polymer solution is highly biodegradable. This picture shows the electrospun fiber. Thank you. Now we are open to questions.
So you have shown so many say different types of marks. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, are these marks prepared by your side, or it is taken from other manufacturers?
No, sir. This mask shown in the pictures are from other manufacturers. They have used melt-blown processing. The picture on the right shows the mask filters we are using, because these are electrospun masks, whereas these from the from the other manufacturer which use melt blown processing.
No, if these are the made by other manufacturers, then our topic is innovate. So, from what is your side innovation?
The N95 mask and the other masks which are available in the market are not as efficient and not biodegradable. So they are not reusable for many times. But what we have tried to do is come up with a filtering fiber which is more efficient, which has the efficiency of 99%, and it is biodegradable and can be used up to 20 times without worrying about the efficiency.
So, have you prepared this one?
Sir,
or theoretical?
No, sir. This is practical one. It's not a-
Practical.
Yes, sir.
So where you prepared this one?
So in a laboratory, I have which was preparing this mask, this meltdown mask. I have tried out in a small scale.
Which lab?
So it's located outside Kolkata, in the outskirts of Kolkata. So there is a manufacturing plant. I have an acquaintance there, so he helped me in this experiment.
So your involvement is there?
Yes, sir.
And now, which year you are student?
Second year, sir.
Second year.
Chemical engineering.
So is there any certificate or any paper is there? 99% efficient is there, or other just you compare with respect to N95 or other marks?
Yes,
so
sir.
Is there any certificate or other things?
Yes, sir. This experiment has been previously done in South Korean university, and the research paper is also released, but it has not been patented. So we have tried this, and we have tried to innovate, and we have added this innovation of wheat gluten biopolymer because it is a biodegradable solution to the existing mask.
So it is available in the market.
So wheat gluten biopolymer is obtained as a byproduct of cereal industry. So we have to collect it from there. When the cereals are processed,
Whether your mask is available in the market right now.
Yes, sir, but it is efficient and is highly reusable.
What is the cost of this mask?
So it's almost N95 mask cost around 100 to 150 rupees. Sir, we have tried that this will cost around 200 rupees or 250 rupees between that.
N95 is now 50 rupees available in the market.
So, but this was done when there was shortage of N95 masks, so that we have calculated on
No
that.
shortage, huge amount of masks are available in the market. Huge.
So not now, sir. 3 months earlier, sir, there was a shortage of N95.
3 months earlier and these days is not the same thing. Okay, very good approach.
Thank you, sir.
Now Devojyoti.
Okay, your idea is very good, your innovation is very good, but I think cost is very high because which type of polymer is used here?
So wheat gluten
Which
biopolymer.
type of polymer is used?
So wheat gluten biopolymer.
Now, obviously biodegradable. Do
They are
you
using a
know the name
biopolymer.
of
They are
the
using a
polymer?
biopolymer. Biopolymer they are using.
Biopolymer. Yes. Actually, biodegradable polymer may be material, maybe polycarbonate or etc. I think they
No,
want
sir.
to say.
No,
I
sir,
think
white
the material
gluten.
polycarbonate or etc. Right?
No,
I
sir.
think it's polycarbonate. Alright.
No, sir. It is not polycarbonate. It is white
It
gluten.
is natural polymer, I think.
Natural polymer, sir.
Yes, sir. It is natural polymer.
Yes,
Okay.
natural polymer.
I think
Not
cost is
synthetic. Devojyoti,
not
it's not
much.
synthetic. It's
Natural
natural
polymer.
polymer.
But I think cost শোনা যাচ্ছে না? হ্যালো হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ
শোনা
হ্যাঁ
যাচ্ছে?
শোনা যাচ্ছে
শোনা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ
I think cost is very high, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Cost is very high. But
Otherwise, your innovation is very good. Okay.
Yes, sir. The cost is high, but the reusability is much longer than that of the N95 marks. We can use
so it is reusable up to 20 times. Sir. So
20
if we
times more.
compare the reusability, then the cost is comparatively lower.
Okay, very good. Okay, next participant, please. Next participant.
Thank you, sir.
Shogini Ghosh, Malisha Sen, turn on your microphone and video.
Soumyabrata Bhattacharjee, you're up next.
Okay, so am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all our respected judges, to all and to all my dear friends present over here. I, Shohini Ghosh,
And I, Tomilisha Sen from Department of Chemical Engineering of Heritage Institute of Technology.
and we are from first year. So we have been working on the topic of a general chemical engineering, under which we have worked on production of biodiesel. So today it's very essential to find an alternative use of fuel because of energy crisis, environmental concerns, and other socio-economic reasons. With the increase in oil prices and the depletion of oil reserves has made it mandatory for the use or to find a better alternative fuel from the fossil fuels. Over the last few years, the biodiesel has gained an immense importance as an alternative fuel that can be produced from the or manufactured from the waste vegetable oil. The method of producing biodiesel is through the process of transesterification. In this process, an oil is reacted with alcohol in the presence of catalyst to give the corresponding product. The best percentage yield was obtained using alcohol is to oil in the molar ratio of 6:1. But why biodiesel? The reason is biodiesel is the only alternative fuel that successfully completes EPA's health effect under the Clean Air Act. Also, it reduces pollutions because it has reduced the emission of pollutants, unburned hydrocarbons, and carbon monoxide. And the most important is that it can be used in the existing infrastructures like cars, trucks, etc. So to conclude, I will say that in our study, we have used or produced biodiesel from the waste sunflower oil. The higher density biodiesel as compared to the other fossil fuels has also indicated the higher energy efficiency. The viscosity of the waste oil as compared to the other petroleum type oil has also increased the octane value, which can be helped in the normal combustions and other cleaner engines. Thank you, and we are open to questions now. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir, we are open to
Shohini,
questions. Yes, sir.
Have you seen anywhere the application of this biodiesel production?
So the application of biodiesel.
Production of biodiesel.
Sir, no, sir. The production of biodiesel in a plant or in that way we have not seen, but the application of biodiesel is obviously immense. Like it can
So
be
can you
used
tell
in
any plant's name where so they are producing biodiesel in India or abroad?
Sorry, sir, once again.
Say, can you tell me any one plant name where biodiesel are producing in India or abroad?
Sir, in India or abroad, some sir, Jatropa is, I think, in India it has been producing, but I think it is a failure because of certain reasons in India.
So what is your suggestion?
So for this
production of biodiesel?
So to be very honest, like in a very large scale production, it can't be helpful. Means any that much good suggestion I can give, but in a small scale basis, if we want to give any production suggestion, then I will say that we can use the sunflower oil. Means the oil that can be extracted very easily, or means in a home we can get, so that the cultivation process is easy.
Okay. Actually, sunflower oil is normally human beings are using for their as a food oil.
Yes, sir. So sunflower, the best oil that can be used in this is a canola oil, because the canola oil can be used at a very low temperature also. So, but the sunflower oil which can be used, we have used because the reaction time in this sunflower oil is very less. Means it takes a very short time to produce the biodiesel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Devajyoti.
Okay, I have one question. Whose detail number is higher? Normal diesel or produced biodiesel?
So once again. So once again, sorry.
Sir,
Detail
couldn't
number
listen
is
to.
higher.
Sir, couldn't hear you.
Normal biodiesel or normal diesel or biodiesel?
Actually,
So
do you
what?
know what is CTN number?
Seat number? No, sir. Sorry.
So you are not capable to give the answer. Okay.
Okay, the product that you are getting is normal diesel or biodiesel. That's what I think Devajyoti is asking.
Oh, sir, biodiesel.
Now, how do you use this?
So biodiesel can be blended with the normal diesels in the existing infrastructures like cars or trucks where the diesel is used. It can be blended with that. Also, it can be used in short lamps or any places where means in home we use where kerosene oil means in place of kerosene oil we can use these.
Okay,
We can
okay,
use this
okay.
biodiesel.
Devajyoti, is that what you want to know? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, okay, fine. The next participant, please. Next participant.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Microphone টাই হয়ে গেছে।
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Soumyabrata Bhattacharjee, turn on your microphone and video. Neha Shah, Auditro Shamol, Shakya Chakraborty, you are up next.
Am I audible and my presentation is visible?
Okay, you can carry.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. I am Shyamabhrata Bhattacharjee, an undergraduate student of Haldia Institute of Technology and Chemical Engineering domain. Today, my topic of poster presentation is the production of aromatic hydrocarbon from the waste plastic under the guidance of Dr. Sunil Karan Veda. The continuous increase in the production of municipal solid waste and the first pyrolysis, which has been recognized as a meaningful approach in the conversion of the waste plastic to the fuel, act as a motivation for this project. Although it is recognized as the best approach, but the first pyrolysis had some drawback. It is the wide distribution of the pyrolytic compound and the low content of specific targets such as aromatic hydrocarbon. Thus, employing suitable catalysts can increase the production of aromatic compound. In this project, we utilized 8ZSM5, which will give to obtain aromatic compound. Now the main reason of considering the bisphenol A polycarbonate is it is widely used in the electrical and the electronic application and automotive industry. As per some literature, the annual production of polycarbonate is nearly 6 million ton. The one more reason for considering polycarbonate is in any conventional waste management method such as incineration or landfilling lead to the release of bisphenol A, which is a potential harmful for living beings. Okay. This is a comparative study of catalytic and non-catalytic pyrolysis of polycarbonate. In the GCMS chromatograms, the blue line indicates the catalyst free conversion and the red line indicates the conversion with catalyst, where we used 8ZSM5, which clearly indicate that catalyst is crucial for selective producing more desirable compound. And these two are also depict the comparative study of pyrolysis of polypropylene and polyethylene, which is obtained from the literature. Okay. Now, this indicates the effect of the reaction temperature ranging from 600 degree centigrade to 800 degree centigrade on the pyrolytic product. It is observed that the aromatic hydrocarbons significantly increase in temperature and then decrease after attaining the maximum point. The aromatic hydrocarbon comprise of MAH, monocyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, and BAH, bicycloaromatic hydrocarbon. And the vice versa trend followed by aromatic oxygenates, which comprise of phenol and benzofurans with a negligible amount of esters. Okay. In catalytic conversion of plastic waste, the catalyst type and the silicon aluminum molar ratio of 8ZSM5 are also play an important factor to produce desirable aromatic compound. It is observed 8ZSM38 is effective in producing the aromatic hydrocarbon, and for aromatic oxygenate, HY and 8ZSM50 also almost give the same result. Now, for the production of aromatic hydrocarbon, hydrogen and carbon ratio in a feedstock play a vital role. Therefore, to improve the production of monocyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, which is MAH, the polyethylene, polypropylene, and polystyrene were used as a hydrogen donor co-feeded with polycarbonate over 8ZSM 38. Among all the hydrogen donor, polystyrene was the most effective. And the bottom graphs indicate the effect of polycarbonate percentage in the feedstock blend on the pyrolytic product. And this is the proposed reaction pathway in the co-pyrolysis of polycarbonate with hydrogen donor rich plastic waste over 8ZSM5 to produce aromatic compound. So in conclusion, aromatic hydrocarbons are significantly facilitated in HZSM5 catalytic run. Its production can be maximized at 700 degrees centigrade when the silicon aluminum ratio in HZSM is 38, and the production can be increased by co-feeding it with some hydrogen-rich donor plastic waste like polystyrene. This is all my reference. Thank you, sir. Sir?
Now, what are the different types of waste plastics you are using for this project?
My main compound is bisphenol A polycarbonate. I mainly use these plastics, and then I co-feed it with polycarbonate, co-feed it with polypropylene, polyethylene, and polystyrene to see the result. But our main product is polycarbonate. Main compound is polycarbonate.
And you are collecting from?
From there was a one plant called HPL. They provide us.
But topic is you are using waste plastics.
Yes, sir. So yes, we are using waste plastic, but we are mainly use bisphenol A polycarbonate because it is most toxic, because due to it presents two phenolic group. That is why we more give the stress on bisphenol A polycarbonate.
Say waste plastic bottles or other is not applicable for this project.
But how do you know that you are getting bisphenol A? Because you are collecting from the waste bin, isn't it? I mean, as per the topic of the presentation.
Yes, sir. Actually, we are collecting it from the company only. They are giving the samples of polycarbonate, polyethylene, polypropylene that separately.
But is not waste plastics.
Yes, if we consider the waste plastic, that means there may be a mixture of polycarbonate or polystyrene, but polycarbonate or polyethylene. That is why we consider polycarbonate, polyethylene, and polystyrene for as a hydrogen-rich plastic waste to see the effect also. But in this project, we consider the sample, actually, the sample from the company only.
You belong to which year?
I belong to third year.
Okay.
Okay. Devajyoti.
Your topic is very good. I think your process is one kind of catalytic reforming process, isn't it? You are using waste plastic and you convert it into aromatic product. Mainly the aromatic product.
Yes, sir. We increase the aromatic compounds like phenol, benzene, toluene.
Which catalyst is used? Chiranje?
We use mainly two catalysts, HZSM and HY.
Catalyst. Which
Yes, sir. We are
catalyst?
using catalyst this only HZSM and HY, and we in future we are planning to use Sweat chart.
What are the component of the catalyst?
Okay, your catalyst is too much costly, I think. Therefore, when you are using the waste plastic, initial
You are using some commercial catalyst.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What is the component of those commercial?
Sir, actually, component we are using this one only HZSM5 and HY.
Okay.
But actually,
But how did you get all these catalysts? How did you get those catalysts?
Sir, this is provided by by sir only.
No, but he must be getting from somewhere, no?
Yes, sir, he must be getting, but that I don't. This is actually a final year project. I am the part of a small portion.
Right.
Okay, it's fine. Devjyoti, do you have any question? Any more question?
okay, you directly give the waste plastic in lacking furnace.
We put the powdered form. We put the powdered polymer plastics.
So this is not a waste product.
Yes.
No, this is not a waste product, but actually in this experiment we use the powdered polymer. We are not using directly the waste plastic.
But my question is, as you are using the waste plastic, you mentioned the waste plastic. I think some treatment is there. Pre-treatment should be there. Dehydrated, desulfurization.
Devjyoti, they haven't used the waste plastic. They have used some plastic which is obtained from HCl, the HPL, Haldia Petrochemical, right? So, yes, Haldia Petrochemical.
Use the powder.
They haven't used the waste plastic.
Yes, we did not use the commercial waste plastic directly from some market or directly. We do not use that.
Okay.
That is your particular process. But when you implement it commercially, then you must have to consider the waste plastic, real waste
Yes,
plastic.
yes,
Yes,
For that,
exactly.
desulfurization. That
So some pre-treatment will be required for the purification.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, for commercial application, we must use directly the waste plastic like toys or electrical applications.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Okay. Next participant.
Thank you, sir.
Neha Shah, Auditro Shamol, Shakya Chakraborty, turn on your mic and video. Soham Laha, Aditi Ghosh, Tiyasha Adak, you are up next.
Sir, we are running out of time. Kindly complete this within 4:30, I think, because we have to publish result by 5.
Okay. So please you start.
A very good afternoon to all my judges, coordinators and participants. My name is Neha Shah and my teammates are Orithro Shamol and Shakha Chakrabarti from first year Biotech Department of Heritage Institute of Technology. Today our project is on implementation of 3D food printers and its application on Indian markets. Food printing is a branch of science that deals with the techniques involved in production, processing, preservation, packaging, quality management and distribution of food production. Here our main aim is to introduce this modern technology in Indian markets through Indian foods. Apart from its nutritional and hygienic aspects, we expect our idea to make our markets less human dependent and to reduce time consumption. In these growing Indian markets, there has been increasing demand of supplying food faster. But if it is done using human labor, we have to employ large number of people and thus the expenses will be high. So 3D food printing can be alternative to this problem. In coming years, 3D food printing is poised to have a massive impact on the Indian economy, closing the gap between small and large scale businesses by giving customers a large degree of freedom in choosing the food they want to eat. Health benefits of food printing. 3D food printing offers a range of potential benefits. It can be healthy and good for the environment because it can help to convert alternative ingredients such as proteins from algae, beet leaves, or insects into tasty products. Some other benefits of food printing like food waste production. Kitchen produce a lot of waste by food overproduction or simply raw ingredients before cooking them. This can be used as a food printer. Freedom of design. Using a printer, we can have the pleasure of anything and everything. No need of tooling. We all limit our creativity because we do not have at our disposal the shapes that suit us. The 3D printer can make it possible to forget the majority of these constraints. Time saving. In addition to the savings in tool, the 3D printer has a good idea of operating on its own. It only needs an operator to start the program and for the finishing step. Because it prints independently in 3D, thus we can save our time. Economic value. If we consider the average salary of a cook to be rupees 10,000 PM helper to be rupees 7,000 PM, there are 10 cooks in a hotel and 6 helpers. Then the hotel spends 1 liter on cooks and 42,000 on helpers. The cost becomes 4,26,000 in 3 months. An estimate cost of 3D food printer is around 3 to 4 lakhs. Thereby, it is cheaper and better economic way of dealing the hotel. This will reduce manpower as only 2-3 engineers and cooks are required. Conclusion. It is generally accepted that the 3D food printing will be a revolutionary space in manufacturing, whether positive or negative. The prospect food printing technology in food fabrication is enormous. Although a quiet number of food printing technologies are available, there is still a long way to further develop them for commercial users. Food printing may exert a significant influence on various types of food processing, which may allow food designers to manipulate forms and materials with enhanced capability. This facility applied on food manufacturing can improve efficiency to deliver high quality, freshly food items to consumers, personalize nutrition, and enable users to develop new flavors, texture, and shape to create entirely new eating experience. Thank you.
Hello, Neha. You mentioned uh, you mentioned for a particular hotel, say 10 number cooks there, their huge amount of salary, and you can use the 3D printer, food printer. But 3D food printer, by a single 3D food printer, you can prepare at a time a single food, no different types of food. And it is very difficult. By food printer you can prepare say one curry or other things, and in your figure just you can show here one particular shape is coming, say it may be one cake or sweet or other things.
So,
If you want to serve say one food for a particular customer, then you need at a time 4 5 6 7 number of 3D printer running. So that is uh, very difficult, and for that purpose you need programming. uh, which just your reference is given, that is not correct, but your approach is very good. Food printer, you can use 3D food printer. So have you seen any 3D food printer?
sorry, sir.
Any any 3D printer have you seen?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, in your mechanical department, one printer is available. So when college will open, just you will see. Okay, 3D printer is
Okay,
there.
sir.
Okay, Devajyoti.
Presentation is very good and topic very good topic. Generally, I think we can maybe use for manufacturing in biscuit, bread, etc. Mainly, it can
Sorry to
mainly use.
interrupt, but you are not audible. You are not clear.
Hello, hello. Now I am audible. Now am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Yes, sir. Am I audible now? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I want to say that this type of 3D printer is very new topic and interesting. Your definition is very good. But I want to say this type of printer may be used only in the bakery industry to manufacture biscuits or breads, cakes, etc. Isn't it? Just Sukant sir tells only one kind of food.
Uh, our purpose was to minimize the work of minimize the work, so we can use it in the bakery part, and it can minimize the work of the employees to a great limit.
Sure, sure. Obviously, generally, for manufacturing
So it has some specific application actually. So specific, not in general. Okay, thank you very much. Next participant, please. Next participant. And Devajyoti, oh, it's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Soham Laha, Aditi Ghosh, Tiyasha Adak, turn on your microphone and video.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected judges, respected teachers, and my fellow friends, and all those who are present here. I, Tyasha Adak, first year biotechnology student from Heritage Institute of Technology, would be representing my team for the event Innovate. My team members are respectively Aditi Ghosh and Shoman Laha. Our topic is artificial intelligence in healthcare industry. I'd like to start off with mentioning the primary aim of health-related artificial intelligence application, that is, to analyze relationships between prevention or treatment techniques and patient outcomes. AI programs are applied to practices such as diagnosis processes, treatment protocol development, drug development, personalized medicine, and patient monitoring and care. In near future, AI in healthcare industry would be one of the leading milestones in medical research and analysis. Artificial intelligence will enable the next generation of radiology tools that are accurate and detailed enough to replace the need for tissue samples in some cases. Artificial intelligence could help mitigate the impacts of this several deficit of qualified clinical staff by taking over some of the diagnostic duties typically allocated to humans. For example, AI imaging tools can screen chest x rays for signs of tuberculosis, often achieving a level of accuracy comparable to humans. This capability could be deployed through an app available to providers in low resource areas, reducing the need for a trained diagnostic radiologist on site. Electronic health record data can help to identify infection patterns and highlight patients at risk before they begin to show symptoms. Leveraging machine learning and AI tools to derive this analytics can enhance their accuracy and create faster, more accurate alerts for healthcare providers. I would like to quote Erika Shenoy, MD, PhD, Associate Chief of the Infection Control Unit at NGH. AI tools can live up to the expectation for infection control and antibiotic resistance. Dermatology and ophthalmology are early beneficiaries of the trend. Leveraging AI for clinical decision support risk scoring, and alerting is one of the most promising areas of development for this revolutionary approach to data analysis. By powering a new generation of tools and systems that make clinicians more aware of nuances, more efficient when delivering care, and more likely to get ahead of developing problems. AI will usher in a new era of clinical quality and exciting breakthroughs in patient care. I'd like Aditi Ghosh to continue.
Thank you, Tiasha. The complexity and rise of data in healthcare means that artificial intelligence will increasingly be applied within the field. Several types of AI are already being employed by payers and providers of care and life science companies. The key categories of applications involve diagnosis and treatment recommendations, patient engagement adherence, and administrative activities. The primary aim of health-related AI applications is to analyze relationships between prevention and treatment techniques and patient outcomes. AI programs are applied to practices such as diagnosis process, treatment protocol development, drug development, personalized medicine, patient monitoring, and care. Soham, please continue.
Thank you, Aditi. I would like to conclude by saying that AI has an important role to play in healthcare offerings of the future in the form of machine learning,
is the primary capability behind the development of precision medicine, widely agreed to be a sorely needed advance in care. Although early efforts at providing diagnosis and treatment recommendations have proven challenging, we expect that AI will ultimately master that domain as well. Given the rapid advances in AI imaging analysis, it seems like that most radiology and pathology images will be examined at some point by a machine, which are speech and text recognition are already employed for tasks like patient communication and capture for clinical notes. Thank you. We are open to any questions.
Now, my question is, what is artificial intelligence?
So artificial intelligence is basically using the software engineering or robots or other computer programs which can use in medical health, like medical research or any other chemical drug development, anything like that.
Only medical resource.
So it can also help in many other places like education, like technology, and basically, sir, it's mainly a technological field and software engineering, but it can have a wide like aspect in the medical research.
Okay. Now, Devajyoti.
All right.
Okay, next participant.
So, end of the program.
Oh,
Now I would like Liana to deliver the vote of thanks.
On behalf of the college management and all the students, we would like to thank our judges for taking their precious time out and consenting to be here. Professors, indeed your ideas have inspired the students. We would like to thank the teachers for their ardent help throughout the event. We also thank all the student teams who contributed to and helped organize this event. Finally, we again want to thank the principal, respected chairman and trustees for participating in this event. We would like to thank you again for making this event a success.
okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks to all the participants. Very good approach, and your thinking is very good.
Okay, sir. Can you please send your evaluation sheet to us?
Within 10 minutes?
Within 10 minutes. Okay. That will be very good.
I will mail you, okay?
Okay. Okay, Devajyoti, please send your evaluation sheet to me within 10 to 15 minutes. Is it okay with you? Okay. Please mail me. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay, good evening to everyone, and good evening to everyone. And sorry to keep you waiting. We had a few technical problems. So now we come to the end of the day after all these events, and finally we are now going to announce the names of the winners. So first we'll start with the event Innovate. In the event Innovate, the we have two teams who have jointly come third. The first team comprises Anujit Maiti, Anisha Pandit, and Deeksha Ganguly, jointly with Shamobruta Bhattacharya. In the second position, we have Sushmit Ghosh, Sritama Pandit, and Umesh Khorai. And in the first position, we have from Tiasha Malik, Rohit Pal, and Agnita Dixit. So, congratulations to all of you. Now we will be announcing the names of the winners of the quiz competition. In the quiz competition, in the third position, we have Shovrojit. In the third position, we have Shovrojit Mukherjee. In the second position, we have Anika Haq. And in the first position, we have Shomodi Chatterjee. Congratulations once again to all three of you. Now for Tech and Type, the winners are, in third position, we have Saurav Kumar. In second position, we have Saurav Mukherjee. And the winner is Akash Mukherjee. Congratulations to all of you. And now I would like to say that the certificates for all the winning teams will be provided within the coming week. And the participation certificates and the certificates for the workshops, those who had attended, you will also be getting them within 7 days. So now I would like to ask Dr. Abhuday Mukherjee Malik to kindly give the vote of thanks, sir.
So we have come to the end of Chemspark 2021.
This was a very successful endeavor on our part, as we have noticed participation from many students as well as from faculty members from this department as well as from the other departments. Uh, this endeavor would not have been possible without the active participation of some key persons. I would like to express my thanks to all of them in the vote of thanks. Maybe that I will not be able to name all their names, but still my heartfelt gratitude will be there for all of them. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Calcutta Regional Center, who have been jointly conducting this event and extending their support for the last 2 years, and this year also they have helped us in every possible way, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And next, I should like to thank all our dignitaries who were present in the inaugural session. Professor M.K. Jha, President IICHE and Professor of the Chemical Engineering Department NIT Jalandhar, Mr. Praveen Saxena, Vice President Students Chapter Affairs IICHE, and also CEO of Blast Carboblocks. He has all expressed his interest in our departmental programs from previous years also. And Mr. Abhijit Mitra, Honorary Regional Secretary, Calcutta Regional Center, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. We thank them that in spite of their busy schedules, they have kept some time out for our event. Also, I would like to thank the organizational and the administrative staff from the Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata, Professor Dr. Pranay Chaudhuri, Principal, Mr. P.K. Agarwala, CEO of Kalyan Bharati Trust, Mr. Probir Roy, and also Mr. Arvind Srivastav, Joint Registrar, Deputy Registrar, Heritage Institute of Technology. Because of their extensive support that they have extended to us during the organization and the publicity of this Chemspark 2021. I would like to thank all the faculty coordinators of the events, Dr. Diptendu Dotto and Dr. Aparna Roy Shakar for Innovate, Dr. Sangita Bhattacharya and Dr. Pramita Sen for the workshops, also for the Take and Type competition, Professor Pinaki Bhattacharya and Professor Dr. Swami Vedagananda. We express our heartfelt thanks for them because they have taken much pain in order to set the events in a correct way and also to make the participants in the events feel at home during the event and also before the event during the registrations and all other formalities. Also, I would like to thank the student coordinators because this was the event for the students and they have played active part in organizing this event. There were many student coordinators for all the individual events as well as volunteers. I would like to thank them all. There will be many names, so I won't be able to take all of their names, but still none of them will be left out from our thanks. And especially I would like to thank Ritik, Devargo, Shamogga for their untiring effort for the last 3 months. And finally, those efforts have bore fruit in this wonderful event, Chemspark 2021. The efforts that they have taken upon themselves, no word of praise is enough to express our gratitude for them. So I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. And finally, to Dr. Doipanshen, my co-convener, I would like to thank him also for extending all of his support. And also, at times, he was the main initiator for all the activities that were taken for the organization of this event. So I would like to thank him also from the bottom of my heart. And that's all. I think a special mention of our HOD also, HOD ma'am, Professor Shulagna Chatterjee. She also encouraged us and gave us some ideas at some points of times. And also Professor Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, who was the convener or the coordinator for Chemspark for the last 2 years. He also gave us some ideas about how to approach the inaugural session and how to set up the events, the format of the events. All these little inputs we have got from him. So my special thanks are due to him also. So with this, I end up my deliberation. All thanks to all the participants who have registered themselves, and I hope that they have been enriched by the workshops that they have attended, as also by the events in which they have participated. I hope they have enjoyed Chemspark 2021, and we hope to see you all next year in Chemspark 2022. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those words. Now I would like to tell the participants about the prize money which they would be receiving. The Innovate winners, they would be receiving a prize money worth rupees 2200. The first prize would be rupees 1000, the second prize 700, and the third would be 500. These money would be sent via the account which you had paid the registration fee. Uh, for Inquisition, the first prize would be 600, the second prize 400, and the third prize 200. And the mode of payment would be the same as the previous event. For Tech and Type, the winner would be receiving 600, the runner up would be receiving 300, and the third prize winner would be receiving 200. So a total of 5,000 would be given as prize money. So we would request the prize winners to get in touch with us regarding this. And thank you for being a part of Chemspark 3.0. দৈপাকদা আপনি কিছু বলুন।
Thank you, Buddha. It was being a nice session during the whole day. Uh, no more special thanks to any one of the specific persons. I must say that all the students, I must thank to all the students, those who have participated solely, those who have participated sincerely in this entire program and made this program successful. And as Buddha sir has already mentioned, I would like to say that my special thanks to all the faculty coordinators, those without whom the individual event could not be possible for us to execute. And obviously, my heartful thanks to Obudai as well as our chairperson, HOD, our principal sir, CEO sir, Deputy Registrar Arvind Srivastava. Without them, probably this entire program could not be a successful one. And thanks to all the participants for their wholehearted registrations in this entire program and make this program a successful one. Thank you very much and hope.
I would also, sorry,
Yes,
I would
sir.
also like to add some names. I forgot about them in the vote of thanks. I would like to thank Professor Narendra Dikshit, Mr. Sumit De, and Mr. Shubhradip Ghosh, who had
Sure.
delivered such excellent lectures in the workshop section. And they are very busy people. So taking time out of their schedule and to devote it for our event, we really have much gratitude in our hearts for them. Also, I would like to thank Professor Shukanto Sarkar, HOD, Mechanical Engineering Department, Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata, and Professor Debojyoti Chakraborty. He was also he is also a professor of chemical engineering at the Government Polytechnic College in Hooghly. So I would like to thank them for extending their help and time in judging the Innovate event and also passing on their valuable insights onto the participants. So I'd like to thank them also.
Yeah. Thank you, all participants. It's a collective effort that we have shown today, and hopeful that in the forthcoming years also, this entire program
will be there, and we can make a grand success for the entire forthcoming events, Chemspark 2022, 2023, like that. So thank you all. Thank you all the participants and the coordinators, faculty coordinators, the judges, as well as the workshop speakers, dignitaries, inauguration dignitaries, and students, and as well as the participants. Thank you. Thank you very much.
আচ্ছা আর কেউ আছে কি? আচ্ছা আর কেউ নেই। আচ্ছা তোমরা তাহলে এটা ইভেন্ট অফিসিয়ালি ক্লোজ করে দাও। ওকে স্যার।